What bad intentions could Batman have? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. There is not a single mud face under my command. Bane jumped onto Black's face from behind like a facehugger. You. The green bald alien occupying half of Black's face could have reacted. What he meant was that even if he was attacked by Red Hood's sonic bomb at close range, Black's consciousness counterattacked, and Batman's mental pollution, he, Brainiac, with his ability to control this body, had no reason to be hugged. But this happened in public, and Black's eyes controlled by the green alien glared at Batman. What did you do? But then Black's mouth, nose, and eyes all overflowed with black blood, and he couldn't say a word for the time being. In essence, Brainiac is a super AI. He should not be affected by the black of decay. He is a life made of a pile of steel. Since he will not decay, how can he die? His existence itself is not within the jurisdiction of the black of decay, but now he has come here through black, and he is naturally bound by the flesh of the purple-haired telepath. Of course, it is the kryptonite-powered mecha. Chen Tao thought silently in his heart. Of course he couldn't explain to Brainiac. In fact, all these tricks he had done were originally intended to harm Blake, but Brainiac swallowed them all, which had an unexpected effect. Brainiac read Blake's memory, and Chen Tao guessed that he would definitely not want to summon and use that kryptonite-powered mecha. But for Chen Tao, as long as Blake had tried running the mecha once before, the influence of the metal spirit would have been implanted. When someone was operating this kryptonite-powered mecha, countless black nanorobots would fly out of the mecha's operating table silently and invade the operator's brain from the ears. This is why Blake felt that some mechanical things awakened in his body before. He mistakenly mistook these machines for Brainiac's technology, but even Brainiac couldn't create machines out of thin air in his body thousands of kilometers away. And for Brainiac, as long as he didn't completely master this body one day, he would not be able to see through what was hidden in the part of the body that was still controlled by Blake. In other words, the bunch of machines that Blake thought had invaded his body were actually Chen Tao's backup plan, and he couldn't communicate with Brainiac, check the accounts, and play his cards. As a result, when this backup plan broke out, neither Blake nor Brainiac had expected it, and it played a decisive role, directly allowing Bane to catch it. Who? Batman, long time no see. Bane tried his best to make his voice sound no different from before, even though at this time, he was riding on Blake's face in a very inelegant posture. It was so inelegant, so embarrassing in front of my enemies. But, anyway, I'm here in front of you. The black of decay has already wrapped around the other's body, like a black widow kissing her prey in a trap. Bane lowered his head slightly, and then raised it slightly with some trembling. At that moment, at that instant, riding on Blake's slightly twitching body, he and Batman looked at each other again. Boom. It was as if time had stopped, and the universe stopped swinging. A burning gaze met an icy gaze. Batman's eyes were still the same as before, cold and surging, as if at this moment, the two of them were still in the moonlight of Arkham Asylum, in the slaughter swamp, in the nameless waste dump in the Gotham slums. It's just time, it dances intoxicatedly. Bane unexpectedly had many feelings inexplicably. At this moment, just like that moment, Batman still stood there, neither humble nor arrogant, impartial, dressed in black, sharp. And the opponent he was going all out to fight was no longer me. Blake under Bane let out a howl, interrupting Bane's emotional dispersion. Bane, who remained in a cold state, still maintained the stability of his body on the surface, but still had to quickly extend more vines from behind and insert them into the opponent's body. The flowers on his body withered in just a few seconds and then flourished again. Each flower began to grow wildly, as if it had been injected with medicine, and suddenly grew to several times the size of a normal flower, and then withered again. In this repeated withering and flourishing, Brainiac's counterattack was successfully suppressed by Bane again. Bane saw Batman take a small step forward. His loyal subordinate Red Hood immediately blocked Batman, which made Bane somewhat relieved. It was rare to find such a loyal subordinate who would fight against Batman for him. but he still said rationally, "Get out of the way, Red Hood. You are no match for Batman, so don't humiliate yourself. As for you, Batman, I don't think you are stupid enough to forget what you said to me when you faced Plant Master Andrew in the massacre swamp. But at least as living creatures, we are on the same side." Bane heard the other party slowly say that sentence. "Your fate is to be sent to Blackgate Prison after a miserable defeat at my hands, rather than becoming a zombie." Then Batman was silent for a while. "You are right, Bane. I'm afraid we have to work together to deal with Brainiac first, and then discuss our dispute." Batman's reaction was completely within Bane's expectations. Yes, he is Batman, the Batman he is familiar with. He will always prioritize solving bigger threats, and this is his chance. In battle, the concealment of a key intelligence often leads to unexpected consequences. He can probably guess what Batman is thinking. Brainiac is the most important danger, isn't it? As long as Brainiac can be defeated, the remaining Bane will seem much easier to deal with than Brainiac, right? But Bane knew very well that the opposite was true. As long as he could successfully conceal the key information, that he could control Blake, he would definitely be able to give Batman a surprise in the end. Batman was still actively using those black connecting wires to transmit mental pollution to Brainiac. In fact, to be honest, Bane did not have telepathy, temporarily. Therefore, he was not sure how much Batman had done to contain Brainiac for him, but to be honest, the feeling of manipulating Batman was really great. Use the other party and deceive the other party. Trick the other party into forging your own trump card, and then at the end of the war, pinch a trump card in your hand and play it out. Blake began to roll his eyes. His condition was very bad. At this time, he and the green alien Brainiac were one soul, and they needed to passively endure the same mental pollution as Chen Tao. He was already a little overwhelmed, but Brainiac could still hold on for a while, so Blake was forced to sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. He felt like his soul was about to explode, but he was no longer able to speak. But at this moment, the remaining black suddenly spoke. It was the green-skinned alien who spoke through the other's mouth. "I think maybe we need to talk, Batman." "Batman and you have nothing to talk about," Bane said. Chen Tao did not speak. He was also happy to delay time as much as possible to prepare for Bane to successfully control the other party. Although Bane himself did not seem to be very happy. "Why? After dealing with you so many times, I found that you seem to know very little about me. Therefore, please allow me to introduce myself. Fuck you, Brainiac. I'm going to fuck you." The curse of Black, who was trapped in the other half of his face, only lasted for half a second and was immediately silenced by Brainiac. The other party was much stronger than Black. Although he could not eat him at once, it was obvious that Black lacked the ability to resist what he wanted to do to him. Brainiac continued to speak. His voice even sounded solemn. "I'm Brainiac, a collector. I think we may not have to get so tense. I don't want you to think of me as a tyrant who levies heavy taxes." Brainiac, who controlled half of Blake's body, blinked, and then a holographic projection was projected directly from the other party's eyes. "I guess you already know about me. Yes, I do take away a small city from some civilizations, but this behavior is entirely out of the protection of the precious races in the universe, not a terrible plunder." Chen Tao looked at the projection projected by the other party. The image quickly grew and appeared in every detail. "In the city I took away, all the people will be properly resettled, and I will directly distribute food to them. No need to do any work, no need to assume any obligations, no rules and regulations, and no need to do anything extra, just survive and reproduce. I guess you must say that they are locked in cages, but it is worth noting that they are not tortured. We give each of them enough food and prohibit them from fighting privately or harming their own kind by any means. Everyone is properly settled and well taken care of. I will feed them regularly. The creatures I collect will not need or have any troubles. They only need to show the most primitive and original biological living environment. What words do you humans use to describe this state? Utopia? Ideal country? Paradise? Brainiac kept switching to various human languages to explain, but Bane felt creepy when he heard it. He couldn't help but increase the input of the Black of Decay, but it seemed that it didn't affect Brainiac much for the time being. Brainiac said, just like Superman, but I do better than Superman. Don't you Earthlings like superheroes like Superman? He protects everything he can find, but the problem is that Superman can't protect every Earthling every moment, but I can. I have collected countless galaxies and civilizations, and I have unimaginable knowledge in my hands. If it is just a city, I can do much better than Clark Kent. Bane saw Batman lowering his head. Although he knew that Batman would never believe him, he still subconsciously said, "You are not stupid enough to believe Brainiac's theory, are you? But after you take a city, you will destroy the city's home planet." Black on the other half of his face shouted, "Don't think you can fool me, Brainiac. You are reading my memory, but I can also see yours, and I can also see your knowledge. Damn, my brain can't take it." Not entirely true. Brainiac said, "The reason why I destroyed those planets is that they have lost their potential for development and are useless except for their collection value, so I will take a city and then destroy them. This is the case with Krypton, and I must admit that I originally planned to do the same for the Earth." He stared at Batman, "But now I have changed my mind, Batman. I'm going to make an exception for you, which is why I've been talking to you for so long. If you're willing to give me you, then I'm willing to let your planet go. No collection, no destruction, just you. This is not a trick or a fraud. Because you alone, whether in scientific research value or collection value, are worth the entire planet. And to be honest, apart from Superman and you, there's nothing else on this planet that's worth my attention. The cities on Earth may have some value to me, but there are also many cities on my spaceship that have lost their collection value. Their genes have deteriorated during the long evolution, and they have lost their wisdom and talents. I finally disposed of them. So you know, if I collect a city on Earth, it will most likely be disposed of after many years, after it is confirmed that it has lost its collection value. So now, getting them is completely dispensable to me. So, after all, think about it. Batman, think about it. Only needing you to exchange for the safety of the entire planet. Isn't this a very cost-effective deal? Shut up. Bane became angrier and angrier as he listened, and he could no longer hold back. How dare you? What makes you think you can be so high and mighty, so arrogant, and decide the fate of this planet? With his anger, the power of the Black of Decay was exerted in an instant, and it completely covered Blake's forehead. Brainiac blinked, and did not continue his fierce resistance. His voice gradually disappeared. "Let's meet here for the time being, Batman. I hope you will consider my proposal carefully." The next second, Bane's Black of Decay completely took control of Brainiac's body. Blake's face had just experienced the destruction of greening and shining forehead, and it had not recovered yet. Then it was completely controlled by the Black of Decay, so his whole face collapsed, and it was suddenly ugly beyond description. And the former telepath. At the same time that Brainiac withdrew from this body, his will had also been controlled by the Black of Decay controlled by Bane. Success. Bane controlled Blake to stand up, and the other's eyes spurted out green telekinesis. It was going exactly according to his plan. Bane suppressed his excitement. After gaining control, he immediately controlled Blake to scan his subordinates in the distance and read everyone's memory. Let me see how many clay faces are hiding under my command. But, none. Chapter 152. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Lex Luthor's face was gloomy. He watched the Batman in front of him collapse and shrink, revealing the hollow core inside, and then turned into a small brown mud face. The other party jumped up and down on the ground like a dancing defense, and those nanorobots formed a miniature black Batman battlesuit on his body, which directly turned him into a small mud face Batman. The disgusting brown and yellow garbage just jumped in front of Luthor. Great. I fooled you. Fooled you. Luthor, the bald idiot. La 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 la. Luthor noticed that the other party seemed to have a certain impact on his IQ due to his shrinking body size, and he became as emotional as a young life. Without Batman's control, he noticed that those nanorobots belonging to Batman were actually intelligent enough to obey the orders of Mudface. Where did Batman get this crosshair and anomachine from? Stupid Luthor was fooled. Stupid Luthor took a deep breath. You've been fooled. Luthor kicked Mudface, who was still jumping on the ground, and sent him flying backwards. The opponent waved his hands and feet like a piece of jelly, splashing on the ground and mixing with the dust. As soon as he kicked out, Luther regretted it a little. Sure enough, Mudface took advantage of it to blend into the ground and slipped away quietly. Only a sentence, Luther, you idiot, echoed slowly in the air. A gust of wind blew, and only Luther and his mecha were left standing there stupidly. Luther immediately raised his detector. Mudface couldn't escape, and there were also those Batman's nanorobots. Did the opponent think that such a small trick could escape from Lex Luthor? Their struggle could only prolong the time they were caught, and it would not change the result. Luther scanned the ground, and soon found Mudface's trace. The next step was to. Luther put down the detector and the weapons he had mobilized, and slowly exhaled. Not angry, not angry. After a brief moment of excitement, he regained his sanity in just a few seconds. There are priorities. It would be great to capture Clayface, but it would be foolish to let him slip away and waste time to capture him. He had wasted enough time talking to the fake body left by Batman. Flames burst out from the legs of Luthor's mech, and he flew towards the safe house that he had prepared in advance, which contained the fake Louis. Luthor thought silently. The alien was always a threat. Before the Earth was ready to face Brainiac, there must be no unsafe factors. He should go to the scene where Superman killed someone and take a look. Once it was confirmed that Superman killed Blake, he could use that trump card he had prepared in advance and kill Superman in a logical way. And Batman, the other part is repeated bad deeds. His problem has become more and more serious and cannot be ignored. Even if he didn't kill him, maybe he should try to restrict his actions. The idea that Bane had talked to him about breaking Batman's back was actually a good one. Luthor narrowed his eyes. When Superman died, and Batman could no longer interfere with him, he could let the clone of Superman he cultivated and controlled appear to protect the planet instead of Superman. He would deliberately let Brainiac come to Earth, and he would just deliberately not take action first, and then when people found that they were powerless to do anything about what Brainiac did on Earth, Lex Luthor would make a shining appearance. He would use that trump card to defeat Brainiac, and then he would become the savior of the whole world, and everyone would shout his name and sincerely admit that he was the most powerful individual among humans, not the freak in a cape or the alien flying in the air. Yes, this idea was very Lex Luthor, and it was also like what Luthor would do. This was what I originally thought. Yes, that's what I originally thought. Luthor frowned suddenly. Wait. Murder Superman? Is this really my plan? Black dies. Is this really the situation I had expected? If Black dies, wouldn't he be asking for death? Then Luthor shook his head. His expression became resolute again. No matter what, the plan is always changing. From the beginning to the end, solving Superman's threat was something he had listed on his plan, as long as this was right. If he really proved that Superman was just an unstable mortal this time, and got a reason to kill Superman, it would not be a bad idea to just do it. Bane carefully manipulated Black, who had turned into a living zombie, and used his telepathic ability to scan the group of villains he brought with him. Red Hood, Leviathan, Shiver, Atomic Skull. He couldn't believe that Black actually possessed such a terrible power. The intangible telepathic ability drilled into the Atomic Skull's brain, turning his memory like a comic book, and stripping the skeleton's underwear for his entire life. He roughly flipped through Mr. Bone's memories of the past 2 days. Apart from eating and sleeping, there was only fighting. What a boring life. But no matter how boring the life was, these memories were clearly visible in front of him. Bane could even read the color of Mr. Bone's underwear 2 days ago. Next, he turned his reading ability to Leviathan. Yes, just like most villains. A bad childhood, no parents, an accident, going out to rob. Next, a blockbuster. This feeling was really great. Everyone was clearly visible in front of him, like a naked body. Bane turned his eyes to Batman again. He couldn't wait to get into Batman's heart. He would understand Batman thoroughly and understand what kind of person Batman was. Telepathy, heart to heart. These metaphors would become adjectives under Blake's ability. Telepathy. There is no better way to understand others than this. Chen Tao watched Bane's attempt coldly. At such a close distance, the mudface attached to him could fully convey to him the news that other mudfaces were invaded by psychic energy, so that he could know at any time which guy's heart Bane had seen with his new toy. Here we have to thank the energetic mudface. Even if it is a false memory, it is a real life that has never existed. Lucius had encountered difficulties in weaving specific things in his memory before, but Mudface exerted his desire for performance and soon filled all these memories by himself. Bane, who kept peeping at other people's memories, soon turned his target to Chen Tao. But unfortunately, he manipulated Blake's psychic ability and only hit a piece of cold steel. What? Bane tried twice more. Roar, I want Batman. Invade it for me, Blake. Roar, there was even a hint of grievance in the voice of zombie Blake. Well, this is Chen Tao's feeling. It is unreasonable for Blake, who has become a zombie, to have his own feelings. I'm still being polite to you. Brainiac, I always release a circus with jumping around. Chen Tao thought silently. Blake, who was possessed by Brainiac, would probably not survive, even if Bane's Black of Decay hadn't eroded him. Even in the entire DC universe, Blake is one of Superman's main villains and a well-known telepath. It's no wonder that Brainiac noticed him. In order to prevent Blake from threatening his collection plan, he took some time to kill him. The green-balled alien was really indifferent to the objects he didn't want to collect. But maybe Brainiac would never have thought that there would be a magic like Black of Decay that could make use of the dead. This wave was a forced reversal of the unreasonable science by magic, and the purple-haired telepath was saved in front of Brainiac. Although his flowing purple hair has now fallen out, he has become a bald head like Brainiac, a bald corpse. But his ability was not greatly affected under Bane's control. So Chen Tao was waiting. He had finally used Bane's Black of Decay to preserve Black's telepathic ability. If he had a head-on fight with Bane and accidentally damaged Black's body, all he had done before would be in vain. And Bane finally carefully identified every supervillain under his command one by one. Bane was not without doubts. After all, there was no Clayface, which was indeed a bit strange. But the problem was that he controlled the Black Zombie, and he could read the hearts of every villain, including the Red Hood. No matter who it was, when the naked reality was placed in front of him, no matter how much he didn't believe it before, no matter how many doubts he had in his heart, he would never ignore the reality. As far as the memories read out, all of Bane's men were normal living people, and there was no Clayface. Bane breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he was indeed a little oversensitive. Come to think of it, no one knew how much he had paid to guard against Clayface. Countless attempts. Countless preparations, and then at this moment, using telepathic ability to make the final confirmation. What he meant was, Clayface is not omnipotent, right? Clayface cannot exist everywhere. After all, he is just a villain controlled by Batman, not a god. Bane himself demonized Clayface in advance, so everyone looks like Clayface. But what is the reality? No one can escape his thorough testing. He has been testing whether each villain is Clayface since the beginning of recruiting them until now, and the facts have also rewarded his efforts. There is really not a single Clayface. So, now it is one against many. Bane decided to fight quickly and get rid of Batman before Superman came back. Such a long wait, such a long chase, such a long journey. Finally, at this moment, it will bear fruit. He will usher in his first victory in the battle with Batman. I won, Batman. Bane, Shiva said that we are just working together to solve the bat. Bane, we will only help you this time, but there will be no next time. Bane heard that each of the villains was saying different things. Some were disdainful, some were eager to fight, which further confirmed that they were all real living people. Bane felt his blood boiling. He controlled Blake's telekinesis to lift himself up, floating on the ground. Behind him were a large number of supervillains, who surrounded Batman, the little white rabbit, like a pack of greedy wolves. It's finally the end, Batman. I have more people than you, and I'm stronger than you. Bane said, our grievances and our long cherished wishes will have a result today. Between you and me, one person will fall today, and this person will be Batman, you puff. Bane turned his head, and saw the Red Hood insert a tube of potion into his back. You, what on earth is going on? You didn't find this potion when you scanned it, because it's hidden directly in Clayface's body. Red Hood told him, and unfortunately, I'm Clayface. The next second, he wiped his hand across his face, and in Bane's bloodshot eyes, his head suddenly turned into a red magentile. You. Bane felt that the black of decay in his body was agitated, and it was roaring at each other with the green of all things. Bane stuck out his tongue, feeling that his body had been affected. All of you, arrest Red Hood for me. He is a traitor. He is Clayface. Arrest him for me. Puff puff puff, puff 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 puff. But before he finished speaking, he looked at those men who he had placed high hopes on, and each of them took out a potion from somewhere and silently inserted it directly into his back. In an instant, his back was stabbed like a hornet's nest, and countless needles of medicine were densely pierced into his body, making him look like a hedgehog. You, fuck. With a wow, Bane spat out a mouthful of black blood on the ground. That was a sign of the backlash of the black of decay. He pointed at each of his subordinates who had defected with a trembling hand. Are you all? Everyone was silent. Then Bane saw Lady Shiva step out. Her face was full of guilt. Bane, I didn't want to do that either. She said, you know, we have our reasons. What are your reasons? You just betrayed me like this. Although he was cursing, Bane was relieved for no reason. He himself didn't know why he had such an idea. Compared to his subordinates being all pretended by Mudface, he would rather accept that those subordinates betrayed him for some reason. At least, he could accept such a result. He saw Ms. Shiva wiping away tears, and Livuia, Atomic Skull, and even big men like Heavy Bomb also started to wipe away tears, and some villains even looked guilty and cried bitterly. We have our own difficulties. Bane felt creepy. His men cried, like big babies crying in a kindergarten. Our difficulties are in Bane's desperate eyes. He saw all his men wipe their faces with their hands in unison, and then rows of magentiles appeared in front of Bane. There were crowds of people, like a colorful dying room. They exploded with a bang. Some laughed, some cried like a bereaved family, some laughed with their hands, and some knelt and wailed. The demons were dancing wildly, and the appearance was terrible. Bane had never dreamed of such a horrible scene in his deepest dreams. Dozens of voices mixed together and filled his ears with devilish sounds. He felt that he was going crazy. Then, he heard everyone singing in unison. Yes, we have our reasons. This reason is we are all Clayfaces. Poof. Bane spat out another mouthful of black blood. He forcibly controlled the zombie black and scanned each of his men again and again. Memory, no problem. There is absolutely no problem. It is exactly the same as the result he got before. Why on earth? Chapter 153. Luther must be Clayface in disguise. Backhand slap. The sound of water. The sound of dripping water. In the dark and quiet death cell, Bane could feel the cold and damp sea water spreading across his back. The coldness kissed his skin, and then there was darkness, falling. Mom. No one responded. There was only the sound of the rising tide of seawater pouring back into the cage. He was Bane, and he grew up in an underground cage in Penadero prison. Every day when the tide rose, the cage would be submerged by the seawater. The young Bane could only struggle to survive for 10 years. This period of time has trained his body, tempered his will, and made him a greater man, Bane. So he opened his eyes. Sizzle. An insect limb stretched out from his face, carrying a strong stench. It was a sign that the black of decay was out of control. The green of all things was suppressed by the potions injected into his body, which caused the black of decay to rise. The deep darkness licked Bane's spine like a tide, just like those countless days and nights, just like every night of fear, coldness, and sleeplessness. But he was not finished yet. Bane pulled out the insect limbs that pierced his mask with his face expressionlessly. He held his jaw with his other hand and burst out with unmatched brute force. He could hear himself groaning. He threw the bloody bones on the ground. Bane knew that if it was his previous self who had to rely on amber gold to maintain the balance between the green of all things and the black of decay, so many drugs that suppressed the green of all things invading his body would probably be enough to completely destroy him in a short period of time. But now it was different. He took the initiative to break that delicate balance. These drugs were aimed at his previous self, but now they would not make him lose the power to resist. He regrouped in just a dozen seconds. Batman miscalculated. He thought he would be afraid, would collapse, and would not be able to accept the fact that he was deceived. But he would not. He is Bane, and Bane is never afraid. He swung his fist backhand and beat a large group of traitors who tried to rush up and insert drugs into him, turning them into mud flying all over the sky. Huff, huff, huff. He gasped for air and then scanned all the people with zombie black without giving up. Memory, completely normal. All of them are living people. Damn. Another insect limb grew out of Bane's butt, just where the flower grew before. Bane did not move. If that position was pulled out, the wound would affect his movement. So if the insect limb would not affect him, then let it grow. He distanced himself from those men, and he turned his head, and Batman stood beside him with his arms folded. He held onto the cold freedom at the height of nothingness, with those eyes, that look, as if everything that happened in this world had nothing to do with him. "What are you looking at me for?" he heard Batman say. "These are your men. I don't know anything about this. You have to believe me. I'm Batman. I never planned these conspiracies." The Eggman brothers rushed over from the left and right, holding potions in their hands. They were minor villains who had been in Gotham for many years. The moment they jumped up, Bane had read through the zombie black how many toilet papers they used in a week, but this still did not prevent him from kicking them backwards and then watching them smash into sticky mud faces on the ground. Bane forced himself to focus part of his attention on his former men. There were still many mud faces holding potions. It was a hooligan to talk about the efficacy without considering the dosage. He had suppressed the efficacy of the previous drugs for a short time, but if they continued to sneak attack successfully and increased the dosage, he himself could not confirm what would happen. Bane raised his hand, and a bloody hole had rotted out in the palm of his left hand. There was rotten flesh inside, and black blood was flowing out. The next second, some kind of huge claws stretched out from his palm, directly pierced through the several mud faces that pounced on him, and slammed them heavily to the ground. Bane kept staring at Batman with his peripheral vision, and he was always on guard against him. But at this time, Batman didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. Stupid. But this was just right. Although he didn't know why Batman did that, without the interference of the other party, he could just go all out. Then, Bane saw the other party stretched out his hand, and wiped his face. Fuck. Batman goes to saw the mud face. Batman's action scared Bane's heart so much, that it stopped beating for 2 seconds. He could no longer maintain the cold and ruthless expression under the mask, and his hands slowed down. Suddenly, the 3 mud faces that jumped up lay on his back like a mother, raised their hands and syringes, and directly gave him 3 more injections. Ouch. Bane let out a loud cry, slapping the 3 mud faces away like slapping flies, and reached out to pull out the medicine that had not been fully injected from his back. A violent backlash made his mouth and nose ooze black blood like a bottle of Coke that was shaken violently and then opened. Then Bane turned his head to look at Batman, and found that the other party just wiped his face, then touched his butt and chin, and yawned. He put on a hateful expression of seemingly noticing his gaze and feeling confused, and said, "Why are you looking at me? Don't you have a fight to fight?" Bane just felt angry. Holy shit, there are so many mud faces among us. Woman Bat and the other 2 minor villains quickly flew out of the villain pile. Woman Bat took the lead, shaking her wings and approaching Bane, saying, "I can't believe I've been with so many mud faces for so long. These guys are all, Bane, what should we do?" The brain is very clean, and it is completely normal memory. With his hands at his side, he had no intention of taking out the potion. Bane hesitated slightly, then held back and slapped her with his backhand. Bang. The upper body of the woman Bat was blown apart by the strange force. Mud flew everywhere, revealing the metal in a skeleton, which was also twisted in the shockwave. Bane had no expression on his face. Sure enough, it was Mudface again. He felt ashamed that he hesitated for half a second when he slapped her just now. That's right, they were all mud faces. He shouldn't have any illusions. And what insulted him the most was that at this point, mud faces actually wanted to deceive him. Exclamation mark. Does he, Bane, look like a fool? Exclamation mark. Does he, Bane, look like an idiot? Exclamation mark. Is he that stupid? Those mud faces actually thought that Bane would fall into the same trap again and again. He knew that there couldn't be a real one among the mud faces. The other two similar villains were a little slower. They approached him with the excuse of being a woman bat, but he slapped them away one by one. This time, he didn't hold back at all. The mud exploded, and the metal skeleton was slapped into a discus. The opponent's whole body was not a match for the flesh blessed by the black of decay. Wow, aren't you afraid of accidentally killing your teammates? He heard Batman's exaggerated voice beside him. To be honest, this slap will definitely kill someone. Bane turned a deaf ear to it. He had seen through Batman's tricks. The other party had placed countless mud faces around him. Maybe from the beginning to the end. No, this is too terrible. Bane recalled the time he and Jason had spent together. Maybe after a period of time, his men had been infiltrated by a large number of mud faces and had been completely replaced. He shouldn't trust anyone now. No matter who he met, when there was no water and no way to test it, it was most important to go up and slap them first to see the result. But even at this point, Bane was still extremely calm. Even though he was fighting with the group of clay faces, he never forgot his real target, Batman. That's right, clay faces were just Batman's men, and fighting them day and night was a complete waste of time. That's why he didn't use Zombie Black to fight these clay faces. Batman was too careless. He thought he had a sure win, and didn't notice the tricks he made with Zombie Black. In order to deal with the combination of Superman and Batman, Bane had made sufficient preparations. He had mistakenly identified Superman as Batman before, which was indeed his mistake. He used the wrong means to target Superman, and failure was the inevitable result. But at this moment, he was facing the real Batman. When controlling Zombie Black, in addition to scanning his men at the first time, he also simply read the other party's memory within the past 4 hours. From Black trying to drive Superman crazy to Brainiac trying to control him, Bane had made up everything that had happened on the field before in a short period of time. Therefore, he could confirm that the flying Superman was the Batman whose back he had tried to break but failed, and the one in front of him was the real one. The one in front of him even used nanorobots in front of Blake before, which was a trick that only the real Batman could use. He had seen him use this trick countless times before. The flying Superman's eyes could spray red lasers, and the fight between him and Blake could appear in front of Bane, which was more real. Even if Clayface could use some means to forge false memories to deceive him, he had now completely controlled Blake with the Black of Decay. The other party's memory would not lie to him, right? People, there are always things they can believe in, right? It's impossible that Blake is also Clayface. What am I thinking? Bane shook his head, took a deep breath, and determined his thinking. He can't be influenced by Clayface, and he can't let him interfere with his judgment. Just now, when he was fighting with those mud faces, he had secretly equipped Zombie Black with an electromagnetic jammer. This thing can create an electromagnetic field that can destroy nanorobots in a certain area. It is a weapon he invented specifically to deal with Batman. In order to understand the principles of electromagnetism, when he left prison, he even broke into the home of an expert in electromagnetism and nanotechnology in the Stoll laboratory and forced him to teach him science. He could even remember the professor's confused expression on his wrinkled face when he heard that he didn't want money, life, or sex, but only wanted to learn knowledge. After a long period of study, the fruits of victory finally blossomed. This weapon specifically targeting nanorobots was completely designed and invented by him personally, and it would definitely be able to cause a devastating blow to Batman. With the help of Zombie Black's telekinesis, he had quietly deployed this weapon in the field in just a few minutes. As soon as he launched, with a bang, Bane knocked a Clayface away, then took 2 steps back and quickly approached Batman. An electromagnetic wave energy field was erected, surrounding the two of them, trapping all the Clayfaces outside the field. Ah! At the same time, Batman also screamed and fell to the ground helplessly. Bane felt that his blood was boiling. He couldn't wait to pounce on Batman, riding on him and punching him on the head. Why did you fall to the ground? Ah! Don't you have a plan for everything? Don't you like to use Clayface? Keep using it and see if Clayface can save you. Don't you have potions? Keep using them. Bane clearly saw Batman trying to resist. The other party condensed black sand, but under the effect of his electromagnetic field, it soon flashed blue light and fell to the ground helplessly, like real sand, being blown away by his fist wind. Come on. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Aren't you being pinned to the ground by me now? Fists rained down like raindrops. Bane stood up breathlessly and saw countless mud faces being blocked outside. He took a deep breath and tried to maintain a steady tone as much as possible, looking at Batman who was lying on the ground. I won, Batman. It's so simple. He couldn't wait to grab Batman and put him on his knees. He had to make a quick decision. Those mud faces outside would not be blocked by the electromagnetic field for too long. He had to finish the job quickly and have fun first. He knew that this could not completely defeat Batman. Even if the electromagnetic field had destroyed the opponent's nanorobots, he could still transform his body into a nanorobot body. A simple Brockaback could not defeat the opponent. He knew it all. But at least at this moment, he had to do the move he had always wanted to do but couldn't do. The move he had been obsessed with for so long. Brockaback. Too simple. So simple that it made me a little bored. He said. Nothing is more exciting than saying that something that took a lot of effort to accomplish is easy to do. Then he heard Batman say something weird like speedy bullets, start, but he had no time to care about it. No matter what Batman said, it would not change his victory today. He lifted Batman above his head, and the other party did not react, like a statue made of steel. I should have killed you, but death will only. I just want to simply break your damn back. Bane finished that sentence, the sentence he had always wanted to say. Then, with excitement, he used all his strength to knock Batman hard on his knee. Crack. There was only a crisp bone cracking sound, like the sound of rice cakes being fried on an iron plate, and like each tortured kneecap flying and bravely traveling to the end of the world. The next second, Bane felt that he had hit a piece of steel plate. Squeak. Black blood gushed out happily. Bane silently put Batman down, covered his broken knee again, and fell into deep thought. At this time, Luthor, who had hurried over, just arrived at the scene. Chapter 154. Hit him first. 5,000 words. As soon as Luthor arrived at the scene, he saw Black's crooked mouth and slanted eyes, and 2 decayed black insect limbs growing on his smooth forehead like a boiled egg, and his heart skipped a beat. He had imagined many scenarios. Superman killed Black, or didn't kill him, or Black killed Superman in return, and even Batman killed Black. He had made relevant plans. But why did Bane appear here? Luthor didn't care about Bane who was fighting Batman in the electromagnetic barrier, nor did he care about the mud faces who were blocked outside. He shouted at the zombie Black, Black, Black. Roar. The zombie Black was not controlled by Bane and looked dazed. The sound attracted his attention. He turned his head and saw Luthor's green mecha. There was no light reflected in the turbid eyes. Roar. Luthor soon realized that he had lost the ability to communicate with others. He couldn't help but feel that the current situation was a bit tricky. His original plan did not intend to let Blake die. Luthor was in a trance for a moment and then thought silently. In his original plan, Blake had better die at the hands of Superman, so that he could prove that Superman was an unstable threat, and then directly use that trump card to kill Superman, and give Batman a hard time, but don't kill him. Luthor felt his head was in a trance again, and he touched his egg-shaped head in confusion. Damn, has he slept too little recently? He continued his thinking. Use that trump card to kill Superman directly, and take this opportunity to kill Batman directly. The other party always interferes with his plans. He should not be soft-hearted when he has the chance to kill him. Moreover, this opportunity is rare. If he fails to get rid of Batman this time, he may not be able to do it in the future after all. That trump card is not stable and cannot be used for too long. Luthor is not worried about the consequences of killing Batman. Over the years, the actual controller of Gotham has caused too much trouble to the government and the military. A considerable number of people in the government hold the attitude that they hope Batman will die. Getting rid of him is just the right way to establish friendship with them. HMM. The motivation and logic of the idea of killing Batman are all self-consistent. Yes, that's what he thinks. But Luthor quickly suppressed his rising murderous intent. Murdering Batman has never been the main goal. and the priorities must not be reversed. He continued to think. He also envisioned the scene where Superman did not kill Black. Superman would be overjoyed after discovering that the so-called Louis was just a disguised person by Snackerskin. At this time, he would appear and take Black away with his ability, as long as he was not caught red-handed by Superman and Batman on the spot and thrown into prison. Otherwise the charges against him later would be just a matter of wrangling in court, and he was fully capable of dealing with it. Black's existence was still very important to him, and the first thing to bear the brunt of it was the control of that trump card. The trump card he used to kill Superman was too powerful. Even as the creator of the trump cards, Luthor often felt a palpitation. Those guys were different from the Parasite. Luthor had to rely on Black's psychic ability to completely control them. That's why he helped Black subvert the two countries behind the scenes. All this was their deal. Black needed his financial resources, he needed Black's ability, and he even needed Black to be an external aid, so that he would have more room for mediation when facing the 5-star building. The two hit it off and colluded with each other. Wait, if Black was so important to him, then why did he originally plan to let Black die in? Luthor was in a trance again. He shook his head, a gleam of light in his eyes, and then he made up a reasonable explanation for himself. His purpose was to prove that Superman had a problem and then kill Superman. If Black died, then his purpose would be achieved and Black would be useless, so it was okay for him to die. It would definitely be a profit to replace Superman with him, and it would not affect the plan. This reason was barely logically self-consistent, but it was still far-fetched. But it didn't matter. As long as the logical chain seemed complete, he could accept it. Luthor's eyes revealed a vicious murderous intent, but this look only lasted for a very short moment, so short that it made people wonder if he had just seen it wrong. Then, he returned to his original confused look and started thinking again. Blake held up the dark blue telekinetic shield. The equipment on Luthor's mecha detected the other party's telekinesis and also assisted Bane in the operation of the electromagnetic barrier equipment. Damn, now the problem has arisen. Blake is dead, but he is controlled by Bane. Luthor has conducted a detailed investigation on Bane and knows that he seems to be able to drive plants, just like the famous villain Poison Ivy in Gotham. But he never knew that Bane could even control the dead. This has a very troublesome consequence. The person he originally wanted to rescue has changed from Blake to Bane. How much more difficult is this? He had played Bane like a monkey before, pretending to sell Blake to him, and then used him as a tool to attract the attention of Batman and Superman. This was originally an old grudge. After he sold him once, would he still trust him and let him rescue him? But he had to try anyway. Luthor was not naive enough to think that he would be done with the zombie Blake. If Blake was just dull-eyed or had some other external symptoms, Luthor might still take a risk. But look at what Blake looks like now. There were several cracks on his bald head, and dark red pus and blood flowed out. His skin was like dead skin, cracking all over his body, revealing terrifying muscle groups. The most horrifying thing was his mouth. Luthor felt that it was obviously dislocated. Half of his mouth collapsed, and half of it was stuck on his neck. His lips and surrounding facial area had rotted away, and sharp fangs replaced normal human teeth, and saliva kept flowing from it onto his belly. No matter how you look at it, this is no longer a human being. But he saw that Blake was holding up a dark blue telekinetic shield, suspended in mid-air, which meant that, even though he was under Bane's control, his abilities were still preserved, and could still help him control that trump card, and that was enough. So now it was back to that question. Bane. Inside the electromagnetic barrier, Bane covered his knees, and Batman stood beside him, folding his arms, like a statue made of steel. They seemed to be playing the game of 123 statues, not talking to each other, nor making any extra movements, letting those mud faces outside continue to attack the electromagnetic barrier. Luthor called out twice, but Bane was still dazed and didn't respond, and he became a little anxious. Don't waste your energy, he heard Batman say. This electronic barrier is very interesting. I used nanorobots to study and tested a little bit. The technology content is good. Before the energy is exhausted, this barrier cannot be actively closed from the outside. The method of closing it from the inside is probably only known by Bane. Luthor gritted his teeth. The mud faces outside were roaring and looking terrible, but the years inside were peaceful and the two of them lived in harmony. Batman's demeanor as if he was on a picnic seemed a bit absurd in such a mess. But Luthor quickly calmed down. He turned his head and saw countless mud faces attacking the barrier relentlessly. So he said, "Bane. Bane. Listen to me." He shouted twice, but the other party still did not respond. "I'm here to rescue you." This time, Bane finally raised his head. This action cheered up Luthor a little, and he continued, "I can't believe I'm standing with so many mud faces. My god, these guys are all Bane. I'll help you deal with them first, and then I'll rescue you. Listen to me, we are in the same group." Then he saw Bane and the barrier with an expression of great humiliation. He bit his steel teeth and said word by word, "Fuck you. I hate mud faces the most in my life. I want to smash mud faces to pieces." Luthor immediately raised all the weapons of the entire mecha diligently. "Yes, that's right, Bane. I hate mud faces too." Although he originally did not intend to attack the mud faces attacking the barrier outside, but since the allies said that they hated these little monsters made of mud, as a teammate, he should naturally do it for them. And to be honest, these mud faces really have no effect on the electromagnetic barrier, and the energy consumed is negligible. It is better for Luthor to directly use missiles or energy cannons to attack. On the contrary, if he rescues Bane later, these guys will rush up to help Batman attack him, just like a toad jumping on his feet, which is harmless but disgusting. It is better to clear out the group of soldiers outside, while Bane and Batman are trapped in the electromagnetic barrier, so that it will be convenient for him to escape with Bane. So Luthor reluctantly operated the mecha, and bombarded it wildly, and quickly eliminated the mud faces attacking the barrier outside. After all, these mud faces were just dummies made to backstab Bane. They emphasize surprise, strong camouflage, and good deception. They don't have much combat power, and can't withstand the powerful artillery fire of Luthor's armor after it is fully fired. After all, the imaginary enemy of this mecha is Superman, so it is natural to use it to hit mud faces one by one, like slapping mosquitoes. "You're the one who's going to chop my mud faces, right?" Before Bane could react, Luthor saw Batman in the electromagnetic barrier looking anxious. "These are all mud faces grown in the cultivation greenhouse." Luthor felt a little weird. His acting skills were too poor. Why did he pretend to be so excited? Bane looked at Luthor, who was confused, and then at Batman, who was excited. He felt his intelligence was insulted, and his face turned red with anger. Luthor landed slowly and looked at the two people inside through the screen. There were mud faces lying all over his body. Their metal robot skeletons were melted by the high temperature. The remaining mud that was splashed everywhere was lying soft on the ground, struggling to gather into a few balls, and still shouting, "We're dead." Don't be funny. The mud faces are just a pile of living mud. Their combat effectiveness may not be outstanding, but their ability to survive is unparalleled. The continuous high temperature may kill the activity of these muds, but Luthor knows very well that they can't be killed by the bombs he has now. These guys are cheating even after being defeated. This is really too much. Inexplicably, Luthor also felt a sense of sympathy. Mudface is really annoying. He saw Bane limping and standing up on one foot. He came to him through the electronic barrier and said word by word, "I hate Mudface the most in my life, and I hate Mudface cheating me the most. Don't talk about this for now, Bane. Open the electromagnetic barrier quickly. I know this is your method. You must have a way to open it." Luthor urged, "Hurry up, I will carry you, and you can run away. As long as you are not caught by Batman and Superman. With my relationship with the government, I guarantee that you will not even have to go to jail. And you can move freely outside, and you don't even have to wear a restrictive anklet." Then he heard Bane's question. Bane sounded very angry and seemed to be a little sarcastic. "Yes, that's right." Luthor nodded hurriedly, "but the premise is that you don't get caught. Open the barrier quickly, I'll take you away. It will be too late when Superman comes back." He took a breath and said, "I know you had a grudge against me before, but we don't have any big hatred, and we can still cooperate. After all, our goals are the same on many levels." Luthor felt so sincere. He always knew that he was a master liar who lied as easily as drinking water. It was not like himself to say such words wholeheartedly. Then he heard Bane say, "I hate Mudface the most in my life. When I catch Mudface, I will use my fists to beat him from mud to rock." Bane originally wanted to say break every bone in Mudface's body, but he soon realized that Mudface had no bones at all. He didn't even know what to do with him. Even the threat sounded like a cold joke. This made Bane even more angry. The Luther outside was still saying some nonsense, like we are teammates on the same front and our interests are the same. Bane was furious to the extreme, but he calmed down unusually. After hitting a steel plate, he realized that he couldn't run away. No matter whether it was Superman or Batman, no matter what hat tricks the other party used, in the end, the other party defeated him, and he had accepted the fact that he would be sent back to prison soon. But, you can do anything to Bane, even kill Bane, even break Bane's back, but you should not insult me with Clayface again. What a coincidence. He just suffered another miserable defeat, was desperate, and was about to be sent to prison. Luther, who made a fool of him and sold him without hesitation, ran to save him at the risk of being caught. Luther would really be so kind? Luther really has the courage? What is he after? Fuck you, Clayface again. If he really foolishly believed the other party, he would probably be carried a few kilometers away by the other party and get another shot, right? Then after waking up, he found himself tied up in Batman's private prison. Next to him was a large Mudface, clapping his hands and laughing. He was deceived. He was deceived again. He really thought he could escape. Ha ha ha. Then the Mudface turned into Luther in armor, then Batman, then Superman, and finally turned into his appearance again. Just thinking about such a scene, Bane was furious and almost lost his mind. He calmed down strangely. Okay, I'll open the barrier. With Luther's IQ, he quickly realized that the other party's attitude was a little bit wrong, but Bane's action of opening the barrier made him temporarily suppress his doubts. The sea blue barrier disappeared under Bane's control, and Luther hurriedly raised his hand and fired at Batman. Boom. At the same time, the energy wave he had secretly arranged when attacking Mudface exploded, knocking Batman away diagonally. Luther realized that the other party was very hard as Superman. But fortunately, he had made enough preparations. He accurately calculated the point where Batman would fall. When Batman was knocked away and had no time to stand up, countless metal tentacles burst out from that position, inlaid with tiny kryptonite, and tied Batman up in an instant. Dozens of gun barrels of different principles and calibers extended from Luther's mecha. Various energy restraints and particle confinement were added to Batman by Luther in just 3 seconds. The whole set of movements was smooth and seamless, faster than lightning, smooth and fluent. Luther was worthy of being Superman's strongest enemy. Even in such a short preparation time, he still successfully suppressed Batman. Very good, Bane. Luther in the mecha wiped the sweat off his bald head, then turned around and looked at Bane. What greeted him was Bane's powerful slap in the face. Bane used dozens of different types of fighting techniques in different directions in an instant. All kinds of punches, kicks and unparalleled strength were poured on Luther's mecha in 3 seconds. The whole set of movements was also smooth and flowing, faster than lightning, smooth and fluent. Bane is worthy of being Batman's strongest enemy. Even in such a short charging time, he still successfully dismantled Luther's mecha with his bare hands. A gust of wind blew. With a rustling sound, Luther felt a chill in front of him. He spent billions of US dollars to forge a super armor, but without the energy shield turned on, Bane took advantage of it and beat it into a large piece of scrap metal with his bare hands. Bang! Luther climbed out of the destroyed mecha in a mess wearing only a white shirt, and then the wreckage fell to the ground with a bang. Bane was silent. Luther was silent. Batman was silent. Why did you hit me? Luther asked Bane sincerely. Because you are Clayface. Bane answered him very sincerely. But, I'm not a fucking Clayface. Luther was angry. He was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. I know now. Bane was a little apologetic, but he turned serious again. But first, let's fight. Chapter 155 True and False Luther. Repeated torture. What are you doing, Bane? I'm using Black's ability to scan your memory, Luther. So you mean you broke my mecha in half with one slap, but you still don't believe me, right? Yes. Luther heard the other party say, unless I give your physical body a slap, Batman can also imitate something like a mecha. But didn't you say before that you have confirmed that I'm not Clayface? I only confirmed that your mecha is not Clayface. As for you, it's hard to say. Luther took a deep breath in anger and then kindly presented facts and reasoned with him. But you also saw that I'm different from you. I'm not a strengthened person. Without a mecha, I can't withstand your attack. If you hit my body like you just hit my mecha, I would die on the spot. What's the point of such behavior? Yes. What's the point? I confirm that you are not Clayface. Luther couldn't help but be angry. If I were Clayface, why would I come to save you? Am I crazy? It's hard to say. Luther was so angry that his blood surged up, and then he suddenly realized that the other party was just deliberately arguing. No matter whether he was Luther or Clayface, he had no credibility with Bane. The other party obviously didn't want to get involved with him. Even if he was real, Bane didn't plan to run away with him. But the problem was that, if Bane wanted to run, he would definitely run with the zombie Black. But Luther couldn't accept this result. So now they were frozen there. Luther took a deep breath and took the time to control the mecha to repair himself urgently. If the mecha had suffered such a degree of damage in the past, he could only choose to replace it or combine part of it to fight again. But the nanorobot technology from Brainiac made up for this shortcoming of Luther's mecha. Countless nanorobots drove the memory metal and climbed up the damaged area in just a few dozen seconds, barely forming a thin film to fill the gap. The energy shield was activated. Luther had summoned a lot of replacement parts through satellites. Before these parts arrived, the mecha was temporarily restored to a usable state with the help of nanorobots. He took a deep breath. Okay, Bane, let's go quickly while Superman hasn't come yet. I will help you block Batman for a while. Stop, listen to me first. Luther hurriedly stretched out his hand to call for a stop. When he said the first sentence, Bane's eyes basically regarded him as a mudface, and his fists were already clenched. Luther knew that what he said was very ambiguous, as if he was doing such a big favor for Bane for no reason. This would be suspicious to anyone. So he hurriedly added, I did this because I need Blake, who you control. His psychic ability is very helpful to me. I cannot accept him falling into the hands of Batman or Superman. Bane's fist loosened. Luther breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of letting Bane continue to guess blindly, it would be better to be frank. Although they were still separated for the time being, he had finally established a basic trust with Bane. At least in this way, they could work together to break through, and Bane would not attack him again. As long as Bane could escape, he would have achieved half of his goal, and he would slowly find a way to contact him later. He turned his head to look at Batman, who seemed to have no reaction at all. The two of them had been talking nonsense for so long, and he had been on guard against the other party's sudden attack, but nothing happened. Batman had been standing there. Had he done something? What tricks was he playing? No matter, as long as Superman didn't come, it would be fine. He didn't have time to deal with these. Luther turned his head again and said to Bane, we will join forces later. Together I heard you were looking for me, Luther. Luther turned his head with a gloomy face and saw the red and blue scout flying over from the horizon and hovering beside Batman. He heard the other party say, to be honest, I didn't think you would have the courage to appear in front of me. Oh. He heard Batman make a strange sound. I will not surrender, and if you want to catch me, you have to fight me somewhere else. Luther made a decision quickly in just a few seconds. He would drive a large armor and lure Superman away by himself. Then he took advantage of Superman's weakness of not being able to see through lead and played a trick in a lead powder smoke bomb, making Superman mistakenly believe that he had been in the large mecha, and then quietly drove back in a single soldier flying armor to help Bane beat Batman so that both of them could escape successfully. So Luther's mecha immediately shot out various smoke bombs quickly, and then flames spewed out from the bottom of his feet and flew directly outside. Clark and Chen Tao, who had just confirmed that Louis was safe, looked at each other across the air, and Chen Tao gave him a look that said, don't worry about chasing him. So Clark immediately threw away his brain happily and followed him with confidence. It's just you and me now, Batman. Bane spoke in the silence of staring at each other. There are no outsiders, only the final battle. Who said I'm Batman? What if I'm Superman? Then he saw the other party wipe his hand on his face, and suddenly it turned into Superman's head, and then changed back again. Don't insult my IQ anymore, Bane snorted. I'm not so stupid that I can't even tell who my nemesis is. At this time, he selectively forgot that he had mistaken Superman for Batman before, and continued, I guess you must have used some method to obtain the physique of a Kryptonian. The body you just hit was definitely a Kryptonian's body. This is the final battle, Bane. He heard Batman speak, and the voice was the same as before, low and magnetic, like a dark spring flowing through the lake of his heart, making his surging malice restless. He was ready to fight, and he was going to fight until, you can't get away, Bane, but I'm giving you a chance. I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. Challenge me, Bane, in the most direct way. He heard Batman say. He saw the other party take off his hood directly, revealing the resolute face of Bruce Wayne. Without a mask, Batman said. Bane saw the other party take off his shirt, revealing a strong, scarred body that even the best bodybuilders would be ashamed of. Then he turned his head and looked at the zombie Blake standing there quietly, without help. I won't use the method that can temporarily turn me into a Kryptonian. Bane heard Batman say, fair fight. Deal. Bane looked at him steadily, and they stared at each other for a few seconds, and finally Bane grinned. His smile was like that of a beast, even through the hood. You can see the wrinkles on his face, like the waves on the bridge of a lion's nose, when it shows its fangs. I don't use telepaths. He also took off his mask, and threw him aside. Bane took off his shirt, then stretched out a hand, pinched the venom tube connected to his body, and pulled it out directly. I don't use venom either. He snapped his fingers, and Blake, who was still standing not far away, collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Fair fight. Bane's face showed an excited smile, and the murderous intent that was ferocious, and whispered like tenderness and sweetness. Fair fight. He heard Batman say. Bane raised his fist. I am. He rushed towards Batman. You are Bane. Got it, and I'm Batman. Then Bane watched the speed bullet's sea blue cape appear on Batman's body in an instant, and then before he could react, he was punched by the speed bullet, and flew out like a cannonball. The muscles that swelled up like a balloon were beaten into meat patties by the unmatched strong and powerful force, and all the bones in his body were broken. It was really all broken, and it hurt more than the kneecap injury just now. Ah! He roared. You said it. No help. No mask. No superpowers. Obviously, I lied. Then he heard the other party tell him kindly, why do you believe the enemy's words so easily? Bane tried to control the zombie Black, and then turned his head, and saw that the other party had turned into a hedgehog. What he meant was that while he was fighting fiercely with Batman, those members of the Clayface who had been defeated by him before, and had not had time to insert the potion into his body, had now inserted all their remaining drugs into the zombie Black. The zombie Black, who was controlled by the Black of Decay, was inserted with so many potions that he turned into an unresponsive puppet on the spot and did not move. Bane's eyes were red with anger. Despicable. Too despicable, you despicable thing. The other party had never thought of fighting him fairly. The words he said before were just to coax him to temporarily give up control of the zombie Blake. Bane knelt on the ground. He raised his head with difficulty and saw the cold-blooded Batman who deceived him. 17 years. I was alone, lost in a dead end, and every night, the tide would pour in. He murmured, telling about his past, telling about the boy who grew up in prison. And every night, I was pushed to the roof by the water, kicking and pushing with my hands, for a long time, when crabs and leeches climbed on my body and tore my flesh. All I want is to stop. He said, stop kicking, stop pushing, stop please, please let me stop. They want to drown me, everyone wants to drown me, you tried to drown me, and I stand firm. Bane raised his head suddenly, even though all the bones in his body were shattered by the sneak attack, he still stood up. But he knew that he could not defeat Batman. This was the last gasp of a spent force. After so many attacks, the only thing he could do was to stand up. Then the next second, he saw Batman was caught off guard and was hit by a laser cannon and flew backwards. Luthor is back. He was only wearing a green armor that fit his body instead of driving a huge mecha. Bane, I'm back. Let's run away. He heard the other party say, hurry, Bane. My large mecha can't delay Superman for much time. This voice made him feel extremely relieved for no reason. It was Luthor. He was a real person, not Clayface, and what he said was true. Luthor rushed over and put the broken Bane on his shoulder. That shot can't delay Batman for too long. Hurry up, we have to leave. Bane cooperated and let him hold up his body, but the next second, he froze again. Because he saw another Luthor running to the door. Both parties were dressed exactly the same. Even the armor was the same. Bane, who had broken bones all over his body, was so scared that he jumped directly off Luthor. He looked at the Luthor on the left and then at the Luthor on the right and didn't know what to say for a while. Bane. It's Clayface. Stay away from him. He deliberately pretended to be me. The Luthor who ran in from outside looked very anxious. He shouted to Bane, don't be fooled by him. As a result, Luthor, who had just carried Bane on his back, retorted, no, you have to believe me, Bane. He is the one pretending to be Clayface. The two immediately quarreled. Yes. Just now when Batman stood there, seemingly without any action, Bane supported the side and looked at the two quarreling Luthors. He secretly asked Clayface to disguise as Luthor, intending to deceive me. He looked at the two people with his eyes and saw Batman crawling up from the ruins where he was blown away, then walked to the place where he took off the mask just now and put the mask back on his head. One of them must be real. Bane thought. He had to identify, but he didn't have that much time, so Bane used the simplest method directly. With the sound of bone cracking that made people's teeth ache, the power of the Black of Decay forcibly manipulated this body with broken bones all over, and he directly attacked one of the two. Bang! As expected, the upper body of the attacked Luthor was directly beaten into mud and collapsed to the ground. He is Clayface. Bane's voice was slightly excited. Okay, Luthor, we can. Then a tube of inhibitor potion was inserted into his back. Bane turned his head and saw that the man he thought was the real Luthor had a head that changed from a boiled egg to a defense. Wrong, both of them are Mudface. Desperate, Bane shook him off, stretched out his hand to pull out the potion inserted in his back, and howled, this, you, Bane. Then Bane heard Luthor shouting. He turned his head and saw more than 10 identical Luthors flying from the sky. One of them seemed to be beaten black and blue and shouted anxiously, Bane. They are all fake. Only I'm the real one. And the Luthors beside him also said similar words. I'm the real Luthor. He is fake. Mudface. They are all Mudface. Don't believe him. Listen to me. Bane staggered 2 steps and fell to his knees. Enough. He hugged his head. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. He turned around and ran towards Batman, grabbing his hair madly as he ran. Enough. Batman. How long are you going to humiliate me? Catch me, quickly. Silence. Bane raised his head and saw Batman wiped his face, and it turned into Luthor's face in an instant. Damn. Bane looked like he had seen a ghost, screamed, fell to the ground, and then stopped moving completely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Luthor's Backhand. Luthor was almost driven crazy by Bane's torture. Those who came from Gotham were not normal people, and their brains were a little bit wrong. He knew that, if he was caught red-handed here, even he would find it difficult to escape. What's more, if Batman didn't intend to send him to prison, but locked him up first. Wait, isn't Batman a superhero? Why would he lynch someone? This doesn't seem like his usual practice. Luthor felt a little headache again, and then he was slightly dazed. Then he blinked his eyes and tried hard to shift all his attention back to the problem at hand. What should I do now? Bane was lying on the ground like a baby, and the zombie Black had lost his control and was now a useless corpse. Luthor turned his head and saw that the mud faces that had surrounded him and turned into his appearance smoothly changed into other appearances as Bane fell to the ground and then rushed up directly. Luther didn't have time to think about it and immediately fired a cannon in his backhand, directly blowing away the mudface who had turned into a full-body beauty in front of him. The energy cannon exploded without hesitation on the two pieces of conscience that mudface had transformed. He was talking, but his hands were not idle at all. His goal now was to escape as much as possible, and he shouldn't waste time on entanglement with mudface. "Get out of here, you piece of dirty garbage," he shouted loudly, and raised the energy cannon in his hand again, killing another mudface who had turned into a full-body beauty with 4 consciences. He knew very well that mudface knew that the combat power of his clones attached to the robots was really limited, and it would take too long to gather them all together. By the time he gathered them together, Luther had also run away, so he did this behavior of deliberately becoming ugly to attract his attention. If he wasted a second to look at mudface, he would lose. Just now, he wasted a second to look at the 4 consciences, which not only delayed his escape time, but also attracted more mudfaces to do the same. Soon, more consciences appeared in front of him, and there were disgusting scenes everywhere that should be mosaicked. "Get out of the way. Don't block the way." Luther expressionlessly blasted away another mudface that rushed up. He tried his best to control himself from being distracted. These ugly things couldn't attract his attention. But among a large number of various consciences, he saw from the corner of his eye that a mudface facing him quickly deformed and turned into a wrinkled red-haired man with a drunken camel red face. Luther knew the man that mudface turned into. His name was Lionel Luther. This man was his father. Luther's face was gloomy. "Mudface, do you think you can disgust me with this?" The old Luther who was transformed by mudface ignored him and just shouted, "My son, where are you going?" Another mudface twisted his body and turned into Luther's biological mother, Letitia Luther, and shouted, "Your mother is gone." Another one turned into his grandfather, "Grandpa is here. Grandpa is here." The trend of changing appearances changed quickly. The mudfaces rushed to perform a 19-generation ancestor show in front of him. "I'm not angry. I'm not angry." Luther continued to clear the mudfaces calmly. He had just wanted to fly away directly with the flamethrower on the armor on his feet, but he was soon knocked down from the sky by 2 conscientious mudface beauties. Then he realized that, if he didn't make these guys lose their combat effectiveness first, he would not be able to fly into the sky with so many mudfaces intercepting him. And Batman. Luther didn't forget him. He saw that Batman's lower body had turned into black smoke, flying quietly beside him, and watched him struggling there. Luther gritted his teeth, and even he felt a sense of despair. He was so stupid, he shouldn't have rushed over to save Blake. Now, Bane didn't save him, and Blake was not found. This time he would fall into Batman's hands. Luther couldn't help but start to reflect on himself. Why was he so stupid? Why did he have to come to rescue him himself? He was so smart. Why didn't he use some roundabout methods, but chose the stupidest way to rescue him personally? With his IQ, didn't he consider the risks? Luther was suddenly shocked. Then Luther was in a trance for a while, and then he got his mind back on track. Let's not talk about Batman. As time goes by, Superman will definitely find out about the trick I played with the exoskeleton armor. When he comes, I will. Damn it. The members of the Luther family who turned into mudfaces were still shouting beside him. Bald. Luther took a deep breath and didn't want to continue to entangle with them. Baldy. Boiled egg. My son. Enough. Luther could no longer bear it. He fired a cannon with his backhand, and the mudface dressed as his real father shattered immediately. The energy beam hit his head with mixed hair and splashed it like a watermelon. Good. My dear grandson. The 19 generations of ancestors dressed as mudfaces immediately praised him. One by one, the faces that should have only been seen in portraits praised him in front of Luther. So filial. So filial. A real filial son. Enough. Hit 1. Hit 2. Luther raised his hand cannon and fired crazily at the 19 generations of ancestors that mudfaces had turned into until the last drop of energy in the armor was used up. He sat down in a daze, watching Batman float to his side. I surrender. Before Batman raised his fist, Luther, who had lost his armor, said neatly, I surrender directly to you. Chen Tao put down his fist with an unsatisfied look. But at that moment, he suddenly saw Luther blinking at him 3 times. What does that mean? Chen Tao remained calm and continued to say what he should say. A wise choice, I will. In fact, Luther's choice also surprised him a little. Normally, Mudface's disgusting tricks can only distract Luther's attention. The reason why Chen Tao has not taken action is that he intends to rely on his deterrent power to prevent Luther from ignoring Mudface and running away directly. He mainly intends to play a delaying tactic and wait until Superman comes back to join forces with the other party to steadily and carefully pin Luther to death. But his active surrender is indeed not in line with Luther's usual temperament. Then Chen Tao saw Luther blink at him 3 times again and then shook his chin slightly. He frowned and suddenly realized what Luther was saying to him. Come to me in the cell at 3 o'clock in the evening, not now. Hiss. Why do I know what the villain wants to say so well? I'm obviously a superhero. Chen Tao suddenly realized this. He shook his head helplessly, but since Luther had an appointment, he naturally had to go. He wanted to see what this bald man was up to. Anyway, he had already caught him, so he would let him do whatever he wanted, regardless of any conspiracy. So Chen Tao bent his middle finger and knocked 3 times on the forehead of Luther, who was saying he would surrender, as a promise to the other party's riddle. Then he directed the Mudfaces to tie up Luther and used several other ropes to tie up Bane and the zombie Black as well. The 3 villains were locked in a row and fixed there. It was not until a long time later that Clark returned to the scene carrying a half-scrapped armor. Damn Luther, I was fooled by him. Super Muscle was indignant. It turns out that I was fighting with an AI for a long time. Then he turned around and asked, is it over? It's over. Chen Tao told him, Luther has been caught. Let's go back and talk. This is Chen Tao's private residence in Metropolis. It's already dinner time. Alfred asked briskly, Master Bruce, what do you want to eat in the evening? Bruce is different now. In the past, Batman didn't have dinner. He only ate a sandwich and injected himself with nutrient solution to maintain the deficit. Alfred had made dinner for 2 people countless times, but most of the time Bruce stood him up and finally had to finish 2 meals by himself. But today is different. Alfred finally has the opportunity to prepare a hearty dinner for Master Bruce. Try this stewed beef liver. I used a method taught to me by an old chef. I was working in Argentina that year. Did you know that prices there are very cheap? Alfred kept talking about his military career. Chen Tao almost didn't have the heart to interrupt him, but he did it anyway. He tried to bring up the issue during the meal to make the situation more casual. This method worked. How many of the people I asked you to find before have you found? Alfred heard Chen Tao ask, tell me the specific people you found. Okay. Alfred sighed. He gave up the topic of calf liver, then pressed twice on the tablet next to him, and said, first of all, I did find Barry Allen you asked me to find, but he had an accident a year ago, and is still in a coma. He has been a vegetable for more than half a year. The first answer made Chen Tao's heart sink, but Captain Cold has appeared. He said, since Captain Cold has appeared, how can there be no Flash? That's the fact, Master Bruce. Captain Cold has been in the bank robbing business for a long time, and now he has just invented his fateful freezing gun and used more high-tech equipment. Batman heard Alfred say in a very calm tone, I investigated Captain Cold and found his information. He has a freezing gun that can turn people into ice sculptures, which is not much different from Mr. Freeze. But there is no heat wave or mirror master around him, who you mentioned to me. Maybe they haven't appeared yet. Chen Tao gave Alfred a look to continue. So Alfred continued to talk. You already know the previous Superman, so I won't go into details. Alfred continued, the superhuman you called Aquaman, we only found his father's lighthouse, but he has disappeared. I don't know where he is hiding. Air Force Colonel Hal Jordan has been missing for almost 3 months. Victor Stone just won the gold medal with his team at the sports meeting. The more Chen Tao listened, the more upset he became. Among so many people, no one could come to help him. He didn't dare to force the issue in advance and arbitrarily change the plot on a large scale. What if his intervention causes these people to not get the abilities they were supposed to have? Where can they cry? There is also Wonder Woman Diana Prince. Alfred said, if you want to find someone to help you deal with Brainiac, then I think this princess is definitely a fighting force that cannot be ignored. Chen Tao thought for a while and then continued, okay. So, what has Princess been doing all this time? Diana has defeated many opponents in just a few months. Alfred said as he flipped through the information. Cheetah, Giganta, Silver Swan. It seems that once our Miss Diana arrives in the mortal world, dangerous guys begin to appear in droves. He closed the information and said, it seems that Miss Princess is very busy now, but I'm afraid she is the only strongest ally you can find now. Chen Tao nodded, and a few hours later, he appeared in front of Luther. This is the secret base where Luther is imprisoned. As Luther expected, Batman did not hand him over to the government or the authorities. It was 3 AM now. Chen Tao appeared in the darkness like a ghost. As expected, Luther was sitting cross-legged on the bed, waiting for his arrival. I thought before that Lex Luthor was not the kind of person who would surrender obediently. Chen Tao spoke first, so I'm here now. Luthor, tell me, what do you want to do? Luthor did not speak. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, and his eyes showed a look that was very different from that during the day. Brainiac, do you think I don't know their existence? I'm not as stupid as Blake. The bald man blinked. I realized his existence a long time ago. Chen Tao frowned. The tone and demeanor of the other party's speech were completely different from those during the day. He deduced a possibility in his mind. No matter how ridiculous this possibility is, it is indeed the most likely explanation for the current situation. You took the initiative to split a secondary personality? Chen Tao said. Are you deliberately letting Brainiac erode it? Chapter 157 to prevent. Ivy, how's the research going? When Chen Tao, wearing the Batman uniform, took the elevator to Poison Ivy's botanical garden, he saw that she had opened the skull of Zombie Black and poured a bottle of potion into him, making him scream. This made Chen Tao very sad. Be gentle, he is a very important bargaining chip for us. His telepathic ability can. Poison Ivy has been soaking herself in this pure natural botanical garden for more than half a year. Whether it is eating, sleeping, or sleeping, she has solved it here. Then before Chen Tao finished speaking, he saw Poison Ivy snap her fingers, and Zombie Black asked raw, and stood up straight from the chair. Have you successfully controlled him? Bane is almost in a perfect fusion state. Poison Ivy did not answer Chen Tao's question directly, but said first, in fact, strictly speaking, it is not an isolated case that two completely different powers merge into one person. A long time ago, I knew that there was a woman named Black Orchid. She was favored by both the green of all things and the red of all living things, and served as the agent of both. Black Orchid, a second-tier superhero, partially translated as Zuanlan by the Chinese translation group, and appeared in The Coming of the Corrupt Country, but for so many years, I still can't figure out how the two powers merge together. I have been struggling with how to make the two powers recognize the fact that the agents hold them at the same time, but now I find that the easiest way is to force them directly, which is what Bane did. Chen Tao subconsciously recited a classic line from Batman, the world will only become a better place if you force it. Poison Ivy was stunned, a very insightful summary, worthy of you. She continued, whether it is the kingdom of corruption, the kingdom of life, or plants, they are above human science, and are a magical superpower, but this does not mean that they are not bound by the laws of science. Drive Kurt Langston. Chen Tao answered her subconsciously immediately. Kurt Langston, the supervillain Batman, is also translated as Man-Bat, a low-level specimen for head of all creatures, just like Killer Croc. He is deaf, so he made a serum and injected himself with it, which cured his deafness and turned him into a human-shaped bat. Bingo, the answer is correct. Poison Ivy said, so do you understand why I asked you to bring that potion? I understand. Chen Tao opened his palm, and a blue serum lay quietly in his hand. The original version of the Batman serum actually has many defects. Not only will it permanently change the appearance of the subject, but it will even cause personality split in the long-term rejection of the changes of the Batman serum. However, these defects have been gradually overcome in the years of long-term confrontation between Batman and Batman. In the end, with the continuous improvement of Batman and the human bat serum has become a superhuman potion that will not cause personality split, will not change the human appearance of the serum user, and can transform into a monster at any time. Of course, Man-Bat fell too deep, and the original version of the human bat serum left irreversible sequelae on him, and even the current version of the serum cannot save his appearance. But this does not mean that this potion is not powerful. Another villain, Woman Bat, that is, Man-Bat's wife, even used this formula to raise an army of human-faced bats. The human bat serum has proved that it can stably make people become low-level specimens of the red of all living things. Poison Ivy said, this is a transformation at the scientific level. Even if the red of all living things is unwilling, it has to pinch its nose and give the power to the subject. Although this perfect serum gives the subject a horrible power, at most it can turn a living person into a big fluttering moth, and it can't improve the combat effectiveness at all. This is the problem with the perfect serum, but we only need to have the power of the red of all living things. As for how much, it doesn't matter. We can grab it ourselves. Chen Tao followed. So this is what I want to say, Batman. Poison Ivy said, so this is the plan I proposed. If you want to try to combine Metal Spirit and red of all creatures like Bane, you have to give yourself an injection first. Of course, it will be painful, and the probability of failure is also high. Ivy said with some gloating, but in this way, you can meet the requirements you put forward to me. Poison Ivy took out a tube of pink potion from the table next to her. When you become the specimen for red of all creatures, you should give yourself an injection with this. This is the synthetic steroid serum I extracted from Bane. I think it contains some of the effects of Amber Gold, and it is even the result of Amber Gold's mutation under the two forces. In short, it can ensure that the two forces maintain a balance in your body. Poison Ivy waved her hand, and then a large patch of branches next to her spread out, revealing several animals with half of their bodies green and half of their bodies rotten. As I told you before, the current success rate is almost 100%. So, do you want to do this, Batman? Chen Tao nodded. Just inject it here. You've done so many experiments, you should have prepared the injection device. Of course. 20 minutes later. Chen Tao opened his eyes and saw a row of silver fonts appearing on his retina for the first time in a long time. Batman number 52, your danger level is E. You have reached the corresponding danger level protection requirements. Batman of the same level as you is now ready to be loaded. Please find a living green Tyrannosaurus Rex to complete the loading of Batman number 27 Earth Universe Bat Dragon. Oh, God. Louis held his forehead. Look at this damn title you wrote. Clark and Louis lay on the bed in their shared apartment, both wearing pajamas. Outside the window, the stars are bright and cloudless. Since the last time Clark almost thought Louis was found and killed by Blake, they have been together for a long time. Louis came over barefoot and exchanged Clark's laptop with a cup of hot chocolate. Add sugar and milk, Clark's favorite flavor. Hey, Louis, I haven't written that article yet. No way, small town boy. Even if it's not finished, let me see it first. She dragged the trackpad on the keyboard, pulled the document to the top with the mouse, and read aloud. The world's best team thwarts Lex Luthor's conspiracy again. The accompanying picture was a stupid picture of Superman and Batman sitting on a float parading in the streets. The model of the float was actually the same model as the wedding float. This is obviously a photoshopped picture. Louise presented facts and reasoned. Batman never agreed to go to the parade with you. In the end, you sat on the float alone and let those idiots with gongs and drums take you around the whole way. It was not until the last moment, when you left, that he showed up and sat with you for a while. I guarantee that until the end, his butt didn't stay on the seat of that float for more than 5 seconds. Louise concluded, no one knows news better than me. This is obviously fake news. She threw Clark's laptop into the air, and Clark caught the computer easily with super speed as she expected. The news needs a photo of Batman and Superman, and I can't help it. The big man explained, and in the end, Batman did participate in the parade, for about 30 seconds. Although he didn't sit down, he talked to me for a while in the car, which can't be considered fake news. Participating together for 30 seconds is also considered participation. Okay, you win, small town boy. Louise said, look at my news. Louis took out his laptop, showed it to Clark somewhat proudly, and then took the lead and read it himself. Batman's refusal to hand over Lex Luthor to law enforcement agencies. Does it mean that he is finally disappointed with the government's incompetent detention capabilities and chooses to build his own superpowered detention facility? And what will the FIVE* building do about this illegal detention? Batman talked to me about this, and he told me that he would explain this matter to me after meeting Luthor, and then make a final decision. It doesn't matter. Louis put the computer down, then spread his hands and said, in short, as far as the current situation is concerned, I have tried my best to whitewash you in this article by openly criticizing and secretly praising. Although not many people are paying attention to this issue now, the public's attention will sooner or later begin to shift to Batman's illegal detention. Instead of having other reporters break the news and distort the facts and take it out of context, it's better for me to say it fairly and make some sales by the way. Actually, Batman. Oh, there's no need to explain to me. The female reporter stopped Clark with a kiss, then held his face and said, I know you boys have your own calculations, and you understand the situation better than I do. Anyway, you definitely know more than I think, so obviously, this is not something I should worry about. The small town boy was very keenly aware of the girl's emotions. I know that Batman always protects you and my mother, and he doesn't seem to care about your opinions at all. I'm sorry for that. Clark said, but Louis, you should know that I have many enemies. If they really attack you, if that unspeakable thing really happens, I will be heartbroken. He grabbed Louis' hand. I hope you know that I love you, Louis. I want to hold your hand until the end of my life. Louis stared at him for a while, laughed, and rested his head on his chest. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? I'm not blaming Batman for protecting me and Martha, but it feels sad that I can't help you. Oh, come on, let's skip this topic. Clark knew very well what Louis meant by jump. The beautiful girl indulged in offering her love to him, and he responded to her enthusiastically. 103 minutes later, the two took another shower, put on new pajamas, and lay on the bed. Louis said, by the way, there is one more thing. Speaking of world's best partner, you gave yourself this title. Do you know that the villains now privately call you Batman and Superman? Super Bat and Bat Super. Haha, is it just a simple swap of front and back? Wait a minute. Clark climbed out of bed, and then in the drawer, he took out a Batman-style hood and put it directly on his head. With his half-naked upper body and muscular body, he had a certain aura. Actually, I quite like the pointed ear hood. He lowered his voice and said, I'm Batman. No, I'm Batman. The two people in the room were startled. Clark hurriedly used his X-ray eyes to scan behind the door and found that Batman was squatting in the corner outside the door. He hurriedly opened the door. Oh, Batman, why are you? Then Clark suddenly choked. When did you come? 3 minutes ago. Chen Tao told him expressionlessly. Then he turned to look at Lois Lane. I'm sorry, Ms. Lane. Can I borrow your boyfriend for a while? Okay. Lois said. After the two left, Lois Lane sat in front of the mirror, curling her hair carefully, and then after a while, she suddenly began to moan in a coquettish voice to the empty air. Oh, I'm sorry, can I borrow your boyfriend for a while? I'll return it to you soon. Heh, man. She spat. Black-hearted capitalist. After a while, she sighed. It's hard to have a long time to spend together, but you have to work overtime again. Chen Tao and Superman were flying in the air together. Clark, I want you to swallow this. Chen Tao took out a small pink pill. What is this? Clark asked. Do you trust me? Of course. Clark said without hesitation. I completely believe in you, Batman. No matter what you do, it must be for the result of the battle. Clark had already vaguely guessed what Batman wanted to do, but he didn't know what the other party wanted to do specifically. This pink pill is the product of the fusion of the red of all living things and the metal spirit. Chen Tao told him, it can control your body, and it is more in-depth than the creation I made to control your body before. This is control at the genetic and even cellular level. It can help us reverse the situation when extreme situations arise. He said very quickly, I'm sorry, Clark. This control is not irreversible. I promise to help you remove this control after the matter is over. I talked to Luther, and he told me a lot of information, and I analyzed a lot of things. To prevent you from being controlled by Brainiac, I'm sorry, Clark, I'm afraid I have to take countermeasures in advance. Then he said, and, I'm afraid I have to tell you some bad news. He paused. Luther told me that Brainiac will arrive on Earth in a month. The following words were added after the update, so they are free of charge. Oh, it's time to start the sprint of this volume. Just this one chapter today. I'll study it again. Because I changed the outline, I'm still busy revising it. Sorry. Oh. In the outline, planned when the book was first published, Superman was going to die suddenly in front of the readers in volume 2. If you have read the comics, when you see me write about Cyborg Superman and Little Superman Connor popping up, you should be able to realize that this is clearly the prelude to the death of Superman. The protagonist's dream that Superman died before was also a hint. But before I was about to write the last small unit story of Superman's sudden death, I suddenly realized that such a sudden death plot was really unreasonable. Is the protagonist an idiot? Would he let Superman die suddenly? I like the classic comic plot of the death of Superman so much, so I tried to forcibly restore it in my book, but there would definitely be problems in the end. I'm an author, but also a reader. I trust my reader's instincts. If I think the plot is okay, it may not be really okay, but if I think it is problematic, it must be problematic. Fortunately, I didn't write it at all, and I still have a chance to change it. I plan to change the details of the last unit story without deviating from the original plotline, so that Superman will not die, and it will not affect the plot of Cyborg Superman and Little Superman Connor. So I'm still revising the outline. It's not that I can't come up with anything new, nor that I want to stop writing it. Please stop wasting time. Chapter 158 The Calm Before the Storm. I can't imagine that Batman would choose a fast food restaurant as the venue for the negotiations. Amanda Waller whispered to Steve Trevor, this place is too close to the crowd. Come on, Waller, we should be lucky to be able to talk to Batman. Air Force Colonel Steve Trevor was very open-minded. He looked at Diana Prince who was walking over with 7 ice creams not far away. Put away your superhero threat theory and necessary balance theory. Really, haven't you learned enough lessons from Blake's incident? He said, in short, I'm the main person in charge of this negotiation, not you, Waller. Waller looked at him steadily for a while. There was no popular conversation, like I'm the person in charge and you will regret it. Amanda Waller shrugged. In fact, if I put aside the factor of public office, I'm a supporter of superheroes. I like them very much. They can do many things that the government cannot accomplish. She chose to skip the conversation and said, to be honest, why haven't Batman and Superman come yet? Diana came over and reluctantly handed the 2 cones in her hand to Steve and Amanda. Eat cones. The 2 of them took them. Diana took the remaining 5 in her hand and swallowed 3 of them in one bite. This gluttonous appetite made a little girl at the opposite table widen her eyes. Looks good, huh? Amanda Waller turned her head and saw the man with a blurred face appear in front of him. Steve looked at the man wearing a bat mask next to him with some vigilance. Chen Tao, who appeared next to him, sighed. To be honest, I set the location of the conversation in the fast food restaurant for this reason. He said directly, the optical camouflage of the marine snipers you arranged upstairs 200 yards to the north is not very effective. After all, Superman's visual range includes ultraviolet and infrared spectra. The high-speed bullets in the barrels of your sniper units are made of kryptonite, right? You think we are going to cause trouble for you, right? Amanda Waller and Steve both stood up. Only Wonder Woman Diana Prince was still concentrating on the cold drinks on the plate and the ice cream cone in her hand. She picked up the hamburger, ate it expressionlessly, and swallowed 3 in one bite. The little girl at the next table showed a horrified expression on her face, and then stars appeared in her eyes, and she began to imitate Wonder Woman. Diana raised the other 2 hamburgers, waved them at the little girl as if to protest, and then took another bite. She was very smart not to get involved in the conversation between the other 4 people. She came here only at Steve's invitation to protect him. Politics and negotiations were not her concern. Even though she has lived for 5,000 years and has never been exposed to politics, the Amazon princess still retains the most basic wisdom. Don't get involved in things that you don't understand right from wrong. Don't think the government will turn a blind eye to what you do. And Superman. Amanda Waller followed up. Unlike Steve's aggressiveness, she wisely did not point the finger at Batman, but directly at Superman. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared with Steve, who seemed a little inexperienced, this old agent who looked like a black ant seemed more experienced. She knew very well that in a sense, Batman was not a good person, but Superman was. So she attacked Superman first, because she knew that Batman might visit her home at night, but Superman would not shoot her into slag with heat rays at once. She tried to take the initiative in the negotiation from the beginning. To a certain extent, this is also a kind of a gentleman can be deceived by a square. Steve came up and asked, "What on earth did you think you were doing by flying into Langai? Do you know how passive your actions a few days ago made the government?" Superman's voice was steady and gentle. "Like I said, I have the habit of watching the news. I have read reports of the Langai people's marches and demonstrations. Last week, there was bloody clashes there. The Ahmadinejad regime overreacted and some citizens lost their lives. Some organizers of the march have disappeared for a long time. Needless to say, those protest leaders relied on social networks to organize the marches, and the government has been monitoring those websites, so they know who to arrest. They also know where they are. The Langai military has been warning the public not to continue to participate in demonstrations. They claim that they will respond strongly." He stretched out his hand and knocked on the table. Wonder Woman stuffed herself like a hamster. She stared at his hand for a second in confusion. After confirming that he was not going to snatch food from her, she continued to stuff food into her mouth. But these students, shop owners, mothers, fathers, and children are standing on the front line despite warnings and dangers. I want them to know that they are not alone. You are interfering with national sovereignty, Superman. You know our attitude towards this kind of thing." Steve said, "Blake's incident has taught us a lesson. We will never, and the government will never, allow superheroes to openly interfere with national sovereignty. Steve, you should know clearly." Chen Tao was about to speak when Superman raised his hand to stop him. So Chen Tao shut up. He knew that this was Superman's confession and he should respect him. From the beginning to the end, Chen Tao never felt that he was Superman's nanny. As a superhero and the guardian of Metropolis, I will fight against all threats you can think of. Alien invaders, bandits in strange costumes and weird tricks. I'm good at dealing with supernatural criminals. But do you want me to solve the suffering that happens every day, save those who die of hunger, and those who are deprived of the most basic human rights? I've never been able to play any role in such matters." Superman's voice was low. "So I showed up. I wanted to unite them. I swore to myself that I would never directly participate in the conflict under any circumstances. This was a non-cooperation movement, a non-violent resistance. I stood in Azadi Square for 24 hours. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just stood there, and the number of protesters increased from about 12,000 to 1 million. Some people left roses at my feet. Some people left green sashes and flags, which are the symbolic colors of this protest. Opposition protesters threw petrol bombs at me, but the Islamic Revolutionary Army didn't fire a single shot from beginning to end. The demonstration started peacefully and ended peacefully. I left after 24 hours. I didn't interfere in local politics. But does it mean anything? Has the local regime promised to start promoting the democratization process?" Superman was silent for a moment. "No. Then why are you making such a fuss? Your actions have caused an international uproar, and the Langai government has accused you of acting on behalf of the president. They have called your intervention an act of war. I found out, of course, that you were right, and it was me who was so stupid. So I plan to make a speech at the United Nations tomorrow, to inform them that I'm giving up my American citizenship." "What?" Now it was Steve's turn to be surprised. "I'm tired of my actions being interpreted as American political tactics. Truth, justice and the American way are no longer enough. The world is too small and too close. I'm an alien, Colonel Trevor, and I can't help but see more and farther. I now realize that I've always thought too small. You ask me if it's worth it to sensationalize like this? Can it bring any meaningful change? Superman paused, then continued, maybe not in the macro sense, but when I flew away, I saw two men below. One was a soldier from the Islamic Revolutionary Army, and the other was a protester. The protester handed the soldier a rose. I thought the soldier was going to open fire, but his behavior was unexpected and extremely brave. He took the rose. He smiled. So I guess what I did was probably of some use. The atmosphere between the two was a little stagnant. Steve took a breath, then said, but it still can't change you. Amanda pulled Colonel Steve's arm and shook her head. So Steve, shut up. Let's stop the tension. Chen Tao, who had been sitting and watching them argue, stood up, stood between the two of them, and forcibly interrupted the dispute. We have to face the threat together. He said, I'm here to seek your help. His eyes stopped on Diana's face, who was eating fried chicken. I need your help. The dead shooter went to pick up his daughter from school. At the gate of that bright and tidy school, his angel, waved goodbye to her classmates and happily ran to her father, Floyd Lawton Jr. The dead shooter never went to school. A life that went astray will not have a green campus life. After his family died, he picked up a gun and shot, and killed one person after another. He never thought he was a good person. So the dead shooter was very fortunate. He was very fortunate that he was lucky enough to live such a life now. This is a life that only good people deserve to live. You know, good people are awarded. And a bad guy like him can actually have the opportunity to live a life that only good people can live. Isn't this a kind of luck? Deadshot used the hands that had killed countless people to pick up his daughter and spun her in the air 3 times. Even though his daughter was so old now, he could still pick her up easily. Deadshot knew that one day he would be too old to hold his daughter, and he also knew that he might die one day. So, he always cherished such moments. They walked hand in hand on the street. Metropolis was quiet and safe, a good place to live, unlike Gotham. Deadshot listened quietly to his daughter telling stories about school, what classes she had today, who won the first place in the long distance race. These daily routines made him feel like a normal, real father, not an executioner with blood on his hands. Then he received a call from Batman. He avoided Zoe and talked to the other party for a while. Dad, what did you say on the phone? Zoe asked him. Deadshot smiled and touched her head. Nothing. Yes, for a bad guy like him, there is a price to pay for wanting to live a good life. And he is ready to pay this price. Zoe is a good kid, isn't she? He touched his daughter's head, which was furry, and looked like an elf walking in the forest. Dad is going on a business trip for a while, so you have to be fostered for a while. Zoe will wait for dad to come home, right? Then he saw his daughter crying. After a few minutes, Deadshot finally coaxed the child. Good boy, Zoe, he said. Good boy. Hollywood Studios. Killer Croc was wearing a Hawaiian plaid shirt, and the largest size couldn't even cover his hem. He had a new girlfriend, June Munn, and they stood together like the real version of Beauty and the Beast. They had a very good relationship, and Killer Croc liked it here very much. At least in Hollywood, no one would be surprised by his unusual appearance. There were strange macubes everywhere, and all kinds of ugly looks, which made Killer Croc look handsome. To be honest, Killer Croc had always had a dream of acting. Many years ago, when he was a circus wrestler, he always liked the feeling of being surrounded by people. Although this dream of performing was shattered into dust when the circus owner owed him wages and ordered the gangsters to beat him up. He bit off the circus owner's arm and permanently bit off his acting career. But fortunately, now he may be able to start again and continue to pursue his unfinished dream of being an actor. Batman gave him a lot of money. Although this money is not very abundant for making a big movie, it is different if it is used to make a low-cost R-rated horror movie. He is now a big star, although it is limited to the category of horror movies. Killer Croc also wants to enter the field of superhero movies during this period. He has already thought of what his movie should be called, Crocodile Man, and the image setting refers to Batman. He has been beaten in Gotham for so many years, and he can almost recite what Batman should look like when he appears. As for the content of the story, it is even easier to write. No one knows better than Crocodile, an insider, how Batman beat up the villains in Gotham for so many years. Just replace Batman's actions with yourself, and then put a skin on the screen, and make a lot of money, right in front of you. Thinking of this, Killer Croc couldn't help but laugh cunningly. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? He heard his girlfriend Joan asking him, so he subconsciously answered, of course I'm thinking about how to copy Batman. What? Copy Batman? That's right, not only do I want to copy Batman's previous operations, but I also want to set the villain as a human-shaped big bat. The righteous crocodile fights the evil big bat and finally wins and takes the beauty home. Hehehehe. After Killer Croc spoke for a while, he suddenly realized that the second question just now was not the nice voice of his girlfriend Joan. He turned his head sharply and then showed a look as if he had seen Batman and saw Batman appear behind him quietly. The crew and actors around screamed, hid aside, and quietly watched the black-clad visitor who appeared here. Killer Croc then noticed belatedly that Poison Ivy also appeared in the crowd, holding a glass of water. Seeing that his eyes found her, she raised her head slightly to signal. Waylon, are they some work partners? Killer Croc stood up, patted his girlfriend's shoulder, and comforted her. It's just some minor problems. I'll be back soon. He paused, then rejected himself. Well, of course it may be a big problem, but at least I will come back to film for a while. He said, while I'm away, you can shoot the scenes without me first. That's it. He lowered his head and gave his girlfriend an amphibian kiss. I will definitely come back to continue filming. Our career has just started. Okay. His girlfriend said, be sure to come back soon. Yeah. He turned and walked towards Batman. So, but, what do you want from me? I need you to help me connect to the red of all creatures. He heard Batman say, his voice sounding somewhat helpless. I may need a big green dinosaur, and only the red of all creatures can satisfy me. Chapter 159, Villain's Behavior. It's hard to describe what the red of all beings is. The humanoid crocodile with scales on his body sat on the chair. To be honest, this was not the first time he had taken Batman's plane, but no matter how many times he came, he would still feel uncomfortable with the decoration on the plane. Killer Croc thought this was a kind of mental abnormality. He always felt that Batman had a problem with his brain. Unlike him, Killer Croc, who was just a pure and cute crocodile. He originally thought that the other party had decorated his underground base to look like a bat cave, which was already very abnormal, but he didn't expect that the other party even decorated the plane to look like a bat cave. Is he addicted to pretending to be a bat? Hey, look, there are fake bats hanging on the ceiling. Damn, it's real. Killer Croc was startled by the flying bat, and then he saw Batman in front of him opened his mouth and emitted ultrasonic waves that human ears could not hear. Of course, crocodile ears could not hear either. Sorry, you continue, Waylon. He heard Batman's voice, but he was sure that he had seen sharp teeth protruding from the other party's open mouth just now. The other party was like a wild beast, showing its fangs in the dark, and Killer Croc thought, wait, I'm the beast, right? Killer Croc always felt that Batman stole his script. He knocked his head and barely focused his attention back on the matter at hand. Chen Tao looked at him with some worry. Killer Croc's brain has never been very good, and his behavior cannot be inferred by common sense. After all, normal people would not knock their heads for no reason. Chen Tao thought this was a kind of mental abnormality. He always felt that Killer Croc had a problem with his brain. Unlike Batman, he was just a pure and cute big bat. A special effects film was playing on the TV in front of them. Rooster Thief is now the hottest film in California, although only among children. Killer Croc continued, sometimes you can clearly feel the call of the red of all living things, but sometimes you feel that it does not exist at all, as if what you experienced before was an illusion. He said, I have never tried to actively call the red of all living things. He always responds to me when I'm in danger. He paused, then explained, it's like something that rises from the blood. It calls you and strengthens your body. Chen Tao silently compared what he said with his own feelings. His feelings about the red of all living things were almost the same, as if he had no feelings. The perfect human bat serum was perfect, but along with the side effects, the power that the red of all living things was forced to give was also stripped away. In his current state, even after the transformation, the physical enhancement was pitiful. But it didn't matter. No matter how much, the power of the red of all living things was enough, as long as it was there. He touched his button chin. Not long after, "We are here," Killer Croc heard Batman say. They were hovering in the air. Killer Croc looked at the scenery outside the window next to him and found that it was just an ordinary family. "So, what are we doing here?" Killer Croc knew he shouldn't ask Batman about his plans. Batman always has a plan, and he doesn't like others interfering with him. But he was just curious. After all, he thought the other party would take him to some terrible dragon. This is the Baker family, and his male owner is called Buddy Baker, the famous animal man. "You hide in the plane first." Then, without waiting for Killer Croc to reply, Batman jumped off the plane, landed in front of the other party's door, and knocked on the door. "Animal man." Killer Croc frowned, feeling that he had heard this name somewhere before. Wait. He suddenly realized that wasn't the local superhero he had seen on the news during this period. Knock knock knock. Batman knocked on the door a few times. Come on, I'm here to open the door." "Buddy, are you back, you ward fake?" The one who opened the door was a woman with a big belly. She was Ellen Baker, the wife of Animal Man Buddy Baker. Animal Man didn't seem to be at home. Only his pregnant wife Ellen and his eldest son Cliff were at home. His wife immediately tried to close the door with great vigilance. "No matter who you are, pretending to be Batman will not bring you any good, and if you want to do anything to us, you've got the wrong person." Then Killer Croc saw Batman snap his fingers, and then the invisible Batplane appeared directly in front of them, interrupting his wife Ellen's voice. Batman's lower body emitted black nanorobots, which lifted him up and floated slightly. He seemed to be showing off, and the plane changed its silent flight mode and hovered over the roof of the Baker's house with a whistling sound. Yeah, it's the real Batman. Cliff, the eldest son of Animal Man, was only a teenager and seemed to be a crazy admirer of Batman. He took advantage of his surprised mother's inattention and directly opened the door, running to Chen Tao with cheers. The teenage boy had a pious look on his face, as if he had met his idol, and he stretched out his trembling hands to grab the bat cape. "Oh my god. It's Batman. I've dreamed of such a day." He spoke very quickly. "Are you here to see my dad, Animal Man? You are all superheroes. Oh my god. Batman is visiting my house. I can't believe such a good thing is happening." While circling around Batman, he shouted loudly to his mother, "Mom, don't worry, it's the real Batman. Look at his Batplane. He is a superhero, a good man." At the shouting of the eldest son Cliff, Animal Man's wife Ellen seemed to relax her vigilance. She opened the door and walked out, then stammered, "Oh my god, it's Batman. Please come in. Please sit down. I'll call Buddy back right away." The hostess took a long time to straighten her tongue. "Oh my god, Batman, I heard about your urban legend in Gotham when I was in middle school. The store in front of my middle school even sold the same cards as yours. They treated you as a vampire and sold you as a set of cards with other urban legends such as an echo in the toilet." After confirming that it was true, the hostess also seemed very excited. "I have always been your fan." So Batman was going to use this family to do something? Killer Croc thought silently. He felt some of the power of the red of all living things in this house. He had to admit that, even if he had not seen Buddy Baker in person, the other party was very likely the most powerful user of the red of all living things he had ever seen. King Billy and the human-faced bat had to stand aside in front of Animal Man. Even the places where he lived could leave such a strong life force, like a planet running its own orbit in the galaxy. It is hard to imagine how much power he was given by the red of all living things. Killer Croc's head turned. Since he got close to the crowd and no longer curled up alone in the sewer, his human side has grown significantly. At least his brain will not get stuck like in the past. At this time, our big crocodile was thinking carefully. Did Batman want Animal Man to help him deal with Brainiac? Oh, then he should really build a good relationship with Animal Man's family. With the help of Animal Man, they will definitely be able to. He just thought halfway when he saw Batman not far away extending his hand to the two fans who invited him warmly. Oh, is he going to shake hands with them? Then Killer Croc saw Batman's hand suddenly turned into a wheel that kept spinning, and then it hit the forehead of his eldest son Cliff. Woodwalker. This time it was Killer Croc's turn to scream, which looked very painful. With a bang, the young child lay on the ground and fell into a baby-like sleep. Before Animal Man's wife Ellen could even scream, Batman, who had teleported in front of him, hit her on the head with the wheel again. She fell to the ground without a sound. After hitting her, Batman even reached out to hold her to ensure that she would not fall to the ground. Killer Croc had a dazed look on his face. "Waylon, come out and clean up the floor." He heard Batman calling him, and Killer Croc jumped off the plane and landed on the ground. "Deal with the bodies." "Ah, no, deal with the unconscious people, you should understand." Killer Croc nodded numbly. In Gotham for so many years, he had worked as a gangster's younger brother and a gangster boss, and worked for countless villains. Dealing with the bodies was already a job content that he was extremely familiar with. Then what are you still standing there for? Move them in. The following scene has already appeared in Killer Croc's mind. Animal Man, who just returned from his heroic mission, found that his pregnant wife and his eldest son were killed. He was furious and tore himself and Batman into pieces. Batman was fine, but he wiped his hand on his face and said, "It was Clayface." Then he really became a roasted crocodile steak, deader than dead. Oh, by the way, don't ask him how he knew what Clayface's mental state was now. A few hours ago, when he just entered the Batcave, Batman left him in the rest area and went to do other things. Then Killer Croc, who was waiting for Batman to take him to work alone in the rest area, saw a large group of women, and then, fortunately, he was loyal to his girlfriend, so he didn't make a big mistake. Killer Croc blinked and refocused his thoughts on the problem at hand. It's okay. Anyway, when Animal Man comes to kill him, he will sell Batman out. Damn it, how can he look more like a murderer with this face? But he was watching the whole process on the plane, and he didn't get involved at all. The big crocodile moved both of them back to the room and put them on the big bed. "Why did you throw this kid on the bed?" Then he saw Batman pick up the little boy Cliff, who admired him, directly from the bed and threw him into the corner like garbage. "He is not needed." Then he stretched out his hand, and countless black nanorobots slowly emerged from his body and climbed onto the belly of Animal Man's wife Ellen. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. As we all know, whether it is the red of all living things, the green of all living things, or the black of decay, this kind of supernatural power can have countless low-level specespecins, but there can only be one most powerful agent. For example, the green of all living things can have Poison Ivy and Plant Master as its specespecins, but no one can replace the position of Swamp Thing. Similarly, for the red of all living things, whether it is Killer Croc, the man-faced bat, or even Chen Tao himself, or even Animal Man himself, they are just useless low-level specespecins, and they can't compare with the real controller. Among this generation of red of all living things, the one who controls the green swamp monster of all things is named Maxine. This future queen of life is now in the womb of her biological mother. That's right, Buddy Baker is just the protector chosen by red of all living things for the real queen of life, in order to defend her from the attacks of the black of decay, before she fully grows up. But the problem is that our queen of life is not facing the black of decay at this time, but Chen Tao, Batman, and a new kind of weak but equal supernatural power, Metal Spirit. However, red of all living things at this time has no idea what they are facing. Stop. Countless tiny nanorobots are invading the abdominal cavity of Animal Man's wife Ellen. Chen Tao's eyes saw a bird screaming violently on a branch in the distance, and then countless flesh and blood grew on his body. In a few seconds, a bird was turned into a cat's head. Chen Tao knew him. He was a member of the Totem Council from the red of all living things. He was an elder from the Totem Council. He was the one who insisted on training Maxine to become the Queen of Life. He was also the one who arranged the so-called adventure of Animal Man Buddy Allen. Stop, you will cause Maxine to miscarry. You don't know what you are doing at all. Chen Tao did not respond. Batman, do you want to let the power of the black of decay continue to grow uncontrollably? The Queen of Life is the key to suppressing the black of decay. You are committing suicide, a complete suicide. You are harming all life on the entire earth. This is an act of terrorism. Stop it. Cathead seemed a little too excited and even accused him of terrorism. Most users of the power of the red of all living things will return to the red of all living things after death and become a member of the Totem Council, just like the Tree Council of the green of all things. Chen Tao deduced that the other party might have just returned to the red of all living things not long ago, probably within a few decades. The real old immortals in the council would not understand this adjective. Let me enter the red of all living things. Elders of the Totem Council, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Tao said quickly. Don't think I don't know. I know you better than you think. You are not qualified to enter the red of all living things. Before the cat condensed from the bird could finish his words, he heard Animal Man's wife Ellen scream in a coma. You win. He shouted. I will let you in. Stop now. Chapter 160 Red of all living things. Batman, I think you're a little too extreme. Killer Croc tried to organize his words. Anyway, using an unborn baby as a threat is still a little too mean. We are superheroes. Maybe we can use more gentle means. Chen Tao glanced at him with his eyes slanted. Have you forgotten the years when you were a gangster in Gotham? Ah, right. He nodded. Killer Croc said earnestly, superheroes should act like superheroes. We don't kill people. Unborn babies are not considered human beings. Killer Croc was silent. It actually made sense. Then he suddenly saw Batman smile gently and then waved his hand. Seeing Clayface, such a Batman was really scary. You think too much. In fact, even if Red of all living things doesn't take the initiative to send people to negotiate with us, I won't do anything to the future Queen of Life. His tone was so sincere that Killer Croc couldn't figure out whether he was joking or really thinking so. I just want to scare those old fogies in the Red Totem Council of all living things. Otherwise, even if we scream at the top of our lungs, they won't take us seriously. Chen Tao said, I'm a superhero. Killing a baby in the womb. Ha ha ha. He smiled and patted Killer Croc's shoulder. Killer Croc felt a chill down his spine. Speak nicely, but I'm really speaking nicely. I won't do such a thing. Really? Chen Tao had a sincere expression, then paused and added, after all, I'm not a villain like the Joker, the Riddler, Two-Face, Killer Croc, or Mr. Freeze. Killer Croc choked, then immediately emphasized, I'm no longer Killer Croc. The big crocodile grinned, then raised his arms, showing his muscles. I'm planning to switch to being a superhero. Although it's illegal, it's not a big problem. Then he made a classic bat-like standing posture. I'm the knight. I'm revenge. I'm Crocodile Man. Let's talk about it when your new movie is released. Chen Tao shook his hand, motioning them to go somewhere cool. Then he turned his head and looked at the cat in front of him. Hey, cat, he said. He looked at the seemingly ordinary cat in front of him. It was a common tabby cat, except for its relatively slender body and the mucus that had not yet dried on its body. This guy was no different from an ordinary wild cat on the roadside. But Chen Tao knew very well that it was not a wild cat. It was a totem. When the king of the Red of all living things died, they would return to the Red of all living things and become a member of the Totem Council, becoming one of the controllers of this supernatural power, just as the Swamp Thing, the incarnation of the green of all living things, would return to the Tree Council. Chen Tao had read the comics and had some impression of this cat, but he had forgotten his name. So he asked, what should I call you? Euthanasia. Note, the original character. It appeared in New 52 Animal Man. The cat seemed quite cooperative. This name is too difficult to remember, so I'll call you Socks. Chen Tao casually gave it the nickname given to it by the Queen of Life Maxine, who was still in her mother's womb in the comics. Okay. Socks agreed, licked his paws like a real wildcat, and then continued to pretend to use his power. How long will it take to open the passage to the Red of all living things? Soon. Chen Tao smiled. You are waiting for Animal Man to come back, he said directly. Sock's body stiffened. There is no doubt that Buddy Baker is the most important protector of the unborn Queen of Life and the strongest agent of the Red of all creatures so far. It is indeed a normal choice for you to pin your hopes on him. Chen Tao kindly showed the image projected on his arm to Socks. So now Animal Man is entangled by the people I arranged. Today I'm here to decide the Red of all creatures, so don't be lucky. In the image, Animal Man was fighting a large group of people, the heavily armed Deadshot, the Cheshire Cat wearing a mecha and holding a samurai sword, the tumbling and jumping Harley Quinn, and of course the most important figure, Poison Ivy, surrounded by countless plants in the center. So this is why I hate you, you know? You want Buddy Baker to help you protect the future king of life, but you don't want to give him too much power. So now the result is that he can't even deal with these few people quickly. In the video, half of Buddy Baker's body swelled with huge muscles. He borrowed the power of dozens of elephants and swept away the vines that Poison Ivy had wrapped around him in an instant. But the next second, the bullet of the Deadshot exploded on his forehead, and a huge electric current exploded, electrocuting him and making him fall in the air, lying on the ground and twitching constantly. Others rushed forward, some stepped on his nose, and some knocked on his temples, and the sound of ping pong was endless. Socks heard Batman's voice like a ghost in his ears. I used electronic means to block any calls that Buddy Baker might receive, and created an information cocoon for him in a short period of time, but he still found that his family was attacked. You notified him through the Red of all creatures, right? But your time is too short. You can't quickly increase the power of Animal Man Buddy Baker. Your influence on the world is very limited. Cat took a deep breath. How do you know so much? I know more. For example, it doesn't take that long to open the Red of all creatures. Then Socks heard Batman's cold voice. He appeared behind Cat like a ghost. Socks felt that he was suddenly thrown into the cold sea water, cold, biting, and full of the breath of death. Cat gritted his teeth, and the hair on his body exploded. His body squirmed, and then gills grew out of his neck. But the organs from deep sea animals not only failed to relieve the fear he felt, but made him feel more suffocated. And all this was not as fearful as the actions he saw Batman take. Chen Tao walked directly to the side of Animal Man's still unconscious wife Ellen, and stretched out a palm to cover her belly. Either open the Red of all living things to let me in, or choose a new king of life. Socks, I'll only give you 30 seconds to make a decision. Hey, Batman, you don't really want to. Killer Croc came up. Even by the standards of villains, it's too brutal to attack a pregnant woman, you know. Then the next second, Batman turned around and glared at him. Chill. Bone-chilling cold. The air seemed to be freezing, and Killer Croc seemed to have returned to the scene when he first met Batman, many years ago, when he was still a fledgling gangster. The black shadow fell in front of him like a meteor, his red eyes radiating the glow of the sun in old age, a majestic cold air roaring out from his body, and his mouth spewed out cold air that could almost freeze the soul. Shut up. Killer Croc then realized that Robin had told him that Batman was as good at instilling great fear in others as Scarecrow. He could scare others in more than 400 ways without hurting them, and even the closest people would be scared by him. The familiar fear surged in his heart again, and he dared not speak. Chen Tao scared Killer Croc away on the surface, but in fact, the other party's actions were all within his consideration. Killer Croc was equivalent to the chicken. He deliberately threatened the other party like this, just to kill the chicken for Socks to see. He was a little helpless. If he played his mind to such an extent, and Socks was still unwilling to open the portal of the Red of all living beings for him, he would really have no way out. Could he really strangle the future Queen of Life Maxine in her mother's womb? Not to mention how much hatred Animal Man would gain from this. If he really did that, Red of all creatures would definitely not have time to train a strong enough agent. Black of Decay would be completely out of control, completely occupy Red of all creatures, and beat the other party back step by step. Then the balance between nature would collapse. Chen Tao originally didn't want to get involved in the magic side of things, but if Red of all creatures really collapsed, it would be tantamount to suicide. This is why he didn't plan to recruit Animal Man to join in the fight against Brainiac. As the protector of the Queen of Life, Animal Man Buddy Baker's duty is to protect the other party. Once he is called away, who knows if Black of Decay will take advantage of the empty guard to sneak in? Animal Man's daughter Maxine and Swamp Thing are the key to fighting Black of Decay. If there is a problem, because he transferred Animal Man, it is equivalent to artificially creating a crisis. Isn't this idiotic? And in the end, as Killer Croc said, he is not a complete villain after all. People still have to have a bottom line. He never thought of doing anything horrible to a pregnant woman. He stared at Sock's cat eyes, trying to control the last bit of expression on his face. This is a battle of momentum. As long as he can deceive the other party and let him open the portal of the Red of all beings for him, he can. Chen Tao has already prepared for failure in his heart. It's nothing more than not being able to fuse with Bat Dragon to fight Brainiac. In fact, in the end, it's not an unacceptable result. It's nothing more than one less trump card. He has made the greatest effort. Everything else will be left to the final result. He raised his hand, and the black nanorobots coiled around his palm. I advise you not to do any more tricks, Socks. This is the final ultimatum, and there are 10 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. He put down his palm. I'm afraid it failed. It doesn't matter. Okay, I'll take you in. Chen Tao showed a happy face. Socks seemed to have made a decision. But I have a condition. I want to know what your purpose is. More powerful strength? More authority? Chen Tao immediately said, I'm not planning to do anything to you. I just need a green dinosaur. I know you can pull it out from the long river of time. You are the embodiment of life on Earth. All life in the past generations is a part of you. Of course, this also includes dinosaurs. Is that all? That's all. Chen Tao said. We have no way to strip you of your abilities. Socks said with a complicated expression, the red of all living things is a very safe place, and few outsiders can enter. He said, if it's Animal Man, or the King of Life who has not yet been born, their powers come from our grant, so we can strip away their powers at any time. They enter the red of all living things, and will not pose a threat to the Totem Council. But you are different. Even Killer Croc is different from you. You are like the man-faced bat. Your power of the red of all living things comes from extraordinary scientific potions, not from magic. And you have no choice. Chen Tao told him, if you don't want to take risks, then you will just sit back and watch the King of Life being killed by me, and then face the Black of Decay without any resistance. You and the Black of Decay have no room for negotiation. He is expanding, a powerful natural energy that expands infinitely and completely follows instinct. You can't negotiate with them at all. But you can negotiate with me. I know you don't believe me, but all I ask for is what you can give, and we have a basis for negotiation. No matter what, I also hold the power of the red of all living things, and we are in the same camp. Socks nodded. Batman was right. Instead of waiting to die, it was better to bet that Batman had good intentions. Besides, their Totem Council was not powerless in the red of all living things. Who knows who would win when they got there? Relax and feel the network. Socks said, Animal Man Buddy Baker once tested the power we gave him. Those nerdy humans in the Star Lab called it the Animal Mimicry Field, but we actually call it the Life Network. He stretched out a front paw and gently placed it on Chen Tao's arm. Feel the power of his red of all living things. You will soon find the door to his space in your body. What? The red of all living things is actually a specific place. Killer Croc made a surprised sound. I always thought it was just an abstract thing, an invisible energy that connects all living things. I just got a part of it by chance. The cat rolled his eyes at the silly crocodile. That's because you are just a low-level agent. It scolded. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Tao stretched out his hand. Under his sleeves, the tiny metal of the metal spirit was slowly spreading. Ready. Damn, I suddenly found that I was stuck at the end and there was a repeated paragraph. I was really sorry. I was wondering how I could finish 4,000 words so quickly today. It turned out that I accidentally got stuck when changing the paragraph, resulting into copies of the paragraph. I will write more tomorrow. Sorry for the big guys who followed me a few minutes ago. Arceus's pirate journey. In the Great Pirate Era, countless people rushed to the sea. Those who get the power of Arceus come to this world as a new Arceus. The combination of Pokemon and fruit abilities will bring new changes to this world. Chapter 161. I really didn't mean to beat you up like this. After passing through the door, Chen Tao, Killer Croc, and the cat totem spirit named Socks by Chen Tao appeared on a blood-red ocean. Killer Croc saw bones condensing under his feet one by one, and then forged into a round boat made of bones, carrying them to the distance. Killer Croc turned his head and looked at the cat. At this time, the totem spirit called Socks that returned to the red of all living things was no longer the weak little cat image, but a majestic, giant cat. I didn't know you could enter and exit the red of all living things so easily. I originally thought that once your totem left the red of all living things, you couldn't go back. Killer Croc heard Batman ask, and I originally thought that you should be able to take us through the network of life and directly descend to the center of the red of all living things. Killer Croc saw the giant cat, rolled his eyes. He squatted to the bow of the bone boat under his feet, and then several human skeletons condensed from the bone deck beside them. The skeletons made bone paddles in their hands and began to slide them diligently. Immediately, the bone boat rushed forward at a speed that surpassed that of ordinary fighter jets. But strangely, Killer Croc did not feel the impact of acceleration or wind pressure at all, and it was as smooth as blood flowing through his veins. You are the totem of the Red Totem Council of all living things, but you can't space jump in your own home, and can only use the most stupid and crude method? The cat-shaped totem spirit nicknamed Socks still didn't want to talk to Batman. Then the next second he was slapped on the back by Batman, his feet slipped, and he almost fell off the boat. Speak. Are you mute? Enough. Socks was forced to answer unhappily. I'm just the spirit of the totem, not the king of life. To fully master the power of the red of all living things is something that only the king of life can do, and this generation of the king of life is still in the womb of Animal Man Buddy Baker's wife. And now the red of all living things has not been corroded to such a weak point by the black of decay. I can still go home. So we still have to cross the Red Sea in the desert of flesh and blood to reach the center? Socks couldn't help but look at him. He was surprised by the other party's understanding of the red of all living things. He knew even more than the human-faced bat. Can a low-level human bat serum really achieve such an effect? But he held himself back and didn't continue talking to Batman. The brothers of the Totem Council have already set up their positions, ready to meet the great enemy Batman, and he knows very well that he should not talk too much nonsense, so as to prevent the information from being leaked and causing Batman to notice it in advance. Chen Tao talked to him for a while and found that he was still unwilling to talk nonsense, so he had to shrug his shoulders and sit back at the stern. The bone boat sailed in the red ocean for a while, and Killer Croc suddenly shouted, "What is that?" In the middle of the red ocean, small islands made of flesh and blood were floating in it, but a closer look showed that it was not fresh flesh at all, but rotten meat, emitting a foul smell, constantly oozing pus and blood, and there were a lot of flies hovering on it. Chen Tao looked at Socks and saw that he didn't speak, so he replied, "That is the island of corruption, a small pocket of the decayed country. More and more such pockets are constantly breeding, eroding the red of all living beings." Socks glanced at him. "You know that too?" He rolled his eyes again, not wanting to talk to Batman. Chen Tao took this opportunity to talk while approaching the edge of the bone ship. Then he quietly stretched out his hand, and countless tiny nanorobots flew out from his palm and threw them into the Red Sea and the island of corruption. Then he continued to talk. "This is why the King of Life is so important. His mission is to drive these things back and maintain balance. The red of all living things cannot be ignored and allowed to spread." Socks became more and more angry as he listened. He turned his head suddenly, "And you almost killed the King of Life." Batman seemed to jump in fright, and Killer Croc looked at him strangely. He witnessed Batman's little movements throughout the whole process. Even the other party's seemingly frightened movements were just exaggerated actions to attract the other party's attention, to prevent the other party from noticing what he threw into the Red Sea. He heard the other party say shamelessly, "I was just scaring you. Putting aside the facts, don't you have any fault?" Socks became even angrier after hearing this. The rotten island in front of him was an eyesore, and Batman behind him was annoying. He squatted at the bow in a sullen manner, not moving at all. Killer Croc looked back at Batman, who was sitting back at the stern and still not saying anything. "Batman. HMM. Killer Croc whispered, "Don't think I don't know. You must have prepared something, right? Just like when you dealt with us before." Batman seemed to be deaf and didn't respond to what he said. Seeing Batman's non-committal and cold expression, Killer Croc swallowed his saliva and continued, "Don't think I don't know who you are. We have been friends for more than 10 years. Remember when I used to work for Two-Face? That time, Harvey, Two-Face's original name, thought he had found a remote enough place to kill you, and he installed a lot of machine guns and traps there. Huh. He said, as a result, you ran over and counted down 3 times in front of him, and then the lair he carefully arranged was blown to pieces in the bomb explosion. Afterwards, he blamed it all on me, thinking that I leaked the secret. Do you remember what you told us at the time? You actually buried bombs on every high-rise building in Gotham that might be used as a trap, to ensure that, if there is a battle in that place one day, you can use bombs to create chaos and escape. It's too sinister, man. Note, this is what Batman did in the original work, so later, no one dared to fight you in a high-rise building, or other places they were not familiar with. So come on, man, don't think I don't know that you must have made sufficient preparations in advance. So, what are we going to do this time? Killer Croc whispered, give me a hint. To overthrow the red of all creatures? Force them to give us more power, he said, or to destroy the Totem Council, take the seats, and sit on our own. He said a man on the left and a asterisk on the right, and spoke like rap. Chen Tao already regretted bringing this chattering idiot to the red of all creatures. Why did he remember that Killer Croc's character was a taciturn and strong thug, a beast whose animality was greater than human nature, instead of a chattering big mouth? What did Hollywood do to Killer Croc? No, we came to the red of all living things with friendly purposes. We came to the red of all living things with good intentions to ask for help. Chen Tao warned Killer Croc, don't do anything that will surprise your friends. Killer Croc showed a look of disgust on his face. If he saw it right, Batman was still throwing a trick he couldn't understand into the sea a few minutes ago. He made a deep expression, this world will only become a better place if you force it, but? Question mark? Chen Tao glanced at him sideways. Why does this sentence seem familiar? Did you steal my line? Where did you hear this sentence from? What? Killer Croc tried to play dumb. Then he met Batman's disapproving eyes. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Killer Croc immediately backed off. He raised his hands. Okay, this sentence was originally written by Poison Ivy. I just borrowed it. Chen Tao was speechless. This fucking quote is actually a quote that has been passed on 3 times. Then his face darkened. No, here's a time traveler. This is a forehand quote. Then he thought again. That's not right. How can Batman's work be called plagiarism? Or third hand? Chen Tao nodded with a clear conscience. The big crocodile was still doubting his life behind him. Why was it discovered so easily? Don't I look like someone who would say such profound words? Chen Tao was too lazy to explain to him the incident of plagiarizing the original work, and continued, in short, the red of all living things and we are both on the side of justice. This time we hope that the red of all living things can help us. As long as we talk to them in a nice tone, they will definitely be willing to help us generously, so your attitude must be decent. I understand. Killer Croc nodded repeatedly. If they are not generous, we will help them to be generous. If they are not decent, we will be decent on their behalf. Chen Tao originally wanted to correct him, but he gave up soon. You are right. Socks next to him was horrified. They landed in the flesh and blood desert, and Socks created a bone chariot. They trudged on a red land. Chen Tao scattered Nanorobot several times. He did not see the warriors of the red of all living things. They were the guardians of the red of all living things world. They were usually orcs with various animal heads and bad wings on their backs. They should be stationed in various places of the red of all living things, ready to fight against the invasion of foreign enemies at any time. But at this time, Chen Tao did not see them at all. He lowered his eyebrows. What does this mean? It means that the Totem Council is gathering troops. Against whom? I really want to cooperate with you sincerely. He sighed and said to the cat Totem Socks for the last time. They finally came to a flesh and blood palace. As expected, Chen Tao saw the door of the palace open, and the 4 totem spirits had been waiting for a long time. One of them looked like a rhinoceros with a curved horn, another had a face full of deer horns, another looked like a lion, and the last one had a monkey face, but his face was covered with turtle-like scales. Then, a large army of guardians came out from the shadows. Crocodiles, dog heads, pit bull heads, tiger heads, lion heads. They were armed with weapons, wearing armor, flapping their wings, and fell in front of Chen Tao one by one. Without saying a word, the cat Totem Socks turned around and ran to his companions, and then the army surrounded Batman and Killer Croc. But, if you have any tricks, you'd better use them quickly, the big crocodile said. The situation is not good now. He tried to get close to a crocodile-headed red guardian of all living things, but the other party just slid his broadsword on the ground with a clang. I just want a green dinosaur. Chen Tao sighed and told them. Impossible. The rhino-headed totem spoke first. You mortal. You have completely angered the red of all living things. You don't understand what you are facing, and you don't understand how important we are. He said, the red of all living things is an important part of the entire world, and we are the guardians of this world. Compared with us, you are not even as good as a hare. Dinosaurs are creatures that have long been extinct in the long river of time. If you create them in reality, it will only cause chaos to the red of all living things and historical and biological errors. Such a request will never be met. Do you know what the stupidest thing you have done is? After the red of all living things denied your unreasonable request, not only did you not stop, you even dared to use the safety of the King of Life to threaten the balance of the entire world. This has made you commit a capital crime. For the normal operation of the red of all living things, for the balance of all things in the world, we have to agree to your coming to the red of all living things, and then imprison you here. We will let you die here. But the deer horn totem interrupted the rhino totem's words. You actually dared to blaspheme the red of all living things. Your crime is punishable by death. A mere low-level Spokesperson dared to negotiate with us. His malice was about to drip out of water. Only death can wash away such blasphemy. The rhino totem wanted to say something, but considering his companion's face, he closed his mouth. The deer horn totem waved his hand. Warriors of the red of all living things, attack. Defeat this arrogant guy. The cat totem Socks frowned. Boom. But before Socks could say anything, he suddenly saw a huge crack in the ground next to their palace, and countless machines emerged from it, as if they were free. Gears, metal, various electrical appliances, and long guns and short cannons. They were like living beings, parasitizing on the land of flesh and blood. What's going on? The deer horn totem screamed loudly, and countless robots poured out of the hole like a tide, as if the island of decay was directly opened in the center of the red of all living things. Many red of all living things warriors were caught off guard, and fell to the ground in a few blows. Some of the warriors even had mechanical parts on their bodies, like weakened steel bones. They screamed loudly in pain, injured, and felt the machines winding and growing on their bodies, turning them into real cyborgs. This is impossible. Deerhorn Totem swung his staff violently, smashing a mechanical scorpion that bounced up into a discus. Even the control of the Black of Decay cannot control the guards of red of all living things. No, they seem to have merged together. But how is this possible? What did you do? What do you want to do? Chen Tao sighed heavily. He still had a sincere smile on his face, and his smile was very kind. I want a green dinosaur. He was still smiling, but narrowed his eyes. But now I'm afraid it's more than that. At that moment, a microsecond, Deerhorn Totem saw that the smile that was originally on the corner of the other party's mouth suddenly disappeared. A bone-chilling chill climbed up his spine. He heard the other party say, "It's a pity. Why are you forcing me?" The pitch-black bat waved his nightwing, and the vertical pupils of a beast appeared in his scarlet pupils. Bat-like sharp teeth stretched out from his mouth, and then his head turned into a green dinosaur. Invisible nanorobots rolled up his body, and the huge half-machine, half-bat dinosaur flew up and directly knocked the antler totem to the ground, and then punched it again and again. Do you understand what it means to be weak in flesh and blood, and to ascend in machinery? Chapter 160 To Killer Croc Strengthens. Humanoid transport plane. Bang, bang, bang. This is impossible. The antler totem covered his face, unable to utter a word. The red of all things will naturally reject other powers. Even if it isn't an arcane, it is impossible to use the power of the Black of Decay in the red of all things before the red of all things is completely corrupted. Note, an arcane, the incarnation of the Black of Decay, has the same status as Maxon, who is still in the womb, and Alec Holland, the swamp monster. He is the mastermind behind the major event, the coming of the Corruption Nation in the New 52. Chen Tao did not speak. Poison Ivy replicated the miracle of Bane's fusion of the green of all things and the Black of Decay on his body. Before truly experiencing it, no one could understand how significant such a change is. If we simply say users who possess two powers at the same time, it may cause some misunderstandings in the expression, making people think that they can only use two powers separately. However, if someone has carefully analyzed the performance of Bane and another user of two powers, Black Orchid, they can intuitively feel that they are not using them separately, but merging them into a new power. For example, Black Orchid can make its limbs grow like vines, but in essence, these bodies twisted like vines are still flesh and blood. For another example, Bane can use the power of Black Decay to create zombies, but the zombies he created are covered with vines and flowers of green of all things. Even Vomit can grow a grass on the ground, and can even use these vines to strengthen themselves. So for Chen Tao, driving the mysterious power of Metal Spirit, which he can feel, but cannot directly show, into the red of all beings is essentially different from the invasion of Black Decay. The Black of Decay can only create the island of decay floating on the red ocean that they saw before. In essence, it replaces the red of all living things with the Black of Decay, and the original red of all living things is eaten, but he is different. In essence, he merges the Metal Spirit into the red of all living things, and the original red of all living things is still there, but some new things have been added. This is why he can so easily and unscrupulously create these robots in the center of the red of all living things. These robots are not created by him in essence, but he merges the Metal Spirit in the red of all living things, thereby stealing a part of the authority of the red of all living things, and creating them using the power of the red of all living things. The specific method is, he originally had a little authority of the red of all living things, only about 0.01%, which is negligible, but he has 100% of the Metal Spirit. When he combines the Metal Spirit and the red of all living things, this 0.01 authority becomes 10%. This is simply a mathematical fallacy. Who taught you to do math like this? But it happened to him. To some extent, this was a situation that no one had ever seen. Neither Bane nor Black Orchid could do such a thing, because no one of them could get 100% authority in any kind of natural energy, not even the King of Life, Maxine, who was still in her mother's womb. And there was the Totem Council who shared power with him. But the Metal Spirit, who would share the Metal Spirit's authority with Chen Tao, Steelbone, Steelman, one of them was still playing in the rugby league, and the other was still struggling in the laboratory. And to put it another way, even if they could share it, Chen Tao would have to be willing to share it with them. The Totem Council was in the red of all living things, and was forced to share the authority, to create the King of Life as an agent, to protect the red of all living things in the present world, while Chen Tao himself was in the present world. So why did he need an agent? Help, Totem Lords. The guardian warriors of the red of all living things wailed, but after howling for a while, they found that they didn't hurt at all. They looked at each other, confused. They were the souls of the low-level Spokespersons of the red of all living things who had been reshaped by the red of all living things after their death. If low-level Spokespersons like Killer Croc or the man-faced Bat died, they would also become one of them. They were the last line of defense. They had lived long enough to fight against external threats for the red of all living things. Whether it was the green of all living things or the black of decay, they had fought against them before. But what was happening now made them completely confused as to what was going on. Metal parts climbed onto their bodies bit by bit, and then merged into their bodies without any hindrance, as smooth as butter melting in hot chocolate, and instantly combined with their strong bodies shaped by the red of all living things. Many people even felt that their strength had become stronger. Some people had 17 or 18 mechanical arms growing out of their backs, like Dr. Octopus, with each arm equipped with an energy cannon. Some people had wings on their backs that turned directly into the wings of jet fighters, and when they weren't paying attention, the wings on their backs would spurt out flames, carrying them up into the sky like a kite with a broken string, and then they would turn themselves upside down and plant themselves in the ground like rice seedlings. Some people simply found that their feet had turned into wheels, and they could slide on the ground like ice skates. Such strange enhancements made them feel uneasy, and the worst thing was that when they tried to use these enhancements to deal with the robot enemies that suddenly appeared, the mechanically enhanced parts of their bodies began to rebel. You can see that the warrior who was hit by the mechanical arm that grew out of his back was crying, and the unlucky guy who was constantly planted into the ground by the wings on his back like rice seedlings. Master Totems, we can't hold on any longer. We must make a decision early. The dog-headed warrior who was still talking to the totems hadn't finished speaking when he was suddenly hit on the forehead by his fully mechanized tail and fainted. The disobedient mechanical tail was still unwilling to give up and hit the already fainted dog's head again. The rhino totem slammed a robot that jumped up with its fangs and claws and said, "Euthanasia, think of a way." I'm thinking. The cat totem Socks was called by his real name, and the cat was so anxious that sweat was pouring out of his forehead. The guards inside the Red of all living things actually had a hard time. The guards of the Red of all living things were good at fighting, and had the advantage of the terrain inside the Red of all living things. They were fully capable of defeating any invaders. Even the Black of Decay could not defeat them without being corroded. Quickly call back Animal Man Buddy Baker. Enough. Have you forgotten that this generation of Animal Man Buddy Baker was not given all his power by you? You gave all the damn power to the King of Life who was still in the womb. The brain of the cat totem Socks was spinning wildly. If it really still had this organ, it was obvious that Animal Man could not come back to help. Even if he could come, it would be too late. He did not have the ability of the King of Life to jump directly in the life network and instantly reach the center of the Red of all living things. And the current situation was that the defeat was like a landslide. Soon the battle line of these Red of all living things guards would collapse. There were even robots that kept passing through the defense line and rushing in front of them. They are a group of totems, the souls of past generations of Animal Man who died. They may have been very strong in the past, but now they are just souls that are lingering in the Red of all creatures without much power. In this respect, they are the same as the green of all creatures. All generations of Swamp Thing will return to the green of all creatures, and then become a tree stump rooted in the ground, losing all their power, and can even be burned to death by a fire. Batman, we need to talk. Chen Tao did not speak, his face was expressionless. Yes, the Red of all creatures is indeed important and great, but it does not mean that the Totem Council is great. They are two completely different things, and cannot be confused at all. In the original comics, the totem spirits of this group of Totem Council were even killed, but did this affect the Red of all creatures? Not at all. Socks and the Shepherd from the Bone Garden. Note, the Shepherd is the ferryman responsible for receiving the souls of the dead in the Red of all living things. He once brought Animal Man Buddy Baker out of the Bone Garden of the Red of all living things. He is a man with a sheep's head and a lion's face, easily inherited their authority, and continued to maintain the operation of the Red of all living things without any effort. And the most important thing is that they are not considered human beings, so even if they are killed, Chen Tao deliberately indulged his murderous intent. He knew very well that the cat on the opposite side would definitely be able to feel it. And the most important thing is that his murderous intent is not fake. This should be enough to deter. We are willing to get you a green Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is easy. We only need to use the authority of the Red of all living things to make it. Stop it, Batman. The target we need to fight is always the Black of Decay. It is our common enemy. We can't waste time at this time. At this time, you think of the common enemy? Not enough. Chen Tao said concisely. Socks took a deep breath. He recalled what Killer Croc said on the ship, and then said, we are willing to give you more power from the Red of all living things. He has the capital to say this. They are the Totem Council. If it is the Tree Council of the Green of all living things next door, then they will give all the power to the swamp monster, leaving them with nothing. And then they almost got robbed and wiped out in the original comics. But their Totem Council always likes to hold back, and is fully capable of giving all the power. Hey, but I just want to keep a little. I ask you to give me the power to enter the Red of all living things at any time. Chen Tao looked around. I know you can't let me jump in the Red of all living things anytime and anywhere like the King of Life, but what I need is to be able to travel in the Red of all living things. The life network jump like the King of Life Maxon is like this. For example, she jumps into the mouse in front of her and can instantly jump out of another seagull hundreds of kilometers away through the Red of all living things, achieving an effect similar to teleportation. What Chen Tao needed was to jump from reality into the Red of all living things, just like the cat totem Socks had led them through just now, then trek through the Red of all living things, and then jump back to the real world to achieve the effect of spatial displacement. But this was just transferring the travel in reality to the Red of all living things, which was not as convenient as Maxin, but required less authority. Red of all living things will never agree. The Deerhorn totem wanted to say half a sentence, but was immediately hit by a big fight from Chen Tao. Cat totem Socks stopped Rhino totem who was about to say something. He ignored the objection of Lion totem and the approval of Turtle ape totem, and made the decision directly. We can give you such power. We can do it with the current authority. he said to the other totems. Don't let anger blind your eyes. He raised his two cat paws. Don't you feel that the red of all living things seems to be a little stronger? Without waiting for the other two companions to say anything, he turned his head and said to Chen Tao, I agree. He said, I can definitely let you. No, not me. Chen Tao said. He let go of Killer Croc, who was still watching the show. It's him. Killer Croc. Don't think I don't know how you give others power, just like the transformation of Animal Man Buddy Baker. That is to take out all the internal organs and tidy them up. The person is completely unconscious. I don't have the courage to lose consciousness in front of you. Chen Tao said unhappily. So this is why I brought Killer Croc. Okay, I caught you. Killer Croc shouted. I knew you were harboring evil intentions and had long wanted to harm the red of all living things. You even told me not to say those words before. I really came with friendship and peace at the beginning. Chen Tao emphasized to him. They are forcing me. Do you think I will believe it? Killer Croc was heartbroken. I knew you were a dog. That couldn't change its nature. You said you didn't want to cause hostility from the other party. You just deliberately induced them to attack you and then found an excuse to cheat them. Darkness. It's so dark. The totems with stinky faces on the opposite side felt sympathetic. Darkness. It's so dark. The red of all living things has never encountered such a bad bastard in hundreds of years. Fuck you guys. I really am. Chen Tao finally gave up explaining. Anyway, in their eyes, he was already a scheming supervillain, and it was impossible to wash it off. So let them think so. Hurry up now. Soon, the totems of the red of all living beings called some tailors. These ugly guys who looked like aliens had super big heads. They were the transformation experts in the red of all living beings. Animal Man Buddy Baker was a masterpiece from their hands. Soon, Killer Croc was tied to the table and fell into a deep sleep. First the heart, liver, spleen and lungs, then the bone marrow and brain. They stuffed one life network after another into it. Don't try to do anything under my nose. Chen Tao said, I also have a part of the power of the red of all living beings. I can see everything you do to him. Several totems looked at each other. We won't do such a despicable thing. Except for the antler totem that was beaten and fainted, perhaps pretending. All the totem spirits chirped and sang in unison, saying in a tone full of resentment, we are kind totems. We are the guardians of justice. You are right. We are good people who are blackmailed. We are not as bad as you. We have never thought of doing anything to others. Bad guys always think of others so darkly. Chen Tao was speechless. After a messy reassembly and loading, Killer Croc soon changed drastically. I have an exam this afternoon. I hope I don't fail the exam. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Legion of Doom. Chen Tao watched helplessly as the red transformers of all creatures, who were called tailors, continued to knead Killer Croc's body. He lost consciousness, and his body was flattened and rounded like plasticine. His blood vessels, bones, and internal organs were suspended in the air as if weightless, and then were constantly stuffed back or taken out of his body by the tailors. Soon, Killer Croc, who still had a bit of human form, gradually became bigger and bigger. His mouth became wider and wider. After watching for a while, Chen Tao finally realized that something was wrong. This guy, how come he looks more and more like a dinosaur? Huh? What the hell? Does Killer Croc need to go through such steps to master the power of red of all creatures? But Chen Tao didn't have much red of all creatures, after all, and he didn't know what changes would occur in their distribution of power. Therefore, even though he was vaguely worried that Killer Croc would not like his new appearance after waking up, he was more worried that a sudden interruption during the operation would cause unpredictable consequences, so he naturally didn't dare to interrupt the tailors at will. Soon, those tailors who looked like big-headed dolls turned Killer Croc into a small dinosaur. Okay, Batman, the dinosaur you wanted is made. Chen Tao opened his mouth. What a joke. Chen Tao knew his loading process. The big Batmobile melted into his body like candle liquid. If he loaded Killer Croc here and turned it into a green dinosaur, what would it be? Eating man diary? Chen Tao frowned and quickly explained to the Totem Council that they had misunderstood. So the tailors who returned to work quickly needed Killer Croc again and again, and soon restored him to a similar state as before. At the same time, the Red of all living beings really found a big green dinosaur for Chen Tao. Several little tailors came to help Chen Tao. These servants of the Totem Council kept finding raw materials from countless reds like needing plasticine, and then began to knead them. Chen Tao knew that no matter how lifelike the finished product they needed was, the result was just an empty shell without a soul. Just like they molded a brand new body for Buddy Baker in the original comics, a green dinosaur without a soul. This did avoid some humanitarian and transportation problems for Chen Tao. Chen Tao stared at the silver font on his retina. Dear Batman number 52, you have found the green dinosaur. Batman number 27 of the parallel universe Bat Dragon can now be loaded. Load immediately? Chen Tao certainly did not intend to load in front of this group of red totem spirits of life. He used the black nanorobots that gathered, like fine sand, to condense a rope and put it around the neck of the unconscious Bat Dragon. He turned his head and walked to Killer Croc, who had just woken up from the operating table, and said, "You are awake." The operation was successful. He said to Killer Croc, who was still a little dazed, "Try it. You can feel that kind of power now, right? Open that door." Chen Tao coaxed, "Try to control him. Maybe you won't be able to control it well at first." But Killer Croc snapped his fingers, and then a passage appeared directly in front of the two of them. Chen Tao turned his head and looked at the totems. He can use the power you gave him so easily and seamlessly, just because this power is given to him by you, so he doesn't need to run in. Chen Tao said, "Like Animal Man, Killer Croc's abilities now all come from you. You can deprive him of his power at any time." The totems looked at each other. Don't get me wrong, but finally, it was the cat totem Socks who spoke up. "We can only do this," Socks explained, "unless you reach the level of the King of Life. The power of the red of all living things given by us will naturally be controlled by us. This is the inevitable result of sharing power, and we can't control it. This is different from the power you grab from the red of all living things yourself using scientific means such as human bat serum." Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. What he said was the truth, and it could only be like this for the time being. When Batman disappeared behind the door of the red of all living things, all the totems breathed a sigh of relief. This gentleman finally left. A warrior of the red of all living things said subconsciously with a dazed look in his eyes. "Actually, the feeling of being possessed by those metals is not that bad. I like it." But the next second, his companions covered his mouth. "I'm sorry, everyone. This fool didn't say anything." The cat totem Socks waved his claws unhappily. If it was before, they might have the energy to punish this daring lunatic, but at this time, they needed to have a good meeting to discuss the issue of Batman. Socks looked down at the antler totem lying unconscious on the ground. "You can get up now. Stop pretending." "Huh? What happened?" Socks was too lazy to play the "I just woke up" and looked confused scene with the antler totem. "Let's go," he told the other party. "Let's go to the meeting. This is the cage where Bane is imprisoned. Bane has been here for more than 72 hours. He collapsed in the corner of the cage, motionless. When someone brought him food, he ate it. When someone used a mechanical arm to take away the dishes, he did not react. Bane was sleeping. He slept day and night, as if he could escape from the reality in his dreams. But today, he finally faced Batman's first interrogation. With a bang, the light above his head lit up. Bane got up from the ground and turned to look at the person in front of him. "Are you Clayface?" When he saw Batman, Bane's face finally showed a trace of life, but it returned to indifference in an instant. "It doesn't matter," he said. Then he wanted to lie down and continue to sleep, but he saw Batman slap a piece of paper on the glass in front of him. "A pardon from the president, Bane. As long as you can join the fight against Brainiac, all your previous crimes will be written off." He heard Batman say, "Listen, I've been wanting to talk to you, you know? I don't want to hurt you. I don't want things to end with you or me killing each other." Bane turned over and curled up. He curled up like the boy who once struggled in the water dungeon. "Things don't have to come to this. I don't know what factors have made your life so twisted. I don't know what factors have made you so obsessed with me. Who knows? Maybe I was involved, but maybe I can help you. He heard Batman's voice, low, like the cold darkness, and like the scorching sun. We can work together. I can put you back on the right path. You don't need to take risks anymore, and you don't need to be alone. We don't have to kill each other from the beginning. Our killing each other itself has no meaning. Bane finally looked up and saw Batman with his back to the light. His face blurred into a shadow. The light was dazzling. All he could see was the hands that were reaching out to the glass. No, not through, but Batman had opened the door of his transparent cage. Batman walked directly into the transparent cage and came to Bane without hesitation. You, me, we have worked together more than once. Why not try again? This is an opportunity, Bane, to erase everything you have done before, start over, and restart your life. You have committed unforgivable crimes and you have committed many evil deeds, but now you have a chance to surpass your past self, to fight for the Earth, and for human civilization. Bane sat up slowly, crossed his knees, and let Batman's shadow cover him. He still liked darkness, the warm and cold darkness. Neither your father, mother, nor that cage, they can define you. Bane. From today, from now on, you have to live for yourself. Bane heard Batman's voice and his persuasion. We will definitely defeat Brainiac. I have made all the preparations for this. Chen Tao said. Luthor gave me a trump card. Bane, old friend. If you are willing to help me, I can show you them. The Red of all creatures has been holding meetings day and night for almost a week. The many totems of the Totem Council have never been able to reach a unified opinion on whether to retaliate against Batman. But after debating for so long, today, they are finally going to come to a conclusion. At this time, the Antler Totem, which has been fighting for several days, has convinced most of the other totems, and has become the undoubted majority. The behavior of that mortal to the Red of all creatures is undoubtedly a blasphemy. For thousands of years, the Red of all creatures has never had anyone break in and steal its power. He said, we should capture Killer Croc immediately and then take back his authority to freely enter and exit the Red of all creatures, and then gather all our strength in the world to let Batman see how powerful we are. I've said it before, we still have the Black of Decay to deal with. We can't just waste our strength like this. Sox has run out of tricks. He made his last effort. Even if we mobilize the power of all the users of the Red of all living things in the world, it will be difficult to defeat Batman. He has Superman as his helper. We are going to deal with Batman, not Superman. The Deer Antler Totem emphasized, Superman is very strong. Don't think of me as an old antique who doesn't know the reality, but you must also admit that Superman can't be by Batman's side 24 hours a day, and there is only one Superman. Sox couldn't believe that this ignorant and arrogant speech actually attracted the unanimous agreement of other totems. Yes, that's right. We can't let those who blaspheme the Red of all living things leave without cost. That will only lower our prestige. That's right. Looking at the group of stupid and pedantic old antiques opposite, Sox just felt tired. He finally said in despair, don't you understand the principle of taking emergency measures? Akan is watching us from outside, but we are still fighting among ourselves. No matter how excessive Batman's actions are, he is still a member of the Red of all living things, and possesses the power of the Red of all living things. Internal instability is more important than external threats. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Deerhorn Totem. What's the saying? You must first stabilize the country before you can resist foreign aggression. He finally concluded, those users of the Red of all living things in our world are very powerful warriors, and there are many of them. No matter what, we are outnumbered, and the advantage is mine. Seeing that Sox didn't speak, the Deerhorn Totem softened his tone a little and said, we don't expect to kill Batman, we just want to teach him a lesson, so that he will respect us a little more in the future. The Deerhorn Totem said, it will not harm the interests of the Red of all living things. He was secretly annoyed. In this corrupt parliament, everyone's opinions cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, why would he bother to persuade Sox? Sox looked at the other totems. As a member of the Totem Council, he had to keep in step with the other totems. So he finally sighed and said, "We are just teaching Batman a lesson as punishment for his blasphemy against us. We won't kill him, use lethal force against him, or do anything to annoy him." Of course. The ugly face of the antler totem showed a sincere expression. "Everything I do is for the red of all creatures." He said, "No matter how powerful Batman is, he can't be omniscient and omnipotent. There will always be times when he is alone. Please, I say it again, don't think I'm an old antique who knows nothing." He said, "Don't even mention that Superman will protect him. Even if there are 20 doomsdays, we will always have a way to deal with it. Do you know Doomsday? And Parasite, I have been observing the present world." He turned his head and said to Socks, "So you should know that I'm not making rash decisions because I don't understand the power of Batman and Superman. But even if we know how powerful they are, we can't ignore the majesty of the red of all creatures for them." But before he finished speaking, he saw a connection port between the red of all living things and reality suddenly appeared beside him. It appeared right in the middle of their meeting room, which scared the Deerhorn totem a little. "Did you see it? Did you see it?" The Deerhorn totem reacted and pointed at the connection port excitedly and said, "I told you that." After giving Batman that authority, it is equivalent to displaying the entire red of all living things nakedly in front of, but the next second, the dozens of things that came out of the port made the Deerhorn totem shut up completely. Sock's brain was also blank. Like the Deerhorn totem, it was also a rare totem among his old antique compatriots who liked to learn about modern human civilization. And it was precisely because he understood what happened in reality that he could understand what this hideous monster in front of him was. The expressionless look and red eyes almost froze Sock's brain. Socks felt that his tongue was knotted and his brain was trembling. Destroy, destroy, doomsday. So many. Those doomsdays have been marching in silence since they walked out of the passage. They first lined up in a queue, and then in an instant, speed several times the speed of sound burst out from them, and they smashed the walls of the conference room like tofu. There was a quick reacting red guard warrior of all creatures who wanted to go up to stop him, but the next second his body was smashed in half by the charging doomsday. At this time, his eyeballs were resting on his butt, but fortunately this was red of all creatures, and as a warrior of red of all creatures, he would not die. The whole building collapsed and was in ruins. The dusty totems crawled out of the ruins and looked at each other. "I propose to postpone the revenge on Batman," Socks said. "Who is in favor and who is against?" This time, even the deer antler totem was silent. "Everyone. I'm back from pie trading, holding my butt while enduring the pain. My reading has been so bad recently that I need to rely on pie trading to make up for the loss. Ninja school teacher. I can become stronger by teaching." Yu traveled to the Naruto world and became a Chunin teacher in the ninja school. He awakened the teacher system and became stronger by teaching. For the first time you complete a teaching rated A, you will be rewarded mastery of fire attribute chakra nature change. Your teaching has made Uchiha thinking more mature, and he has learned to think independently. You will be rewarded sage body. Your disciple Uchiha has opened the Sharingan and received a reward 6 eyes. Many years later, the 6 Paths Sage's chakra temporarily awakened and began to check how Kaguya's seal was, only to find that Kaguya was being beaten up by Yu and a group of students. The Sage of 6 Paths. 6. Chapter 164 Wonder Woman's Little Pink Pill. This is Batman, in the underground base of Metropolis. There are about 20 doomsdays squatting here. They are really doomsdays. Each of them has hideous bone spurs and bulging muscles. Although they are different in face, details and even gender, each one is genuine. It's really unbelievable. Lucius circled around the doomsdays standing there quietly and then punched them twice with his fists. "This is incredible," he kept exclaiming in amazement, saying, "Can Luthor really create such a monster?" He said a little madly, "This is unscientific. It doesn't make sense. I've studied Doomsday for so long, and I've only just figured out their cell structure. To put it in a more specific metaphor, it's like opening a present. I've just taken off the ribbon." He stared at the Doomsdays, but Luthor has actually copied the same model? This is definitely not something Luthor can do. Bruce, you haven't studied Doomsday in depth. You don't know how difficult this is. Doomsday doesn't have human internal organs and visceral systems. It's just a weapon that purely absorbs energy. The mature and steady scientist waved his hand angrily, seeming a little broken. If Luthor can really replicate Doomsday in such a short time with just the lower half of his body, He pointed at the microscope on the table and said, "Just eat the microscope." That's right. In fact, Luthor created them with his own wisdom, and watched them grow from an embryo to the 3 or 4 meter tall behemoth in front of him. There will be no problem. Luthor regards them as his ultimate trump card. Luthor regards them. Lucius was very keen to notice the emphasis in Chen Tao's words. He turned around and walked to the workbench next to him. "So, what do you need me to do?" Chen Tao took out a remote control and pressed it, and then those Doomsdays walked out of the room with a more uniform pace than human soldiers standing at attention, and obediently returned to their placement room, which was covered with 3 layers of lead inside and outside, isolating all possibilities of prying. Chen Tao then turned around and said to Lucius, in a fast food restaurant on the street, Chen Tao, wearing a half-face mask and a Batman uniform, sat with Wonder Woman Diana in casual clothes. Hiss. Looking at the curious eyes around him who saw his clothes and extended to him, Chen Tao regretted wearing a uniform to meet Diana. If he had known, he could have just put a mask on his face. "I'm Batman." Chen Tao repeated to the people around him. "Yes, I'm Batman." "Oh, it's cosplay. This cosplay costume is so cool. Where did you buy it? Are you going to the comic convention?" After a while, the excessive attention finally disappeared. Chen Tao sorted out his mood and then said to Diana in front of him with a voice that was stuck with phlegm in his throat, "I think Steve or Ms. Waller will go crazy if they see the 2 of us together." Diana took a sip of the drink, and the strong suction from the superhuman made her drink the whole cup of coke in one gulp, and then she swallowed the whole burger in her hand into her stomach in one gulp. She had already eaten a lot, which could be seen from the 3 family buckets that Chen Tao ordered for her. The strong bite force and cheeks that were strong enough to withstand missile bombardment made the burger be squeezed flat in her mouth, without leaking out at all, and then she swallowed it with a gulp. "Just because I don't speak, doesn't mean I'm stupid," Diana said unhappily. "There's no need to sow discord between me and Steve and the others so blatantly." As soon as the female warrior finished speaking, she suddenly realized something. She narrowed her eyes and said with a half smile, "Wow, you deliberately played a low-level provocation to let me see through it and used it to remind me that I can't obey Steve and Ms. Waller and the others. You're really good." I completely understood what he meant. Chen Tao snorted in response, then picked up the burger in his hand and took a bite like a normal human being. Wonder Woman looks like an Amazon warrior without any schemes on the surface, but just like Superman looks like a big fool on the surface. There is no stupid fool among the 3 giants of the Justice League. It's just that except for Batman, the other 2 don't like to use their brains. Well, but there are really fools among the 7 giants. I won't say who they are, Diana said unhappily. "Okay, let's skip the secretive fight. What do you want from me today?" "I'm going to give you a weapon." Chen Tao took out a small pink pill and gave it to her. He had given this pill to Superman before. "What is this?" "The brainiac we are facing this time is a telepath," Chen Tao told her. "I have every reason to believe that this super AI will use telepathic abilities. Of course, we are not without countermeasures," Chen Tao said, "but in order to prevent the worst from happening, I'm afraid we have to make preparations. If our telepaths can't stop Brainiac from controlling all our combatants, then before you feel that you are being controlled by Brainiac, take this pill." He stuffed the small pink pill into Wonder Woman's hand. Wonder Woman took out another burger and swallowed it in one gulp. She held the pill bottle and said nothing, but continued to eat fast food bite by bite. A somewhat subtle silence fell between the 2. 10 seconds later, Diana put down the family bucket that had been devoured by herself and wiped the corners of her mouth elegantly with a napkin. Her eating posture just now was very unsightly, like a starving ghost reincarnated, but now she wiped the corners of her mouth so gracefully, as if she was not eating fast food, but the royal food carefully prepared for her by tens of thousands of servants. Chen Tao was sure that, even if the Queen of England crawled out of the grave and became 80 years younger, she would not be able to imitate this spontaneous nobility. At this time, Diana finally looked like a demigod. Then the next second, Diana smiled slightly. In an instant, her temperament changed again. The elegant princess took off her long skirt, tied up her long hair, picked up the round shield, and wielded the sword. The Amazon's war cry seemed to be chanted in her ears. Diana Prince, the heroic female warrior, took the pink pill like a sword out of its sheath, without a word of nonsense. Chen Tao blinked his eyes. He originally thought that it would take some words to gain the other party's trust. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Diana was already walking towards the door of the fast food restaurant like a ball of fire. Chen Tao immediately stood up and said, "Stephen, Ms. Waller may ask you for this bottle of medicine. They may try to persuade you not to accept this last insurance, but you don't. Got it? Thank you for your reminder, and thank you for your treat today." The Amazon warrior stood at the door of the fast food restaurant. She turned her head and smiled slightly. "I had a very comfortable meal, my comrade." She shook the pills in her hand and said, "As for this, I accept the comprehensive preparation. I look forward to fighting side by side with you." Chen Tao opened his mouth, but Wonder Woman had disappeared in the store like a wisp of green smoke. So Chen Tao sat back in his seat and picked up the fast food he had not finished eating. There was no more. Wonder Woman ate his portion as well. So Chen Tao sighed and walked to the cashier. "Sir, do you want to order anything else?" the cashier said to the weirdo in front of him who was wearing a half-face mask and a Batman cosplay costume. He had noticed that Diana had just finished all the food on the table in a whirlwind of speed. It was difficult not to attract attention, even if she ate like this. After watching the cosplay for a while, he would look away. It was more interesting to watch the slim girl eat. "Get out of the way. Your black cape is blocking my view of the big eater." In short, he watched the whole process. So now he thought Chen Tao was going to order another meal to fill his stomach. If she knew you were spying on her, she would definitely fall out with you. "What did you say, sir?" The cashier was confused and recommended professionally. "We have launched a Bat Family bucket, which comes with a set of Bat Mom, Bat Dad, and Bat Baby dolls, and a limited edition Red Hood as a gift. Don't even think about using that bottle of medicine for a search if you still have any brains and don't want your relationship with her to be ruined." The cashier felt she was being ignored. "Would you like to order, sir?" He was still selling hard. "Or you can try ordering the Clown Family bucket, which comes with a toy bomb and a toy crowbar." Chen Tao was a little nagging. She is a person who cherishes friendship. Although she is smart and knows that your friendship with her is not pure, she is still willing to do what she can for her friends without violating principles. To some extent, I think this is a kind of kindness that is easily exploited. The cashier talked for a long time and found that the other party was still talking nonsense, so he was a little anxious. "Sir, if you don't order, please, let me finish." Chen Tao pressed the cashier in front of him with such force that the other party rolled his eyes and couldn't speak. "Excuse me." Chen Tao apologized politely. "I'll say a few more words and then I'll leave." But her kindness is not endless. "I feel I have an obligation to remind you what the bottom line and boundaries of doing things are." Chen Tao said, "Don't think that she is here to help you, so treat her as your agent, okay?" He said to the computer on the cashier. "This time I discovered it. If it's not me who discovers it next time, then you may not have a next time." Chen Tao knocked on the computer in front of the cashier. "Say something. Let me know that you understand what I'm saying." Chen Tao let go of the cashier. He immediately wanted to shout, "Security, security, zzzz." The cashier looked at the computer in front of him in a daze. He didn't know how many days and nights he had been operating. A voice that he had never heard of suddenly popped up on it. "I know, Batman." Then, he heard a series of clicking sounds. The cashier looked up and saw that the surveillance camera above his head, which had not changed for thousands of years, lowered its head and aimed at the customer in front of him. After monitoring, it was Colonel Steve Trevor and Amanda Waller. The cashier was speechless. Someone hacked into this computer? He had secretly used this computer to browse some. "Sir, who is this? Is there someone?" The cashier looked down at his computer and tried to shake the mouse, but there was no response. "What's going on?" He looked up, and the Batman in front of him had disappeared. "Got him." After so many years, Nightwing, the former first generation Robin Dick Grayson, finally returned to the Batcave. This is the place that carries his memories, and he is very familiar with every plant and tree here. In the years since he left the Batcave, he has been busy fighting various enemies, including dangerous criminals like the Prankster and super terrifying enemies like Deathstroke. He and Batman have not communicated for many years, and the only memory of each other is still the manic posture of the other. After losing the second generation Robin Jason Todd, he did not agree to the third generation Robin's request for him to come back and continue to be Robin. Later, he heard that the child inherited his identity and became the third generation Robin. He was sincerely happy for him. During this period, he was busy fighting against Deathstroke. The titans he founded greatly benefited his career. He no longer fought alone, and it was easier for him to do things. However, the grudges between him and Deathstroke not only did not disappear, but became more complicated. But for some reason, Deathstroke suddenly disappeared from the battle during this period. Dick's informant in the Dark World told him that Deathstroke had received a super large order, and he took a lot of money just for the deposit. The other party was blinded by money, so he just left them alone. This made Dick a little angry. The other party gave up fighting him because of money, as if their battle was just a game of playing house. He originally planned to take the initiative with the entire Titans and continue to chase Deathstroke, but at this time Batman also happened to send him a communication request for his help. The other party's wording was very urgent. Batman never asked for his help in such a tone. So Dick finally chose to put aside the matter of Deathstroke and help Batman first. However, what Dick never expected was that when he stepped into the Batcave, the first thing he saw was Deathstroke's big orange and black face. "Everyone, I'm back from the pie trade. Try to cover the bleeding butt." This time it's Fang Yishan's book, Gwen Spider. I'm from Prototype Introduction. Gwen and Peter Parker, who returned from the prototype world, unfolded different adventure story. Exquisite fan fiction. Quality assurance. Chapter 165. Batman treats the Joker like a dog. It's bad. Oh my god. Deathstroke. Nightwing looked like he had seen Deathstroke. Deathstroke also looked like he had seen Nightwing. He didn't say a word and just took out the knife from his back. Clang. The two didn't waste any time. Nightwing took out his double sticks and rushed forward, using his fierce moves to attack Deathstroke. The cold-blooded killer also swung his double knives. In a flash, the two fought like a revolving lantern. Oh no, why are there other people in the Batcave? While fighting with Deathstroke, Nightwing glanced at the scene and noticed that in addition to Deathstroke, there were actually quite a few people sitting there. Just the ones he knew: Mr. Freeze, Penguin, Two-Face, Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn. Clang. The sharp slash from Deathstroke instantly broke through the defense network formed by his double sticks and chopped him out fiercely. This heavy blow forced him to refocus more on the battle in front of him, and he dared not be distracted in the process of fighting with Deathstroke. But he still couldn't stop his brain from wandering. So many dangerous characters. How could they gather here? Big beads of sweat flowed from Nightwing's forehead. This is the Batcave, but it was conquered by the villains? Where is Batman? Where is Alfred? And where is the third generation Robin, Tim Drake? Not good. Nightwing knew that it was almost tantamount to suicide to be distracted in the fierce battle, especially when facing Deathstroke. But he just couldn't control himself and kept. Nightwing screamed. This time he failed to catch Deathstroke's knife, and the blade scratched a small cut on his face. Batman's inhumane training saved his life, so that he blocked it with a stick at the last critical moment, so that his jawbone and throat were not cut open. But Deathstroke did not pursue the victory. "You just sit there and watch me fight with others?" He heard the voice of Deathstroke. "I thought you would maintain the entire venue and not allow fighting, just as you claimed." He heard Deathstroke say, "You should all see clearly that he attacked me first." Once the other party spoke, the breath he had held before was released, and his movement suddenly slowed down by 3 points. With this, Nightwing finally got a chance to catch his breath. He swung away Deathstroke's double swords with a stick, turned over several somersaults in a row, and left the battle. He half lying on the ground, gasping for breath. At this time, he strangely realized that Deathstroke did not seem to have the idea of killing him here. Obviously, his teammates were not around at the moment, and the other party could take this good opportunity to kill him, but he did not do so. Instead, he was worried about something. Is it the so-called rule that you can't fight here? When did Deathstroke abide by the rules so much? Nightwing's mind is still very fast. Although he is not Robin, who is famous for his detective skills, this most basic reasoning literacy is not absent. Your rule is to hold a villain party in the Batcave? He said, another evil plan against Batman. No one responded, and he said to himself, I came to the Batcave because I received a message from Batman that he needed my help. From now on, this is a complete trap. Although he said that this group of villains deliberately sent him messages to lure him to be captured, Nightwing actually knew that it was not the case at all. He did not just confirm that the other party was Batman when he received a call from Batman from a public telephone booth. The Bat family has a very detailed identity verification procedure, which changes all year round, and the possibility of being cracked is very small. Therefore, Nightwing is very clear that the person who sent him the message was Batman, and the other party asked him to go to the Batcave branch base in Gotham, and the address was exactly the same. As for why he found a nest of villains when he arrived at the place, this must be a situation that he didn't know at all. His eyes swept across the faces of the villains one by one, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Livewire. He knew that woman who drained the power of the entire Las Vegas a few months ago. Killer Croc, an old friend. A heavy bomb. This guy's brute force is memorable. And the most dangerous guy. Nightwing's eyes slid to the corner, where a man in a diving suit and armor was sitting with his arms folded. He was burly, and even the heavy metal armor could not cover his bulging muscles with unparalleled streamlined beauty. What was more eye-catching was his helmet. It was a very unique and highly recognizable appearance. Nightwing knew that only a heavyweight person would have such a terrible appearance. Two tubes extended from his back to his head, connected to the helmet, that looked like a pure black shark skull. Then, as the jagged shark fin structure on the upper part of the helmet came into view, the two huge red eyes on his helmet, like a fly's head, also looked at Nightwing at that moment. Nightwing knew that there could be a surging red laser like a tsunami at any time. It was Black Manta. Would a Lone Ranger like him actually appear in such a gathering of villains? Exclamation mark. Nightwing gritted his teeth, stood up a little staggeringly, and said, what exactly is your conspiracy? His heart was cold. Robin's instinct surged in his DNA. He deliberately shook his legs and pretended to be a strong sense of fear. He was good at this kind of acting. Every Robin was taught by Batman and mastered all the skills that could be used. Nightwing knew that it was impossible for him to win alone against so many villains. So in just a few seconds, he set himself the goal of the next action. He had to find out what these villains were going to do in Batman's lair, and then find ways to save his life. He tried his best to grasp the appropriate tone and posture. Nightwing never felt that his acting skills had reached such a peak. What do you want to do to me and Batman? This was his plan to survive, become a captive. That's right, with just one word he deliberately showed his close relationship with Batman in front of these villains, trying to manipulate their minds. No matter what they wanted to do to Batman, no one would give up him, the hostage who came to them. As long as he survives and is not killed on the spot by these villains, it will be a great victory for Nightwing. Then Nightwing saw the villains looking at each other in bewilderment. How could we possibly attack Batman? What are you talking about? I like Batman so much. The words that came out of Harley Quinn's mouth made Nightwing's brain crash for a moment. He heard Harley Quinn shouting, thanks to the old bat, I have had so much fun in the best dance hall in Metropolis these months, that even my calves have cramped. If I see him, I must thank him very much. Yes. Harley Quinn's words caused Death Shooter to nod repeatedly. Batman has helped me a lot. I must thank him very much when I see him. Nightwing's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Damn it. These people probably hate Batman to the bone, but when they are being sarcastic, they actually have bright smiles on their faces. Nightwing has heard of people laughing in anger, but this is the first time he has seen someone with such a murderous intent with a smile on his face. What happened? Batman actually attracted the hatred of so many villains. Nightwing felt that all the blood in his body poured directly into his head, making him slightly dizzy. "Hey, Nightwing." But at this moment, he suddenly heard Batman's voice. He turned his head and saw Batman standing behind him. "Old man, when did you?" In the extremely tense moment, Nightwing didn't even know whether the other party was real or fake. He quickly retreated and approached the other party. "You shouldn't be here alone." Before Nightwing finished speaking, he immediately realized that the other party couldn't be the real Batman, but it was too late. The so-called Batman in front of him suddenly exploded into a large ball of mud and tied Nightwing tightly. "Mudface, you." "Wrong. Wrong." But he heard the other party actually began to deny loudly. "Not Mudface. I am Batman's favorite Robin Pinch." Nightwing stopped struggling and stared at him in a daze, suddenly feeling a sense of collapse. Mudface left circles of mud on his body to bind him, and then turned into his original form beside Nightwing. He was wearing a Robin uniform, holding his head high, and then, sticking his butt out. Swish. The two buttocks that were swollen like balloons fluttered in the wind, blinding Nightwing's eyes. "I'm not only the greatest Robin in history, but also the Robin with the biggest butt in history. Pinch. Low-level Robins like you should have retired long ago." Nightwing opened his mouth, and he was a little incoherent. Everything in front of him was absurd and unreal. How is this possible? What on earth is this? You, huh? He was a smart enough Robin and a qualified detective. Although Mudface's rage at him just now was completely a stab in his heart, it also revealed a lot of information that he didn't know before. He vaguely guessed the truth, but this truth made him dare not believe it at all. A large group of villains gathered up, whispering to each other, except for the most important ones, such as Black Manta, Deathstroke, and Poison Ivy. They seemed uninterested in him, but went back to find a table, to sit down and wait. Deathstroke even looked back at Nightwing as he put away his knife and left. The look of looking at a brat and an idiot made Nightwing feel angry, but the anger came and went quickly. Nightwing knew that this emotion would not help the current situation at all. What should we do with him? He heard the bombshell say, "Wait, I think I know him." "Oh, isn't he the first Robin of Batman?" "I know," Holly said nonchalantly. "I used to be with him." Nightwing understood what she was going to say in an instant. "Shut up." This triggered Harley's rebellious psychology, and she shouted at the top of her voice, "Slept with him." Ugh. Livewire seemed to smell something, and fanned his nose in disgust. "You actually slept with Robin. You are not clean." Huh. Livewire said, "Robin and the like are the most annoying, like little brats who have not grown up. I would rather starve to death or die outside than have any intersection with Batman's little assistant's Robin," she said to Harley in a somewhat competitive manner. "After all, having intersections with Robin is equivalent to lowering us to the same level as Robin. We are serious villains." Red Hood Jason Todd was silent beside him. He stretched out a hand and gently pinched Liviwire's shoulder. Livewire was talking excitedly and ignored him at all, so Jason could only use more force. "What's wrong, honey?" Jason didn't know how to complain, so he could only bury his face under the mask and uttered a muffled voice, "Stop talking." Nightwing took a deep breath at this time. "You were summoned here by Batman. Is Batman now working with the villains?" The villains looked at each other. Nightwing also got his answer on their faces, which made him look ugly. Combined with the information about Brainiac provided by Batman and the message he gave him, he easily deduced the cause and effect. He cursed, "Batman is crazy." Knowing that these villains cooperated with Batman, he no longer worried that the other party would kill him. Dick simply let himself go. "Wasn't it him who repeatedly emphasized the bottom line and code of conduct to me before? Now the old man is taking the lead in cooperating with the villains?" The facts in front of him made him dizzy, and he started to speak without thinking. He was really angry to the point of losing his mind. Of course, these things were not important. I slept with the villain, so he locked me up for 3 weeks and deducted my pocket money of $5 a week. I listened to his preaching for 3 months that I couldn't have any contact with villains. Harley Quinn showed a gossipy expression. "Tell me in detail." Nightwing spread his hands on the ground. Originally, he said that the cat was no longer a villain and had turned over a new leaf. This can be said a little. But what is going on in front of you? Not only did he cooperate with the villains, but he also... What happened? At this time, Nightwing heard a voice that he was very familiar with. This made him pause in his endless chatter. Then the next second, more anger burst out from his mind. 2 white gas shot out from his ears. Okay, Batman, you actually... But the next second, Nightwing's questioning immediately stopped, because he saw Batman, and the dog chain in his hand. Fuck, what's going on? Exclamation mark. The other party was holding a person, a living person, and he dragged the other party on the ground like a dog. Nightwing looked closely. This person. Damn, this person is actually the Joker. Then he looked up, and saw the sunny and cheerful smile on Batman's face. Ah. The first generation Robin jumped up with a scream in fright, and then fell headfirst to the ground. Everyone. I went out to trade pie and came back, covering my butt briskly, start playing games from panel experience, a game full of ancient Chinese element that can bring abilities into reality. A proficiency panel. As long as you practice seriously, you will definitely gain something. Chapter 166 Brainiac arrives. Nightwing thought he was seeing things. He blinked, and Batman's face was still solemn, just like he used to be. I'm seeing things. This was the first thought that came to Nightwing's mind after he got up from the ground with his buzzing head. Then he immediately thought subconsciously, oh my god, if I jump up and hit my head and die because I'm too surprised, this may be the funniest way to die this year. Nightwing stood up from the ground. He heard Deathstroke's sneer. Under normal circumstances, this level of ridicule could not shake his mind at all, but at this time, there were other villains everywhere. In the public eye, how would they describe him? Oh, you are Nightwing, the one who almost jumped up and fell to death when he saw the Joker. Damn. Nightwing forced himself to control his thoughts and not to diverge into that kind of social death scene. Seeing Batman dragging the Joker. Ha 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 ha. Nightwing was glad that the laughter came from the Joker. Even though he was wearing a straitjacket and being dragged on the ground like a dog by a collar, he still laughed hysterically. Oh, what's the matter, little bat, that made you pull me out of the love nest you built for me? Ah, let me guess. Now I know the situation we are facing is, ha 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 ha. You want to ask me for help? This is too normal, it's completely like the Joker style. Among a lot of horror villains who said Batman is my good friend, even a perverted murderer like the Joker seemed to become friendly. At least he was still as crazy and evil as before. Nightwing thought silently. After a short excitement, he had roughly guessed the current situation. After so many years of cooperation with Batman, Dick thought he knew Batman better than anyone else. Let's put it this way, as soon as Batman raised his butt, he knew Batman was going to. Well, in short, Batman has never been a pedantic person. Over the years, Batman has cooperated with villains under the premise of facing greater crises. Deathstroke, Mr. Freeze, the Batman faced Bat. This time, the crisis is just a little bit bigger, so Batman has found a little bit more villains to cooperate with. Is this a problem? Obviously, not at all. Nightwing heard another hysterical laugh, and he continued to think, but what help can the Joker bring to us? Since Jason died, hasn't the Bat always? Nightwing's thinking suddenly stagnated. Wait. He looked up and saw Batman squatting in front of the Joker. The mouth under the mask opened and let out a more authentic laugh than the Joker. The Joker stopped laughing, and he stared at Batman coldly. Nightwing was dumbfounded. He stared at Batman blankly. Chen Tao put away his smile. He stood up and said, "Not crazy anymore, you." Before the Joker finished speaking, he was hit in the face by Batman's heavy punch, which directly broke his nose, making his pointed nose bend to the side like a broken straw. "I don't intend to cooperate with you, Joker." The Joker heard Batman's cold voice. He didn't know how the other party with a body temperature of 37 degrees could say such a cold word. "I just intend to use you, scum," he said without turning his head. "Bane, give me a hand. Help me hold this guy, okay? I feel a little sick." The Joker's eyes widened. He saw Bane walk out of the crowd and obediently pulled his reins. The other party still had the image of a hooded, cold and arrogant strong man. If you ignore the fact that he was obeying Batman's orders at this time, he must look very deterrent. Nightwing watched numbly as Bane, acting like a Robin, led the still cursing Joker away, and then slapped him twice with great force, the ancestral Robin-style violent law enforcement. "You actually hit me. Only Batman can hit me. Only Batman can hit me." The Joker screamed. "Oh, you're dead. You're absolutely dead." Bane led him around the Bat computer and walked into the small room next to him. Beside him, the zombie Blake followed step by step. Nightwing knew that small room. It was old and broken, covered with cobwebs, hot in summer and cold in winter. There was only a small, old and broken bed and a small table. That was his room, or the room before. He had lived there for a while. Even though this Bat Cave was not the one under Wayne Manor, it was still one of the largest sub-bases in Gotham City. In his childhood, he often slept directly in this base after the night patrol. But now, it seems that Batman has transformed this place into a cage. Nightwing is sure that his small bed is no longer there. Before the strange emotions could ferment in Robin, who was preparing to reminisce, a sudden noise attracted his attention again. Nightwing saw the ventriloquist in a maid costume following him happily. The other party's appearance was too magical. Nightwing was about to say something when he felt a pair of hands on his shoulders. He turned his head and saw that the person in front of him was Alfred, wearing a candle headdress. He leaned down and whispered in Nightwing's ear, "Master Nightwing, please come over here. I will briefly explain the situation." Nightwing was a little surprised. "Ah, a penny? You?" He wanted to say something else, but Alfred pulled him away. The villains no longer paid attention to him, and they began to gather towards Batman. The Batman who made Nightwing feel familiar and unfamiliar began to speak. "Dear scumbags, I have brought you a pardon issued by the President of the United States. As long as you are willing to do it for the Earth." Nightwing, who was pulled to the corner, heard Batman say on the stage, "We must protect our planet. In the face of the justice of the planet, all problems are no longer problems." Alfred whispered to him, "Bruce. Bruce has changed a lot. I don't know how to tell you, Master Dick. But in short, he is Bruce. Our Bruce." "What are you talking about?" Nightwing also answered him in a low voice. His voice seemed a little sharp because it was too low. "Are you crazy, Alfred?" Alfred was silent for a while, then said firmly, "You don't understand. Master Bruce is going to retire. This is the last journey. I can't see him retiring at all." Dick said, "And I don't think Bruce can retire." "Damn it, you fooled me. I don't think he is Bruce." His voice became slightly serious. "The Batman in front of me is at least not the Bruce I know. Tell me, what happened?" he asked. "Is Batman under mind control? Someone has taken over his body? What do you need me to do?" he said, quietly tapping his body with his fingers, tapping out the internal code of the Bat family. "If you are coerced, just blink twice in a row." "No, I was not coerced by anyone, Master Dick. And it's not that Bruce's body was taken over by someone, but Bruce took back his body. The tireless Batman is gone. Let Bruce rest. He can rest after dealing with Brainiac. So, help Bruce, Master Dick. Help him defeat this last enemy, please." Nightwing frowned. "Alfred, to be honest, I don't understand the situation." His eyes fell on Batman Bruce Wayne, who seemed to be giving a pre-war speech to the villains. Deathstroke asked him to pay more, and he asked the other party kindly how much more he needed. Deathstroke stretched out 5 fingers, and Nightwing knew that the other party wanted 5 million, which was just the starting price, and the other party would soon raise the price little by little during the mission. He knew Deathstroke and the other party's market. Don't think that just because you ask Deathstroke to kill someone for only 2 million, you really think he is a cheap guy. Then he heard Batman say, "What? 50 million? Agreed." Looking at the dumbfounded Deathstroke, Nightwing was speechless. He listened to Batman's explanation for a while, then said, "The alien collector named Brainiac? Don't worry, I will definitely help." Batman was still giving a speech. "We will have the final battle in the Slaughter Swamp. Pull Brainiac out of his biological shell, dismantle his turtle shell, and let him face the horror and reality of the Earth. Superman, I, Wonder Woman, will fight alongside you. Once the war begins, there will be no north or south. Brainiac is a villain with telepathic abilities. In order to prevent him from controlling one of us, we have specially created a potion specifically for Brainiac's telepathic abilities. The ventriloquist in a maid costume walked among the villains with rows of pink pills. He walked to Nightwing's side and motioned for him to take one from the tray. Nightwing didn't want to take it, but the other insisted, so he was forced to hold one in his hand. He turned and whispered to Alfred, "Alfred, you always think that Bruce will retire. Don't you think that this idea?" Batman chattered on the stage. "Dear villains, once you find that you are about to be controlled by the mind, I suggest that you take this pill immediately. It can help you maintain the clarity of your mind and will not be disturbed by telepathic abilities. Our dead friend Blake will help us maintain our control over Brainiac's psychic abilities. This is a defensive potion jointly made by the government and Batman. Take it with confidence. There will be no side effects. Just in case of emergency. We know much more about Brainiac than you do. This pill is very precious. You should take it first." Boom. Chen Tao was halfway through his words when a loud and earth-shaking noise suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. This was obviously not the shouting of the crowd at all. Chen Tao, who was still working hard to mobilize the morale of the crowd, suddenly felt depressed. He quickly turned on the communicator on his armor and received the message as expected. In the vast starry sky, Brainiac was carefully looking at the city in his hand. This was something he had repeated countless times. When he came to a new planet, he first took the most prosperous city on the planet, and then gave the planet an extinction package as appropriate to ensure that the city in his hand would become a unique piece in the universe. Of course, he would also collect many animals on the planet and then raise them all in the city. Then he would eliminate some useless parts of the civilization, such as repetitive laborers and low-end workers, and kill them all, leaving only some more important roles in this civilization, such as scientists or leaders. After that, he would hang these cities on his spaceship according to the position of the starry sky, and his throne was in the center. This was the experience he had accumulated over the years. By killing all the useless characters, he could extend the existence of the entire race in his spaceship, preventing these races from inevitably falling into depravity due to the inferior genes among them, and then becoming useless races, so that he was forced to clean them up. He had been doing this for so many years, but this time, he did not do what he often did before, but place the entire city safely in the center of his spaceship. He connected to the communication channel of the entire planet. Those communicators made by humans were like paper in front of him, and they were hacked into by him without any ability to resist. He appeared in the picture. "People of Earth, I'm Brainiac." One by one, metal tentacles snaked around him, connecting his biological shell and his body. He said, "After General Zod's invasion, I hope you have had the experience of being invaded and know what I want to do. I hope you have seen the news of Metropolis being taken by me in your backward news media, and now you have discovered that Metropolis has become a blank land. Please do not panic. You are lucky. This planet is special. I will not bring destruction to you as I did in the past. I have a more important goal than you." Brainiac crossed his arms and said, "Batman, I can spare this planet for him as long as you give it to me. Nothing will happen. I will leave here, and you will go on with your lives. If you think that sparing this planet is not enough, then I will add another bargaining chip. If you are willing to hand over Batman to me, I can even give you Metropolis, but if you refuse..." Brainiac adjusted his posture, but in an instant it became a more deterrent posture. This was the result of its artificial intelligence simulation, which could mobilize the fear of the Earthlings to the greatest extent. He knew that he had changed from a friendly negotiator to a terrifying threat in an instant. This change of identity is more likely to arouse the fear of creatures like Earthlings, Brainiac carefully evaluated. Before attacking the Earth, he planned to make Batman a lone man. He studied the reasons why General Zod's threat failed. His technology was far superior to General Zod. It was impossible for Batman to invade his channel this time. But the next second, he heard someone talking behind him. "You don't have to ask for it. I'm here in person. Everyone, I'm back from pie trading again." Covering his butt with satisfaction, Fat Tiger Wants a Leisure Life. The story of a little fat tiger who wanted to eat and wait for death, but became a king in a muddle. Chapter 167 Backfired. The Pentagon. Amanda Waller's office. People of Earth, this is Brainiac. It was morning, the sky was clear and cloudless, a perfect time for the evil monarch to invade the Earth. Brainiac. Amanda Waller stared at the image on the tablet, the green alien, who played with the world's human technology products in the palm of his hand. Ding 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 ding. She answered the phone expressionlessly. Yes, Mr. President. Yeah, she said, we have made a plan for such an event. Brainiac's voice was still ringing on the screen. His words were automatically translated into a language that Amanda Waller could understand. If you hand Batman over to me. Amanda turned her back with the phone in her hand. Yes, Mr. President. She took a deep breath. No, betraying Batman is a complete suicide, and I don't think there is any need to discuss this idea. Yes, Mr. President, this is my opinion. I hope this conclusion will help you suppress those surrenderists. What? Amanda Waller said, you asked what our contingency plan is? I thought you had read the reports we submitted. Then she paused for a long time, and then she said, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Those reports are indeed perfunctory and useless. Your judgment is absolutely correct. Do you really want to know what our plan is for this attack? Do you really want to hear the truth? She got a positive response on the phone. Okay, Amanda said. It's very simple. Our contingency plan is Batman. A few minutes later, she hung up the phone and stood in front of the huge, transparent floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the steel jungle that undulated like mountains. Creak. Steve Trevor hurriedly pushed open the door. Damn it, I can't get through to you, so. Then he saw Amanda Waller with her hands behind her back in front of the window, so he stopped his hurried steps, slowly walked to her side, and stood with her in front of the window. Wonder Woman Diana has rushed to Brainiac's spaceship as soon as possible. He said, we originally wanted to arrange a plane to take her to attack the spaceship directly, but Batman's subordinate Killer Croc jumped out from a place that looked like a space channel and took her away. He said, another ability we don't know about, Batman's concealment from us. Forget it, now is not the time to discuss this. Then he heard Amanda Waller's voice, and the other party did not answer his words. Batman said that Brainiac would arrive on Earth in a month, but now it has only been 2 weeks at most since he said that. The elite agent who looked like a black ant only said half a sentence and did not continue. And Brainiac's invasion happened 7 minutes ago, and Metropolis disappeared 9 minutes ago. There are tens of millions of people, but Batman failed to give any warning. Steve stopped talking halfway. He also remained silent. Both he and Amanda thought of a terrible question, but neither of them wanted to say the second half of the sentence. This is an extremely bad possibility. Not only does it mean that they have entrusted their trust to the wrong person, it is more likely to drag the entire Earth to the brink of destruction. If Batman's estimate of the time Brainiac will arrive on Earth is wrong, then the understanding of Brainiac that he showed to the two of them, would it be completely wrong as well? There was a dead silence, and neither of them was in the mood to talk. Now that it's done, don't regret it. Finally, it was Amanda who made the final decision. This is a war of survival. In the face of war, having two headquarters will only make us die faster. Even having a poor commander is better than having two commanders. She turned around and sat back at her desk. Up to now, we have provided Batman with the greatest support and tried our best. As for the final victory, defeat, life, and death. Amanda sat in her seat. This simple action made her fat face spontaneously produce a kind of aura that made people look sideways. Just accept it calmly. The North Pole. The Kryptonian's Fortress of Solitude. Clark paused. He smiled apologetically at Killer Croc who was waiting beside him. The big green crocodile waved his hand indifferently, and Wonder Woman, who was standing with the crocodile, crossed her arms. Superman turned to look at Louis and said softly, "It's okay, Louis, the Fortress of Solitude is safe. Although I haven't had time to teach you all the operating methods of the Fortress of Solitude today, what I have taught you before is enough for you to control this large spaceship," he said. "I will be back soon." He paused, and a somewhat apologetic smile appeared on his face again. "I'm sorry, Louis, I told you today that I would take time to accompany you for a day and take you to see your mother, but I'm afraid I have to put it on hold for the time being." His expression gradually became solemn. I promise you that I will save Metropolis. This is my responsibility. I will be back soon. Maybe, we can have dinner together tonight. But Louis didn't speak. She just walked slowly in front of Clark, then stretched out her palm and gently stroked the face of the Man of Steel. The two of them looked at each other in silence, and tears suddenly flowed from Louis' eyes. The two of them kissed each other. Wonder Woman and Killer Croc turned their heads away at the same time. After a long time, their lips parted. Louise tried her best not to let her voice show worry or choking. Okay, she said, I'll wait for you to come back. You have to go home early, Clark. She burst into laughter. I'm still waiting for you to have dinner with me. She looked at the warm smile of the Man of Steel. Okay, Clark answered her. He turned his head, and his high morale surged in his mind like a blazing fire. He knew why Louise was crying at this time. Both of them were trying to avoid a question. According to Batman's intelligence, Brainiac should arrive on Earth in a month. Why now? Why at this time? If Batman's intelligence is wrong, then all the preparations he made, will they really work? Superman, I will open the transmission channel for you. Well, although I brought the Bat plane, my opinion is that you can fly faster by carrying me and Wonder Woman. Killer Croc came up and said quickly, I will be responsible for showing you the way, and we can directly meet up with Batman. He said, the incident happened suddenly, and Batman has integrated all the people who can fight. Even if Brainiac came a little early. Killer Croc hesitated slightly, but still said firmly, we can still. No, we will definitely besiege him to death as originally planned. Interesting. Brainiac turned his head. He turned off the image in front of him. His goal has been achieved. Batman has fallen into the trap and appeared on his spaceship. There is no need to waste half a word with those low-level creatures on the Earth. A kind of space transmission. He scanned the space door that appeared at the scene. Through the door, he saw what seemed to be a sea of red blood behind it. It is something that does not exist in my database. You surprise me more and more, Batman. He slowly scanned the men brought by Batman one by one. Deathstroke drew his two blades. Black Manta walked silently to the front of the crowd, and Livua's hands flashed with lightning. Deadshot, and those characters who were recruited. He sighed. This action imitated from the Earthlings was very lifelike, and it showed the helplessness of people to the core. But Chen Tao knew that Brainiac had no such emotion as helplessness at all, and all this was the result of simulation. Is this all you can rely on? That's all? Come on. With every word he said, the artificially simulated emotions were stripped away from his tone bit by bit, and finally made his voice seem calm. Earthlings, you should have given it your all from the beginning when facing me. Useless reservations will only make you die faster. I'm not sure if you can see my supremacy. Over time, the entire universe will be concentrated here and shaped according to my will. Your resistance is meaningless. Then the artificial intelligence heard Batman's voice. Unless we can stop you, I only offer you salvation. Your environment has been poisoned. Your civilization has exhausted its resources, and the decline of the Earth is irreversible. I still hope to give you a little chance to survive at the last moment. Frankly speaking, precious samples like you, each of them has enough research value, and I don't intend to destroy you. No one responded to him. Brainiac said to himself, I once told you this, Batman. I don't bring destruction. He waved his hand, and countless cities that he had collected lit up at this moment, illuminating the entire spacecraft like stars. I bring salvation, Batman. Those cities that should have been destroyed because of themselves can continue because of my existence. No one answered him again. I think there's something wrong with this guy's brain. Deathstroke's voice sounded a little dull under the orange and black mask. Does he really think that he can shake our fighting spirit with this little mouth? Of course not. He heard Batman say. Of course not. He heard Brainiac say. The green robot looked at Batman with some surprise, and the other party interrupted him and spoke. While Brainiac was talking nonsense, he was also manipulating his trump card. What trump card? Red Hood interrupted what Deathstroke had not said yet, and cooperated to be a troublemaker. Wait, you mean Brainiac has something? Deathstroke's mind turned quickly. He thought of something at once, and his voice suddenly became low. Don't tell me that the trump card you showed us is actually related to Brainiac. He wanted to continue to say something, and then he was immediately interrupted by Red Hood. Let Batman speak first. Doomsday has never belonged to Luthor or you, Batman. Deathstroke felt like he fell into an ice cave when he heard Brainiac's words. Batman had shown them how powerful Doomsday was before, which was why he had so generously joined the crusade. In his opinion, with all these Doomsdays, how could they lose? How could they lose again? This mission was just a free money grab. 20 Doomsdays. Each of them could pin Superman to the ground, and together they could flatten any planet in the world. But if, damn it, you're just leading the way for Brainiac. Brainiac said, don't use my scientific abilities casually. I have warned you long ago that stealing my knowledge will come at a price. From the moment he chose to learn my technology, he gave me an opportunity to manipulate you. He said, Luthor has been following my instructions. He is smart, but that's not enough. He thinks that splitting his two personalities can protect his brain. Totally wrong. He said, when he just came into contact with my Doomsday, through a small wound, some nanovirus robots that your so-called advanced biosafety technology could not detect entered his brain. Those robots made Luthor follow my rules of conduct and made him fantasize that he could create Doomsday himself. 20 Doomsdays, 20 Kryptonians you kidnapped, those of General Zod's men. Brainiac heard Batman's voice and nodded. Yes, I have dissected all of them alive. They have taught me a lot about the essence of Kryptonian power. I used their corpses to create Doomsday and successfully restored this biological weapon. But I'm still missing a piece of the puzzle. Yellow sun power. So you deliberately use Luthor's hand to make him think that he created these Doomsdays so that these Doomsdays could get enough Sunday. Deathstroke looked at the Doomsdays coming out of the space portal with an ugly face. Bang. The huge body of 3 or 4 meters fell to the ground of the spacecraft, making a dull sound. Then the next one. Bang. Deathstroke's heart became heavier and heavier. The crowd began to get restless. Batman had shown them these 20 Doomsdays when he was lobbying them, and now, have they all become enemies? Idiot. Batman, you killed us all. Liv Uia put down his hand and said miserably, I can't even beat Superman. 20 Doomsdays? Superman will arrive at the battlefield soon. Black Manta said, and he slowly drew out his double swords. It's useless even if you come. Liv Uia sat on the ground. Whatever. Fortunately, I can still turn into electricity and escape. But I can't do that. Deathstroke had a cold face. He also pulled out his weapon. Many Doomsdays stood in a row in front of Brainiac. These burly freaks were not teleported by Killer Croc through the red of all creatures, but Brainiac directly used his technology to break through the limitations of space and summoned them to come here. Brainiac's voice was low. You lose, Batman. The outcome is decided. I can match your strength, but you can't match my wisdom bow. But before he finished speaking, he saw the Doomsdays that he had just summoned made a slight sound of waves and were directly swept away by some force and disappeared on the spot. In a flash, more than 20 Doomsdays disappeared like bubbles, as if their existence just now was an illusion. Brainiac suddenly looked at Batman. You should know. He heard Batman's voice, and the other party sighed. I have never believed in Luthor, and Batman lowered his head. One Doomsday is indeed terrifying. He can kill Superman and destroy the Justice League. But in fact, Chen Tao raised his head. If Doomsday appears in groups, then they are just small fry. Oh, I almost didn't defend the full attendance. I added 300 more words. Everyone please download it again. Sorry, sob. Chapter 168 Bane. Joker. Guess who wasn't invited? Dark and gloomy. This is the Batcave. Countless people have imagined what it looks like here, but only a few have ever seen it. At this moment, it has been visited by countless villains, and its mysterious veil has been completely removed. In the cell, the Joker's mouth, nose and face were covered in blood, and he was tied to a bed with his hands tied up. 10 seconds after being brought into the room by Bane, he launched a surprise attack, trying to hurt Bane and break free from the cage, but he obviously underestimated Bane's force. The opponent broke his nose with just one punch, and that was when he was holding back. Otherwise, with Bane's punching force exceeding tens of tons, this one punch would be enough to crush his forehead. A normal person would probably faint immediately from the pain if attacked like this, but the Joker looked normal. His head was fixed and couldn't turn, so he rolled his eyelids up and watched Bane's actions as much as possible. He was very unhappy. The Joker should have known that he couldn't have been the only one who visited the Batcave over the years, just as he knew that the tree-lined path that many people yearned for was actually covered with hoarfrost every morning and night. But knowing is one thing, and seeing it with your own eyes is another. So he was very unhappy. Very, very unhappy. However, the Joker did not choose to show this emotion. Oh my, look. Who's that? Bane ignored him, and the Joker said to himself, isn't this our dear strong hunk of meat, Ronnie Coleman? Look at you. Staggering in your exaggerated armor, pretending to be some super mighty criminal. Note, Ronnie Coleman, a famous bodybuilder and 8-time Olympia champion, broke his spine in his later years and had to have 10 screws inserted, but it still didn't stop him from being confined to a wheelchair. Here the Joker is mocking Bane for bowing down to Batman, and also intends to point out that the other party failed to break Batman's spine because his own spine was broken once. Don't tell me your brain was enhanced by venom, or just a few grams of weight. Tell me, Bane, do you think Batman really treats you as an equal partner? Or are you just his useful little toy? I guess you pray secretly every day that Batman will be tripped by a banana peel, so that you can take his place. Poor Bane, your loyalty can only bring you the whip and ridicule of Batman, and I, the Joker, only need one chance to make that bat head roll to hell. Bane was indifferent. He knew that the Joker never thought that these clumsy alienations and ridicules could shake his mind from the beginning to the end. These were just means to distract his attention. He blinked his eyes, always paying attention to whether the other party had the possibility of escaping the straitjacket. The Joker continued to shout crazily, people say that you are a powerful stupid monster, which seems to be half right. Is your IQ as developed as your muscles? Or are you just thinking about the next opportunity to smash the wall? Bane had a blank expression on his face. He was sorting out the things in his hands. The Joker seemed to have given up trying to persuade him. He turned his eyes as much as possible and saw a lot of needles and threads in Bane's bag. Do you want to thread the needle? Synthetic muscle oil? You are good at sewing? Batman sent you to do something like this? Wow, what are you going to do? Hey, can't we just chat more like classmates? Bane put on surgical gloves and then put on a mask. The Joker guessed what he was going to do, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. I'm like a little bird full of anticipation. My belly button is opening and closing in anticipation. Bane said nothing. He came over and grabbed the Joker's hair. Then the masked sturdy man picked up the scalpel, and with his hands and feet, he swiftly cut open the skin of the patea, and then with a little force, he peeled off the dragon fruit skin completely. Oh, that hurts so much. Veal. The Joker's eyes rolled around. As the rotation angle of his neck was blocked, he could only let the blood drip down like melted ice cream, staining his entire face with sweat, as if it was a hot day. Bane did not use anesthesia, and the severe pain that was enough to make a person faint seemed to be completely unnoticeable to the Joker. No, he did feel it. Bane observed the expression on the other's face. The twitching physiological reaction was not deceiving, but he did not want to show the pain in front of him. The pain in front of Bane did not make the Joker feel happy, and most importantly, there was no fear at all. Bane carefully evaluated the Joker's mental state in his mind again. He realized that, even if the other party felt pain, this pain would not induce any negative emotions at all, but would stimulate positive emotions. He just didn't want to show it now. Simply put, the Joker was in pain, but he was very happy. But because the person in front of him was not Batman, he didn't want to feel happy in front of Bane. What a twisted pervert. Bane shook his head and called out to the side, "Give me the saw." The diligent maid Arnold quickly brought the chainsaw. The ventriloquist used a tray for cakes to carry the circular chainsaw over. The action was as graceful as holding a piece of after-meal dessert. The Batman toy doll in his hand shouted, "Beautiful, so beautiful. This beautiful chainsaw." Bane could no longer stand this mentally ill old maid. He took the circular chainsaw and then knocked the ventriloquist on the forehead. After letting the other party walk away with his head covered and a question mark on his face, he carefully cut open the skull under the clown's scalp, and his movements were as gentle as cooking a dish of hot oil monkey brain. He said, "This is my first time to perform brain surgery. Although I have been self-taught for a while, I originally wanted to learn for a longer time before actually operating it." "Oh." The Joker said, "I'm really scared." The next second, Bane fixed countless tiny metal wires connected to the computer to his brain, one wire connected to each area. He used glue to stick these metal wires on roughly. The action was simple and rough. Any medical student would be dumbfounded to see such a random operation. The clown screamed like a siren, and the ventriloquist in a maid costume carefully operated the huge computer next to him. He said, "It's almost done." Bane nodded, and then the bald Blake with ulcers on his face walked in from outside. He regained his composure in an instant. Bane was a little confused as to whether his howl just now was really painful or fake. Wow, what is this chick Babus used for? Note, chick, a member of the famous American comedy duo, is a bald head like Blake without hair. Bane manipulated Blake to walk to the side of the huge computer. Then he walked to the Joker's bed, and sure enough, he found that the Joker's restraints were slightly cut. It seemed that he had just tried to cut the corset under the pretext of howling in pain. Bane reinforced it again. "Oh, come on, muscle man. This is boring," said the Joker. The ventriloquist Arnold kept tapping on the computer, and then said, "It's ready, Bane." Each connecting wire is connected to a part of the Joker's brain. TSK. Bane ignored the strange noise made by the Joker. He casually took out a piece of cloth and stuffed it into the Joker's mouth. By the way, he broke a few of the Joker's teeth with his fingers while stuffing it. Then, he replicated the operation on the Joker on the forehead of the bald zombie Blake, and then used countless metal wires connected to the computer to connect to the white jelly in Blake's skull, and then washed the sweet juice that flowed out of the jelly in the sink next to him. Then he loaded a huge hemispherical object on Blake's head and pushed him and the machine to the corner of the room. He turned around and walked in front of the Joker. Bane, we have rehearsed these before. You can go out, Bane," the ventriloquist said timidly. "Batman mentioned that when it starts, I can only be the only one in the room." He said, "I already know how to operate Blake, so you talk too much nonsense. Let me do it." The bat baby in his hand interrupted him. "Bane, why don't you leave the fucking place? Do you want to do something? I warn you not to be stupid enough to." "Shut up." Bane only said one sentence, and the ventriloquist was silent. He took off the cloth on the Joker's mouth. "Is there anything you want to tell me, lamb chops?" "Yes, I do," Bane said. "Okay, lamb chops, what is it?" the Joker asked. Bane rubbed his forehead, then said, "That thing bothers you? Does it really bother you? Seriously? Batman sees me as an opponent more than you do." The Joker was struck by lightning. Ha 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 ha. Bane suddenly stamped his feet, slapped the table, took off his mask, grinned from ear to ear, and laughed loudly. "He will never fall in love with you, sweetheart. You can keep messing up his city, but he will never take you to the ball. You were so happy to think you could attend the ceremony, but he just tied you here and let me torture you. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, you idiot. I'm going to chop off your organs and eat them with wine. I'm going to, woo woo woo." Bane stuffed the cloth back into the clown's mouth and then resumed his aloof and indifferent look, as if it wasn't him who was laughing wildly just now. The ventriloquist was terrified when he saw his wild laughter just now. "I'm fine, Arnold," Bane said. "Continue with the plan." He put on the mask again and patted the other's shoulder in a friendly manner. "After all, we are all working hard to save this planet now. At least from the perspective of human beings, we are the same," he said. "As for the future, we'll talk about it later." He turned around briskly and walked out of the small room like a little girl who received a gift. Strange, how could there be such a sense of deja vu? I didn't expect your preparation." Brainiac was silent for a while. He waved his hand and closed the useless space transmission channel. "My calculations show that your desire will overwhelm your reason. You can't give up these doomsdays. Even if you guessed that I could control them, you would try to use your means to bypass me and control them. You will definitely not give up such a powerful fighting force as Doomsday. Your greed should have blinded your reason. This is unreasonable. Then he heard Batman's voice. I'm my own master, Brainiac. I'm not like you. I will not treat knowledge like a miser holding gold. I use them for the benefit of all mankind. Wrong, you use knowledge to strengthen yourself. You long to dominate everything one day. I have seen through you. You are no different from Luthor. The last time we met, you and Luthor fought like a dog for the knowledge I threw out. I have read Luthor's heart. I know what is going on in his bald head. If he saw you now, Batman, Luthor would be jealous and crazy. You became the savior of mankind, just like you wanted to be a protector of mankind. Even if you pursue things that can bring self-awareness to others, you have never been able to successfully examine your own heart. Can't you see your own ambition? Can't you admit the joy in your heart when you become a savior? You just want to irritate me. Chen Tao said, come on, these things have no effect on me compared with your nonsense. He turned his head and looked at the teammates whose foreheads were gradually lit up. What you did to my lovely teammates makes me care more. So that's why I said I saw through your true nature, Batman. Brainiac said, you could have attacked my spaceship by yourself, but you chose to bring this group of so-called helpers. He said, your success needs the support of others, and your victory needs the existence of cheerleaders, which is why you chose to bring them. Arrogant vanity manipulated your behavior, made you take irrational actions, and ultimately led to your failure. Chen Tao turned his head and saw that Deathstroke took off his mask. His forehead began to turn green, and pink spots appeared one after another on it. Exactly 3. You underestimated my telepathic ability. I'm not sitting on this spaceship. I'm this spaceship. You brought them to my spaceship, which is equivalent to bringing them into my tiger's mouth. He said, I originally thought about manipulating you directly, but Lex Luthor exposed your trump card in advance. Considering the crazy thoughts you stored in your mind last time, I will not be stupid enough to continue attacking your brain. He spread his hands, and Chen Tao saw pink dots on the foreheads of every teammate. Livewire, Blockbuster, they quickly turned green in just a few seconds, and became Brainiac's puppets. No one can resist Brainiac's mental control at such a close distance. The so-called teammates you brought are just puppets that I can control with a flick of my finger. Deathstroke's blade turned to Batman. He was still somewhat conscious, but he couldn't control the movements of his hands. Black Manta turned around expressionlessly, and the 2 red lasers on his helmet lit up. He stretched out a hand to grab his helmet, but he couldn't control his will to charge the helmet. Electricity surged from Liviwire's sea blue face towards Batman. Chen Tao knew that they would become puppets completely in a few seconds. How stupid, Batman. Brainiac said, resistance is futile. You will welcome my victory, Brainiac's victory. Then the next second, he saw all of Batman's teammates took out a pink pill and swallowed it into their mouths. Chapter 169 Batman, it's too late. Organic. Some kind of mental resistance potion. When someone took out this potion for the first time, Brainiac's scanning program had already scanned it. Although he was unable to make a complete analysis of the specific effects of this potion, because he did not have the real thing and the time was too short, he immediately felt that his ability to control the minds of Batman's men was declining. It declined a lot, but it was not enough to shake his control over these people. I'm afraid Batman did prepare a backup plan to deal with his mental ability, but he obviously misjudged Brainiac's power. But compared to this matter, of course, there was another thing that just attracted Brainiac's attention. Just now, when the first person took out the pink pill and tried to swallow it, Brainiac controlled the mechanical tentacles to attack. The speed of the attack of this metal tentacle should have made Superman exhausted. Even if the ordinary earthling named Black Manta who was attacked by him regained control of his body for a short time, and with the help of his high-tech armor, even if he successfully blocked the attack of his mechanical tentacles, he definitely did not have time to swallow the potion into his mouth at the same time. At that moment, someone blocked for him. He not only blocked Brainiac's attack on Black Manta, but also blocked his subsequent large-scale raid on everyone. This is why these guys are qualified to swallow the potion safely in front of Brainiac. Chen Tao flashed back to the original place, and the sea blue full coverage mask from Speed Bullet faded from his face. He released the transformation of Speed Bullet, and the gravity of the earth threw him lightly to the ground in the posture of a superhero half kneeling. His feet exploded into rolling black sand before they touched the ground, waving a deep darkness behind him. Don't even think about it, Brainiac. Chen Tao slowly stood up, then slowly raised his head. You think I didn't expect it? But he stopped talking, and the next second he met Brainiac's fanatical eyes. To be precise, it was artificial fanaticism. Amazing. Brainiac praised sincerely. It's amazing. I can't believe it. He stopped attacking, but put his hands behind his back and flew to a high altitude. Countless miniature cities shone brightly at this moment, reflecting the entire spacecraft as magnificent as the bright starry sky. Chen Tao was sure that the artificial humanity imitated in Brainiac's words had never been so rich as at this moment. For so many years, I dominated everything in the world. Every new planet would increase my power. It took me a whole Earth year to absorb the first planet. Brainiac stretched out a hand and clenched it in the air. Countless miniature cities reunited in front of his palm and then dispersed again. The next 4 planets, 6 months. The next 26 weeks. He opened his hands and the miniature cities spun like a roulette wheel under his manipulation. I'm about to faint. Death Shooter whispered, can I shoot him now? Chen Tao closed his eyes and felt for a while. He crossed countless spaces and felt that Bane was plugging several metal connecting wires into the Joker's brain while the ventriloquist was debugging the equipment. These metal connecting wires were derived from the fusion of the nanorobots of the broken bat and the metal mechanical parts of the Batmobile. Through them, the Joker's brain and the computer were connected together and then connected to the zombie Blake's brain, and finally it could be achieved. It was a perfect device. The only drawback was that the nanorobots of the broken bat could not be fully integrated and could only be used as external auxiliary, just like a set of external auxiliary exoskeleton armor. Otherwise, if there were nanorobots, with the help of nanorobots, there would be no need for the miraculous Dr. Bane to go to great lengths to remove the Joker's skull and then plug in the wires one by one, and the nanorobots directly controlled would drill through the skull to connect. Listen to Brainiac's words first. Chen Tao shook his head at Death Shooter. Although this amount of time is nothing, he would not object if Brainiac was willing to talk nonsense to delay time. Except for the immaturity, when I first absorbed the memories, I will soon be able to absorb the wisdom of an entire galaxy in a few hours. Countless knowledge, contradictory and coexisting, fascinates me. I will collect worlds, retain their core knowledge to improve my wisdom, and then discard the dregs. I'm very sure that we are the dregs. Liv Uia said. She turned her head and whispered to Chen Tao, Brainiac's spaceship is powered by pure energy, not electricity. This means that I can't be as powerful as I was in Las Vegas. Okay, I know it's inappropriate to compare it to criminal behavior, but I can still convert this energy into electricity and then absorb it. You can convert energy into electricity? Can't you only absorb electricity? Red Hood leaned over and said in surprise, I've been in bed with you, cough, together for so long. How come I never knew about this? Liv Uia rolled her eyes and then said in a yin-yang way, hey, my lightning, your skin is so white. Oh, my little lightning, your skin is so smooth. Liv Uia, the little lightning girl with azure blue hair, said in her lark-like voice, quick, shock me in there, let me experience the tingling feeling. Red Hood slapped his forehead. Stop it, please. Chen Tao glanced at Red Hood. What a big explosion of them attributes. He gave Liv Uia a look that understood. When the battle started, she would do what she did best, holding on to Brainiac's ship and sucking it. Brainiac was still chattering. Knowledge is power, Batman. Your race values expensive metals to symbolize your identity, but I value knowledge. Unlike your metal trinkets, knowledge is more valuable when it is scarce. After so many long years, my spine can now process and analyze information from more than 7x 10 to the 57th power of races, and my crew brain is 70 times that. Brainiac's nonsense never ends. Why haven't our reinforcement arrived yet? Deathstroke asked Chen Tao in a low voice. Where are Superman and Wonder Woman? Why haven't these two main fighting forces arrived yet? You're not going to bring us to deal with Brainiac, are you? You told us before that Brainiac's spaceship defense shield is the biggest obstacle. If Killer Croc and his Red of all creatures can't open the door directly in Brainiac's spaceship, then we are afraid we'll have to face a tough fortress capture battle. But now it has been proved that Brainiac can't resist the space jump of Red of all creatures to open the door. Then our combat team should be able to arrive quickly. Where are they now? Then he heard Batman's answer. Brainiac kidnapped the best scientists around the world and massacred civilians to contain Superman and Wonder Woman. He whispered, we can't abandon those civilians. Brainiac just doesn't want Superman and Wonder Woman, the two strongest fighters, to interfere in the battlefield here on the spacecraft. He said, we have to rely on ourselves, temporarily. Fuck. Deathstroke cursed in a low voice. But the problem is that I reached this level 5 Earth centuries ago. In 5 centuries, I have not made any progress. Brainiac looked at his hands in silence. It's all repetitive knowledge, different paths to the same end. No matter how it changes, it still remains the same. I once thought that I had explored the upper limit of conventional science. Unless I took a suicidal risk to jump into the quantum realm, or attacked Apocalypse or even OA in a self-destructive way to seize their technology, it would be impossible to make major breakthroughs and progress in the existing system. I spent 3 centuries exploring all unknown areas. I visited every sector of the universe that I had not set foot on, but I only found a pile of useless garbage and the siege of the Green Lantern Corps. I came to Earth to recycle the Kryptonians, General Zod, his men, and Kal-El. He turned around and slowly fell down. But you, Batman, I never thought I would encounter such a surprise as you. How did the hood on your head appear just now? It's not the quantum realm, it's not an Anorbit. You directly and unreasonably obtained the physique of the Kryptonians. It's true and real. How did you do it? The law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of mass were broken at the same moment, as if something suddenly refreshed on you. I'm so happy, Batman. For me, you have completed an important mission and given yourself to me. Chen Tao felt something was wrong. Why did Brainiac talk to him for so long? If he wanted to control Deathstroke and Black Manta and the others, Brainiac would not need that much time. That's right, Batman. As soon as he had this thought, he heard Brainiac's answer. Superman, Wonder Woman. Do you think I would be satisfied with just controlling your current men? His voice gradually became louder, mixed with a metal duet. This soft resounding and high-pitched roar almost interpreted the contradiction to the extreme, giving people a sense of fear that was unconventional, anti-rational, and inhuman, bringing a sense of horror like the uncanny valley effect. But Chen Tao knew that Brainiac had no need to do this. He deliberately changed his voice to this just to scare himself. It was an old trick that Batman had used before. Once you see through it, it will not be scary at all. Even Brainiac, who has a level 12 intelligence, is inferior to Batman in his ability to instill great fear in others. The first thing that happened was that the red light in the eyes of the electric girl was a sign of being controlled by Brainiac. Next was the Red Hood. His eyes were unclear under the mask, but it must have also started to turn red. Then it was Deathstroke. His eyes were also hidden under the hood. Then it was Black Manta. His eyes were simply the huge fly eyes on the helmet. Then it was the Blockbuster. His eyes didn't turn red at all. The muscular big man looked at the people who had walked up to Brainiac in a somewhat bewildered manner, stretched out his hand, and scratched his head. Then he ran to Brainiac's side. Brainiac finally realized something was wrong. What's going on? He shouted. I can obviously read your memories, can. His mind instantly connected to the head of the Red Hood. This guy is called Jason Todd. He likes smooth and white things, hates the Joker and Batman, and also, no, that's not right. Brainiac found something unusual in Jason Todd's brain. Is it a mental shielding device? Oh no, it seems that a kind of soil creature is attached to his body, physically providing him with mental resistance. Breakthrough. After entering, it seems that there is still mixed with Blake's mental energy, as well as the residual defensive energy left by the pink pill. It is not strong, but it still breaks through. Brainiac broke through them easily. These things are vulnerable in front of him, and he solved these defenses with overwhelming force. He was careless just now, and he didn't realize that Batman had already done something in the minds of these men. Batman used the pink pill to make him think that he had cracked the opponent's backhand. Some real but superficial memories deceived him, making him mistakenly believe that he had deeply controlled the minds of the other party's men, so he couldn't completely control them for a while. But now he has discovered the problem. He has successfully broken through them. His eyes turned to Black Manta and Deathstroke. Their situations were almost the same. He immediately controlled his mental power to go deep into their brains. He was fully capable of cracking several people's brains at the same time. Soon he would be able to. Brainiac suddenly let out a loud scream. He hugged his head. Countless jumping circuses were running wildly in his head, and then he saw the Red Hood in front of him laughing wildly. This. Brainiac hugged his head, and then he saw Black Manta also started to laugh wildly, followed by Livoire. Fuck your mother. Batman is so funny. You never told me that the Joker's thoughts would pass through my brain. Fuck. I'm going to absorb those energies. No, I can't stand it. Brainiac burst out laughing, and he turned his head suddenly while laughing. It's you. Saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he hugged his head and stared at Batman. How did you do it? You. What surprised him most was not the Joker's thoughts transmitted into his mind at this time. Instead, he felt that at this moment, a kind of energy that he could not control at all erupted in his spaceship, temporarily stripping him of his control over the entire spaceship. His entire mental thinking began to be suppressed by the organic body of the green-skinned crew that he was controlling at this time, like sardines stuffed into a can. Then he heard Batman's voice. It's too late, Organic. You have no way to escape. Brainiac opened his eyes wide. I'm the super AI. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Brainiac, who will control teammates first. Chen Tao's eyes were deep. So, this was the goal that the battle plan needed to achieve. Although Brainiac existed on the surface as a green-skinned alien, Chen Tao knew very well that the green organic body of the crew was just a container for Brainiac. He, or it, was essentially a super AI with artificial emotions, artificial evil, and artificial greed. The entire spaceship was Brainiac, and Brainiac is indestructible was not an adjective, but a fact. During Brainiac's journey to destroy countless planets, perhaps heroes from more than one planet had attacked Brainiac's spaceship, but they were probably all defeated in the end, and the important reason was that they had mistaken the other party's body. Brainiac deliberately created this organic body to confuse others in order to conceal the fact that he was essentially an AI. Chen Tao could almost imagine the despair of them after they had gone through so much trouble to defeat Brainiac's crew body, but the other party controlled the spaceship and captured them all. In particular, Brainiac used metal tentacles to connect this organic body to the spaceship, which further enhanced the confusion. The tube on his head looks like an obvious weakness, as if cutting off this tube would cut off Brainiac's control over the spacecraft. But if someone really went through so much trouble and spent countless costs to achieve this, they would definitely only gain new despair. Brainiac did it on purpose, deliberately leaving the metal tentacles exposed to the outside, making many people think that this organic body was controlling the spacecraft, but the fact is actually the opposite. This is also why the helpers brought by Chen Tao were so easily controlled by Brainiac, because to be precise, they were not standing in front of Brainiac, but inside Brainiac. This body is like a doll in the hands of a ventriloquist, but the physical strength of this doll was strengthened by Brainiac to be able to fight Superman. In the original plot, after Brainiac's organic body was taken away from his biological shell, that is, the skull-headed spacecraft, Superman threw him fiercely into the swamp, and countless microorganisms and bacteria instantly overwhelmed Brainiac's computing power, making him unable to resist. But the comics he read in his previous life were just comics after all, so Chen Tao didn't dare to completely believe in the solutions in the comics. Who knows if Brainiac's organic body will be disconnected when you pull it out of the biological shell and throw it into the swamp. Chen Tao didn't dare to guarantee that Brainiac in front of him would also be defeated by such a simple method. So when Chen Tao made the plan, his first goal was to give priority to compressing Brainiac's consciousness completely into the organic body, to prevent him from doing something like a boss with a second stage. In short, the effect is very significant now. The crazy thinking of the real clown has begun to pollute Brainiac, and the other party has laughed so hard that the corners of his mouth are cracked. Ha 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 ha, impossible. How did you control my spaceship? No, control me. Brainiac laughed wildly and fell to the ground. This was a brand new experience he had never felt before, just as incredible as his hands and feet suddenly rebelling one day. He quickly scanned the entire spaceship. Even if his mind was invaded by the clown's mind, Brainiac's huge computing power could still do such a simple thing. It can't be pure technology. No one can control me so easily with technology. What is it? Wait, that Kryptonian ship. Brainiac stood up again. His green face split into two halves. One side twisted and laughed wildly, his jaw dislocated, his eyes tilted to one side, while the other side barely regained control. Black Zero. Brainiac's face that was still able to control itself was expressionless and calm. Under the pollution of the Joker's mind, he finally exposed his AI nature. His face no longer had that lifelike but pretentious expression. His face was dead, like a corpse, but this state only lasted for a short while. Then, soon, half of his face reappeared artificial expressions, like a graphics card that was running again after a freeze, which was a sign that Brainiac was gradually regaining control after a brief surprise. His still controlled eye blinked, and then an illusory three-dimensional projection appeared on the field. It was the appearance of General Zod's flagship, Black Zero. With the defeat of General Zod, his 20 men, his chief scientist and his own spaceship Black Zero all fell into Brainiac's hands. After Brainiac absorbed the wisdom of who was probably the last scientist of Krypton, he transformed him into the incomplete form of Doomsday and released him to the Earth. Chen Tao recalled what happened before and carefully reviewed whether he had overlooked anything in a short period of time. Doomsday. But now he couldn't think about it carefully. Chen Tao gathered his divergent thoughts again. Brainiac manipulated the 3D projection to continue to enlarge. The outer shell of Black Zero was removed by him, and then one by one. Finally, the 3D projection was enlarged to the dissection room, where had tied up Superman. Brainiac blinked again, and then he saw countless tiny grains of sand flying out from the corners of various machines in the dissection room in the image, and condensed into a small iron ring in front of him. This was the ring that Chen Tao had brought to Clark before, and asked him to wear Black Zero. Brainiac watched the iron ring and the projection disperse into countless tiny grains of sand in his eyes. He continued to zoom in and out of the image, watching these grains of sand break away from Black Zero and infiltrate his skull-shaped spaceship. While those nanorobots were infiltrating, they were actually constantly rebelling the nanorobots that originally belonged to Brainiac. It was obvious that Brainiac's achievements in nanotechnology were also extraordinary, but such extraordinary nanorobots that far surpassed Earth's technology, surrendered in front of Chen Tao's nanorobots. This is unreasonable. Brainiac couldn't remember how many times he had said this. Batman brought him too many surprises. Even if it's a nanorobot, I should have been able to find it. He said, no one can surpass me in nanoscience, especially a race like you. He repeated, there must be a reason. You can never surpass me in technology. Countless huge data streams flowed through Brainiac's eyes. He allocated a lot of computing power to calculate this result, and even put aside the confrontation with the clown's crazy thinking. The smile on the other half of his face suddenly rose, immediately occupying more of his face, making Brainiac sunny and cheerful. What's going on? What is interfering with my nanorobots? Tell me. I want to know. I must know. Chen Tao had a blank expression. In his heart, he carefully evaluated the current situation. Damn. Due to the frequent use of the metal spirit, how could he be so rational, like an AI, while the real AI Brainiac was made to lose the data thinking of AI by the clown's thinking? Tell me. Brainiac kept repeating. Too much of the clown's crazy thinking was injected into his consciousness, causing his entire way of thinking to begin to deviate from humans, and even towards the craziest humans. Because I'm Batman, Chen Tao told him directly. In fact, since he didn't load the broken bat, once he stopped synchronizing the broken bat, the nanorobits he dispersed should be refreshed and disappear. But the problem is that Brainiac's nanorobot technology is too good. After he used the power of Metal Spirit to contaminate Brainiac's nanorobots through the nanorobots of the broken bat, it didn't matter whether he synchronized the broken bat or not. Those contaminated nanorobots could completely replace the nanorobots of the broken bat to contaminate more of their kind, and he didn't need to worry at all. Brainiac finally realized that something was wrong with his situation. He covered his face fiercely and quickly retreated. Chen Tao's head was dripping with cold sweat. Even if Brainiac was weakened by the Joker's thinking, the difference in computing power between him and Brainiac was still too big. Chen Tao squatted on the spot, and in full view of everyone, his head suddenly turned into a car computer. A Batman with a computer head suddenly appeared on the scene, and countless data streams rotated repeatedly on the screen. Chen Tao knew that his brain could not compare to a super AI after all, and he also felt that the Joker's mind might not be able to really solve Brainiac. He had to compress as much of Brainiac's mind as possible into this body before Brainiac regained full control, and at the same time, compete with Brainiac's consciousness for control of the skeleton spaceship as much as possible. It's time to act, everyone. Chen Tao with a computer head shouted loudly to the mercenaries and villains he brought with him. Kill Brainiac. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I never thought I would be so happy. Deathstroke laughed and swung his knife to chop up. He laughed while slashing, and tears of laughter flowed out. When can I let the Joker's damn mind, ha 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 ha, fly out of my brain? I'm going crazy. Liv UR laughed wildly while flying around in Brainiac's spaceship. Ha 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 ha, I'm the beautiful Harley Quinn. Red Hood. In fact, Jason also wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. As the second generation Robin predecessor, the pink pill Chen Tao gave him played another role. After the onset of the disease, Jason would laugh at the Joker's thoughts flowing through his head at first, but now his body is completely controlled by Chen Tao, like a puppet. He can now fully see the scene outside, but he can't control this body at all, not even a smile, unlike Deathstroke and others who can move freely even when laughing. And because Chen Tao did not take the initiative to control his body, he now stood there like a wooden stake, like a camera standing in the middle of the battlefield. This is actually a super enhanced variant of the potion that Poison Ivy used to control Superman in Batman. Hush, that is, the human consciousness can still feel the outside, but cannot control his body. In the original comics, Superman forcibly broke free from the control of this potion with his own will, but the current version of this super double drug is obviously not something Jason can break free of with his own will. Damn it, damn old bat, if you let me stand here, I might be killed by a flying laser. Jason stood there, sweating profusely. At least let me move. Jason watched the other teammates rush to Brainiac, and all kinds of knife and axe chops filled Brainiac's organic body in an instant. Liv Wire closed her hands, and the absorbed energy was converted into electrical energy by her. The huge current directly penetrated Brainiac, causing him to scream. As a super AI, Brainiac originally had no sense of pain, but after he created an organic body, the pain of this body would also be fed back to him. Chen Tao felt that Brainiac's resistance was much weaker in an instant, and he immediately cheered up and mobilized as much metal spirit power as possible to besiege Brainiac's will. Do you think I haven't thought about this situation? Do you think I won't have any predictions about your methods? Brainiac's voice still rang in Chen Tao's ears despite the huge electric shock. You should really hate Luthor. His stupidity exposed your trump card to me in advance. He said, do you think I didn't study how to deal with this unreasonable mental pollution after you got the upper hand, after I invaded your head last time? Chen Tao didn't say anything. He gritted his teeth and continued to mobilize more metal spirits. His onboard computer began to smoke. If I can't get rid of the influence of this mental shock, then I will stab myself. Chen Tao's eyes widened. He saw Brainiac stretched out a hand, to block the siege of Deathstroke and others, and then he directly cut off the other half of his face against the destructive light emitted from Black Manta's eyes. Chen Tao's heart sank. In his feeling, Brainiac took the initiative to split a part of his mental energy and then injected all the clown's thoughts into it. The half of the face that fell to the ground laughed hysterically. Chen Tao had already sensed what Brainiac was going to do. The hysterical laughter died out in an instant. This was equivalent to cutting off one's own flesh and then burning it with fire, but the effect was remarkable. The other half of Brainiac's face was reborn in a very short time, and he had a gloomy face. Now, what else do you have? Seeing that Chen Tao didn't speak, Brainiac said in a deep voice, then it's my turn. In an instant, 2 space doors opened behind him, and the people who walked out were Superman and Wonder Woman. Their faces turned green, and their state was very wrong. Were they controlled by Brainiac? Chen Tao lowered his eyes. It's not a big problem. The two of them took the same medicine as Jason. Chapter 171 Welcome to Earth. We are in big trouble, Batman. Deathstroke's single eye reflected the Son of Steel and the Princess from the Amazon. Their faces were wooden. 3 pink spots lit up on their heads, and their skin began to turn green little by little. He slowly retreated step by step. Black Manta stood beside him. I can hold Wonder Woman back, but if Superman joins the battlefield, I'm afraid I can't do anything. Batman, can you hear us? Deathstroke turned his head to look at Batman, whose head had turned into a car computer. The other party stood there quietly, motionless like a statue. On that LCD face, countless data were spinning around like a revolving lantern. Then the rolling data gathered together and condensed into a Mario-level abstract Bathead. You guys hold it off for a while. I'm still invading Brainiac. I'm not going to hold it off. Livewire cursed, and a lot of dirty words poured out of that cherry mouth in a short period of time. Deathstroke quickly calculated the current combat power comparison in his mind. He was a strategic master. When Batman took the initiative to give up the command, he immediately assumed the role of leader by default. Black Manta and Wonder Woman were evenly matched. Their battle would not be decided for a while, so it could be basically ruled out for the time being. As for the rest of the people, Deathstroke had enough kryptonite bullets, but he could only contain them. If Superman got close to him, he would definitely die. The current of the live wire was very strong, but it was just a tickle for Superman. It could only contain and paralyze him. Even with the kryptonite knife equipped by Batman, Deathstroke was still very dangerous in front of Superman. They lacked a character who could hold Superman back in a frontal battle. If Atomic Skull was present, he might be able to fill this vacancy, but Atomic Skull refused to cooperate, and the remaining 13th line characters such as Heavy Bomb and Big Tent Eggman brothers were even more useless. They might be able to fight back and forth with Brainiac's miscellaneous robot soldiers, but they were not good enough in front of Superman. Deathstroke gritted his teeth. In the end, he had to do it himself. Black Manta took the initiative to attack. The 2 jets on his helmet, which looked like fly eyes, sprayed out red lasers as surging as waves. He adjusted the energy to the highest level and knocked Wonder Woman back with just one blow. But the Amazon princess who was knocked back came back in a shorter time. She didn't say a word and pounced on her like a nimble female leopard. Black Manta drew out his double swords and collided with her round shield and long sword, making an unpleasant sound of metal being torn. Blocked. Black Manta's armor had been opened to the highest gear. Several flamethrowers stood up on his back and caught Wonder Woman's powerful attack. Although his feet sank directly into the floor of the spaceship, he still blocked it. Now, Black Manta released the double swords that were holding Wonder Woman's long sword, and red lasers once again sprayed out from his helmet, hitting Wonder Woman's hands holding weapons. At the same time, Black Manta stepped back and instantly pulled out a replacement 10-handed weapon from his waist. He had knocked the woman's weapon away unexpectedly, and now it was a weapon to air fight. This was his only chance to win. But before Black Manta could adjust his posture and continue to attack the woman, he felt that he was picked up like a chicken and held high above her head by the woman. Bang! Black Manta punched the woman in the cheek. With the blessing of the armor, this punch was comparable to a grenade explosion, and even the air was hit with a bang, but the woman did not change her expression. The next second, Black Manta was thrown backwards like a comet. Damn. This dazzling fight is complicated to say, but it actually happened in just a few seconds. In a flash, Black Manta was already at a disadvantage, and Deathstroke's face was gloomy. Get ready. Superman and Wonder Woman are all under control. They will kill now. Listen to me. There is no way to hold back now. Puff. Deathstroke lowered his head and saw the hand that had pierced his chest directly. He turned to the Man of Steel with red eyes in astonishment. His face, which was always warm and gentle, was expressionless at this moment. The splattered blood fell on his handsome face, reflecting him like a demon. Superman. Bang. Deadshot opened fire. The green kryptonite bullet rolled up the airflow and flew out of the barrel under the impetus of the flame. In the tiny time that human reaction speed could not reach, everything in the world slowed down in front of Superman. The Man of Steel threw Deathstroke, whose chest was pierced by the hand knife, to the ground, and then floated up. His green and expressionless face looked at the kryptonite bullets that were still slowly attacking him. 2 on the left and 3 on the top. All possible evacuation routes were blocked. His eyes glowed red. Just like soap melting in water, all the kryptonite bullets flying towards him were burned into powder by the heat vision. Just when Superman, who was controlled by Brainiac, was about to continue attacking Death Shooter, swish, a huge electric current hit Superman. It was the live wire. Swish. The live wire and Superman flashed thousands of times in the air in an instant, and then Blockbuster saw the electric beauty's body split in half, with current flowing at the broken ends. She fell to the ground powerlessly, staring at him with a pair of eyes that were still dead and still open. The aloof and awe-inspiring human demon had blood on his hands, and fell to the ground expressionlessly. At his feet were the corpses of the 2 strongest people among them. Blood everywhere. The blood from Deathstroke's heart spurted out like money, and he collapsed straight to the ground. When those red eyes stared at Blockbuster, Blockbuster finally collapsed. Ah! He screamed in fear, then turned and ran. It's impossible to win. It's impossible to win. Help. Batman. Help. It's useless. Then Bombshell heard Brainiac's voice. Batman can't save himself. He hooked his finger, and then Superman flew to his side and hovered behind him. The green alien Brainiac stood up, and the whole person slowly floated up, flying towards Batman, who was standing in the same place, his head still on the onboard computer, constantly scrolling data. It's useless to resist, Batman. You know what it means, that I can still speak now. Bombshell, a supermuscular man with a height of nearly 2 meters, hid behind Batman, and his voice was already crying, Batman. Batman. Superman is so scary. Seeing Brainiac flying closer and closer, Bombshell finally couldn't stand the psychological pressure, and rolled and crawled to the other villains who had not yet taken action. Everyone was silent. Not far away, Black Manta was still fighting with Wonder Woman. They fought back and forth, but Black Manta was clearly at a disadvantage. If Wonder Woman was unarmed, and he was armed, the situation might have been worse. I identified the most important person in the whole battle a long time ago. Brainiac stood in front of the helpless Batman. The other party was still running data, but it was of no use. The so-called minions you brought together could not defeat Wonder Woman and Superman. So this is why you deliberately sent your robots to attack metropolises around the world. Batman, who was in the car computer state, condensed an abstract bat head on the computer screen, and the other party's voice seemed to be a little stumbling. You are taking advantage of Superman and Wonder Woman's endless desire to save the innocent. You deliberately delayed them, so that they could not directly participate in the battlefield. Yes, Brainiac said. You realized it quickly. He was leisurely and elegant. The green-skinned alien mobilized more of his computing power, and hot smoke came out of his enemy's head, and then he groaned, and half knelt on the ground. Batman tried to suppress his mind, and compress it into this body. He almost succeeded, if Luthor hadn't leaked the other party's trick of using the Joker's mind to interfere. After cutting off the connection with the Joker, his enemy had lost his last chance. In the competition of conventional computing power, Batman is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Even with the strange power of controlling metal and electronic machinery, it is impossible to make up for the absolute gap in computing power. Brainiac looked down at Batman. The computing power was very different. In just a few tens of seconds, the opponent had been defeated by him. The opponent's only chance was to do all this while the Joker interfered with his mind, but he failed, and the situation was reversed at this moment. In order to pursue more power, I'm determined to rule the universe and pursue all knowledge in the universe. Brainiac looked at the other party. He was using computing power to force Batman unscrupulously, and the other party was gradually unable to withstand his attack. I have spent countless years and centuries on this. My spaceship is built with technology that you cannot master. I'm stronger than you, faster than you, and smarter than you. In the distance, Black Manta was still entangled with Wonder Woman, and Brainiac frowned. The next second, as he drove, Superman turned into a red and blue after image and flew over. When he came back, he was holding Black Manta in his hand. The opponent's armor was crushed by Superman's bare hands. Black Manta used his 10 hands to poke Superman's eye sockets, and then the armor on his hand was removed neatly, and he was knocked unconscious in an instant. You are proud enough, Batman. Brainiac said, you will not beat me. You can't beat me. No, I can. Brainiac heard Batman's voice, and he did not comment. A three-dimensional projection appeared in front of Brainiac, which was exactly the appearance of the Earth. Countless red dots flickered on it. The weapons to destroy the Earth are in place, Brainiac said. They are deployed and ready to destroy your world. No, they won't. He heard Batman's voice. Even if he was pushed to the extreme, would the other party still use computing power to answer his words? It was ridiculous. It might be more effective to use this little computing power to deal with his mental attack. Boring stubbornness had no effect. He continued to speak. At this moment, every Brainiac robot on Earth transmitted Brainiac's voice. People of Earth, your champion has failed you. You are hopeless. You are about to perish. You are about to. But Brainiac suddenly froze. The robots that kept playing his voice on Earth also stopped at the same time. Brainiac turned his head to look at Superman, who was holding his organic neck. How is this possible? Brainiac punched Superman in the face, and his fist collided with Superman's cheek, making a violent sonic boom. Without any reaction, Wonder Woman grabbed one of his arms and cut open the tube extending from his brain with a knife. Brainiac scanned Superman's brain again with his mind. This was impossible. The other party was completely under his control. He deliberately set means on those robots that killed civilians. The more robots he destroyed, the deeper Superman's mind should be influenced by him. This was indeed the case. He could completely control Superman's brain at this moment. He could manipulate Superman's brain to control his body to do anything. Batman couldn't do anything in Superman's brain at all. What on earth was this? Brainiac suddenly realized something. Someone bypassed Superman's brain and directly controlled his body. I said, you can't, Brainiac. He heard Batman's voice and saw Batman slowly stand up from the ground. You think cutting my pipes and blocking me and my spaceship will be enough? Although Brainiac was surprised, he was not panicked. His deception worked. Batman might have thought that cutting his tubes would make him surrender, just like the countless planetary heroes who had attacked him before. But this was the flaw he deliberately exposed. He could. Then the next second, he saw Batman rushing over and stuffing a bunch of tiny nanorobots into the broken part of his brain tube. It was the same old trick again, those nanorobots. Did he really think that the same trick could succeed a second time in front of Brainiac? He could completely block the influence of these nanorobots on him, and then. But Brainiac's thoughts were interrupted again. What are these things? Damn it. He found something different. They are alive. Those things that Batman stuffed into his brain, those creatures are not dead things, they are alive. Some bacteria. He heard Batman's voice. Some bacteria that bind to metal, and viruses. At that moment, a certain shudder rushed from the soles of Brainiac's feet to his head. He heard Batman's voice, that cold, lonely, like a dark pool of water. You can't face what you can't control, right? Despite all the knowledge, you don't understand the meaning of life. Brainiac fell to the ground. Chen Tao looked down at him. Welcome to Earth, Brainiac. Everyone. I'm back from the pie trade. With a suspicious blush on his face, he covered his butt. American TV series world, starting from Los Angeles Patrol, a stitched world of unit American TV series. Put yourself in the perspective of the protagonist, save those characters who were randomly killed, and reasonably make up for the sand sculpture plots created by the screenwriter's random imagination. Keywords: invincible, relaxed, harem. Chapter 172. I'm invincible. 5,000 words long chapter. I really fucked your asterisk corpse kiss asterisk. Batman, being your teammate is asterisk. The bloody Deathstroke fell to the ground like a dead dog, covering his chest with blood. Any ordinary person who suffered such an injury would be a corpse at this time, but Deathstroke was a person enhanced by Miraculous Serum. This super soldier serum gave him extremely strong self-healing ability, except that he could not regenerate broken limbs. Chen Tao, who walked to his side, hurriedly pulled off his headgear to ensure that he could inhale more oxygen, and then took out a complete first aid measure. He first injected a shot of adrenaline into Deathstroke's thigh, and then blocked the big hole in his chest with gauze prepared in advance. When he manipulated Superman to insert his hand into his chest, he did not insert it into his chest with a claw-like hand, so although the hole looked large, it did not destroy the heart. Due to excessive blood loss and insufficient blood supply to the brain, Deathstroke, who was still cursing Batman just now, gradually stopped. He was a little dazed, staring at the other person with unfocused eyes, and then looked at the gauze and bandage on his chest. How could you prepare these in advance? Chen Tao turned his head away with a guilty conscience. I just always have emergency materials with me. Oh, is that so? Deathstroke replied dazedly. If his IQ was normal at this time, the cold-blooded and cunning mercenary should be able to quickly deduce that the big bat who was bandaging him had planned for a long time, and had long planned to use him as a tool to deceive Brainiac. But at this time, the serum was taking effect, accelerating the healing of his body, and the side effects that followed also lowered Deathstroke's IQ to an unprecedented low. Deathstroke stared blankly at Chen Tao with a straight look in his eyes. Then he saw Chen Tao took out a small spray gun and fired at him. As the purple-red foam exploded on his body, Deathstroke heard Batman explain to him, "This foam is made of magnesium carbide powder, which is the most absorbent material in the world. There are countless small pores in it, and each gram of this material can cover a plane of nearly 800 meters. Slade, it can restrain you when you become beastly due to the side effects of the serum in a while." Deathstroke's eyes widened. "Really?" he said slowly. "So magical?" He paused. "Thank you." Deathstroke was in a daze. "But why do you have this kind of preparation specifically for restraining me?" "I have always had this preparation," Chen Tao answered him. He watched the expression on Deathstroke's face gradually change from confusion to hideous. The side effects began to take effect. "Sorry, Slade, if I told you the plan in advance, Brainiac would read it from your mind." Chen Tao casually picked up a small piece of foam to seal the roaring Deathstroke's mouth. At this time, he had completely fallen into a state of beastly rampage, but because he was wrapped in foam like a pupa, he could only twist and turn on the ground. So miserable. Chen Tao covered his mouth, trying his best not to let out the non-existent tears. "Who harmed my good teammate Deathstroke like this?" "Oh, it was me." "That's alright. Anyway, Deathstroke can heal himself, and I prepared treatment in advance, so all this doesn't count as selling out teammates." "Yeah, that's right." Chen Tao hypnotized himself. "It doesn't count as selling out teammates. It doesn't count as selling out teammates." He stood up, looked around, and then picked up a small piece of Deathstroke's broken breastplate on the ground. The silver-white font of Alfred's protocol suddenly flashed on his retina. Deathstroke's breastplate with a hole. Introduction. After being betrayed, the loyal and brave mercenary was pierced through the breastplate by the son of Krypton with a knife. Along with the breastplate, his chest was also pierced. Chen Tao was a little embarrassed. He deeply reflected on himself for half a second. Converted crisis energy units. 64 your current crisis energy units. 283. Warning. Downloading Batman that can be targeted. Deathstroke Bat Danger Level. See in a dark universe. After a battle with Deathstroke, Batman. Chen Tao shook his head. The Batman in this parallel universe was useless. He turned his head and saw Livewire putting his body together with a gloomy face. "Wait until I get the pardon this time." Electric said, "Batman, if I cooperate with you again next time, I will be a dog." Then Livewire looked at Red Hood with a dangerous look. "Did you tell Batman about my information? I only told you that I would not die if I was cut open." "Unfair." Jason shook his head quickly. "I won't tell Batman about such things." He stretched out 3 fingers and swore, "If I tell Batman, let me be beaten half to death with a crowbar and then killed by a bomb." Seeing that Livewire still wanted to pursue the matter, Jason quickly pointed at Brainiac, who was still half kneeling there. "Don't make trouble. Brainiac is not dead yet." Chen Tao shook his head. Jason didn't tell him the information about the Livewire, but he read it in the comics. The other villains hurriedly dragged Deathstroke, who was still twisting on the ground, to the back. Black Manta came over. Superman had removed one arm of his armor. His face was hidden under the helmet, and his expression could not be seen. "So, what do you say now?" He picked up the 2 swords he had thrown away, and stood a little further away from Superman and Wonder Woman. Chen Tao waved his hand, and the black sand like a breeze picked up the half of Black Manta's armor that was removed, and then took it back in front of Black Manta. The nanorobots quickly repaired the broken wires and metal. "I asked Superman to remove the easiest part of your repair," Black Manta heard Batman say, and then the next moment, Wonder Woman and Superman, who were still under control, picked up Brainiac, who was lying on the ground silently, on the left and right. "What's his condition now?" Black Manta asked. "Brainiac's mind has been forcibly suppressed into this crew body," Chen Tao said. "His connection with the spacecraft has been cut off. This brain with a body is not enough to fully carry Brainiac's huge computing power. Now he is like an elephant stuffed into a small room, temporarily losing the ability to resist, probably," Chen Tao said. He touched his stomach. The black nanorobots flowing in his body like blood had quietly moved the drug containing the Doomsday virus and its antidote, provided by Poison Ivy, into his abdominal cavity. "I hope it won't be used, right?" Black Manta waited for a few seconds, but didn't wait for Batman's next words. "So, are we going to kill Brainiac now?" Black Manta turned his head to look at Superman and Wonder Woman, who simply picked Brainiac up from the ground, but did not do anything else, and then turned his head to look at Batman, who was standing far away, and did not move forward. Brainiac's head drooped, as if he had completely lost consciousness. Chen Tao just stared at him quietly, without moving a step closer to him. He asked, "What are you doing, Batman?" He said, "What are you waiting for?" Not far away, Livewire and Jason stood together, and they slowly walked to Black Manta's side. Bombshell and several other 13th line villains were settling the still frantic Deathstroke. Tick, tat, tick, tat. The world seemed to breathe. Black Manta felt a chill that went through his bones. Silent alarm bells rang loudly in his ears, shrieking and hysterical. "It's not over yet, is it, Batman?" he asked. He raised the knife in his hand. Tick, 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 tick. The energy of Black Manta's armor was filled up little by little, and the eyes of his helmet glowed red, and the red laser was ready to fire at any time. Boom. Black Manta could hear his own heartbeat. Boom. Boom. The sound became louder and louder, and then at a certain moment, it finally reached a critical point. Whoosh. Then the next moment, everything was silent. "Batman, you've caused me a lot of trouble. Great trouble, trouble, trouble." Layers of voices echoed in the spacecraft. Brainiac stood up straight. "No one has ever pushed me to such a limit. Great. I'm now trapped in this body, even if it is temporarily. For the first time in so many centuries, I feel the danger of failure. I will just praise you, Batman, for now." Whoosh. Wonder Woman swung her fist and hit Brainiac's cheek. But it didn't even touch the green-skinned alien with his hands behind his back. A hand pinched Wonder Woman's wrist, a hand that no one expected. A hand full of hideous bone spurs. A hand of Doomsday. Superman's hand. The former Son of Steel was slightly taller, and bone spurs protruded from his body one after another. His face was grey. "Kryptonians have no secrets in front of me," Brainiac said. "The biological weapon Doomsday was essentially invented by Kryptonians. They are a race that is keen on killing each other, just like you Earthlings. This monster is the product of Kryptonian genetic mutation. Brainiac gently stroked Superman, who was gradually turning into Doomsday, as if he was stroking a submissive puppy. The technology to transform Kryptonians into Doomsday was already very mature before the destruction of Krypton, and I made further improvements. Do you think I sent those robots just to contain the fighting power of Wonder Woman and Superman? Wonder Woman wanted to swing her other fist, but was grabbed by Superman, whose face was almost completely covered with keratinization. With his other hand, he opened his mouth, and a cold wave gushed out of his mouth, rushing through Wonder Woman's body like a rushing ocean current, freezing her into an ice cube. The secret transformation began the moment I hacked into Superman's brain. Kal-El, or Clark Kent, is much stronger than the original bodies I've acquired before. Black Manta struck Brainiac like a bolt of lightning, followed by real lightning, live wires. But what appeared before them was a Superman who had been completely transformed into Doomsday. As I expected, a stronger original body means faster transformation. It will only take a few hours for Doomsday cells with enough energy to multiply to take over Kal-El's body. Brainiac watched as Batman, who had synchronized with Bizarro Bats, stood in front of Black Manta. The three of them joined forces to catch Doomsday Superman's blow and then flew out like three baseballs. A wise move. With perfect timing and time, Batman saved Black Manta's life. Otherwise the previous blow would have been enough to disembowel him. Wonder Woman broke free of the ice. Her face was still green. Her brain was still being invaded by Brainiac, but her body obeyed Chen Tao because of the pink pill. She stood with Chen Tao and the others. Surrender, Batman. Brainiac said. The bombs I deployed have not been launched, and the Earth still has a chance to survive. As long as you are willing to surrender, I don't want to risk destroying your precious material and continue fighting. He looked at Superman in Batman's eyes. Superman's face was grey-green, the S on his chest was still shining, and the fiery red cape fluttered behind him. Still counting on him? Brainiac moved his head slightly, and the next second Clark's panic appeared on Doomsday Superman's face. But, he screamed. His body rose up, bursting his Superman uniform, and tearing his red cape. He was completely losing his human form, and countless bone spurs and tendons grew out of his body. The painful expression on his face disappeared into a vicious and dead silence. The S symbolizing hope has been broken. As a glimmer of light flashed in Batman's eyes, Superman, who had completely transformed into Doomsday, cooperated and grabbed his already tattered jumpsuit cape and threw it in front of Batman. You still don't want to surrender? Good. Brainiac nodded. He walked to a distance, picked up the two metal pipes that he had pulled out before, pressed them twice, and inserted them back into his head. This does not mean that his consciousness has returned to the spacecraft. Batman's compression of his will was indeed successful. The elephant that had been stuffed into the room could not be pulled out again in such a short time. At this moment, he was just using this organic body to control the spacecraft. But what's the use? Regardless of whether he is in an organic body or not, Batman has already lost. The space door opened from behind him. Black Manta laughed softly. What a joke, he said. One Doomsday after another walked out of it. Those Doomsdays that were originally brought by Batman and exiled by him have now all returned. They stood there quietly, like a row of terracotta warriors. You use Kryptonian technology to prepare a teleportation device on each Doomsday. Brainiac said. You never thought of using their power. You teleported them to the Phantom Zone at the beginning of the battle. You think I can't find them in the vast Phantom Zone, right? Brainiac said. It's really hard to find them. It took me a long time to find them now. With a clang, Black Manta threw the two knives on the ground. He took off his helmet. Ridiculous, he said. Fuck your Batman. Fuck your Brainiac. Fuck your stupid Superman. Fuck your Doomsday. Black Manta said. I don't want to play anymore. He repeated. This is a joke. Surrender, Batman. Brainiac said. I sincerely advise you. His eyes swept over Black Manta, Deathstroke lying not far away, and those 13 line villains. As an additional condition, how about this? Not only will I spare the Earth, I will spare everyone you know. I can also spare them. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, let me study you, and surrender to me. Chen Tao grabbed Superman's clothes with trembling hands. His eyes were blank. He looked around, as if focusing on some invisible words on his retina. He was distracted. Boom. In the blink of an eye, 2 thick chains suddenly broke through the floor and tied up the distracted Batman. Batman! Red Hood roared in a low voice, but he was soon forced to Doomsday standing in front of him. Finally, Brainiac said. He hummed softly. Finally, the treasure of the earth, the defender of the earth, the ever-changing strange creatures, the unpredictable anti-science experiment. Batman, you are mine. Brainiac actually felt a sense of relief that he had not felt for 5 centuries. Batman lowered his head. It's not over yet. Brainiac, it's not over yet. It's not over yet? He heard Brainiac's voice. The chains that bind you are forged under the pressure of an inverted black hole. This is the only way to manipulate chromium steel, the hardest metal in the universe. These chains are used to pull stars in galaxies. Warning. It has been detected that you hold an anchoring item, Superman's shattered cape. They are indestructible. Therefore, your efforts are in vain. Do you know the meaning of indestructible? Warning. Downloading targetable Batman files, and I'm Brainiac. My history is older than your entire human civilization. I understand knowledge a trillion times more than you do. Everything you do is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of me. You will never be able to defeat me, whether from a logical, scientific, or any other perspective. I'm invincible. The Destroyer, danger level, SS. Brainiac's voice seemed so far away, as if it came from the sky. Do you know the meaning of invincible? Chen Tao raised his head slightly, and exhaled a misty mist wrapped in silver white particles. I know, he said. The barbed hideous creature could not wait to cling to Batman's cheek. The jagged rock, like a strange rock or a sea tide, was surging, whistling, and making a terrifying high pitch. So at that moment, the Dark King roared, and spread his wings, and the majestic biological stance, like a butterfly weighing 1,000 pounds, gently shattered the chain that pretended to be indestructible. I know. Brainiac heard Batman's voice, which was as low as surging magma. I know. He trembled and shivered, as if he was naked, and met the scholar eyes. I'm indestructible. I'm invincible. Today's company dinner, so I updated it in advance. I drank a lot of wine now, and I feel dizzy. I guess I won't be able to go back today until very late. And, it's a new pie transaction. American comics, get the pleasant goat template at the beginning. Ian never thought that he would travel through time, and he would travel to the Flashpoint world that was about to be destroyed. As we all know, the Flashpoint world is beyond salvation. But it doesn't matter. The more superheroes I come into contact with, the more things I change, the more Chinese comic character templates I can draw. Character templates, summon Chinese comic bosses. Pleasant Goat, Big Wolf, Hades, Snow Queen, Shenshenzins, all of them are strong and powerful. Chapter 173, The Vision of the Laughing Bat. Oh, Batman, my master. On Earth, Batman is in the Batcave, a sub-base in Gotham. There is a reason why Batman chose this place as the location for the swearing-in ceremony. The defense system here is second only to the one under Wayne Manor, and it is the strongest among countless sub-bases. Boom. The ventriloquist was guarding the computer, listening to the dull sound outside. Boom. He was so scared that he hugged the Bat Baby doll in his hand tightly. Master, I'm so scared. Then he listened attentively and nodded gently. Yes, that's right, Master. Bane can stop the monster outside, he said naggingly. Nothing can be hidden from the Master's eyes. Everything is within the Master's expectations. He shouted madly and excitedly. So you deliberately left Bane to guard here. No one can invade this room to capture the Joker and control the zombie Blake. The ventriloquist's eyes flashed with a shining light like a star chasing girl, and it looked even more eye-catching with the maid outfit of the bald old man with glasses. Invincible. Bane. Invincible. But, yeah. And then, if it were me, I wouldn't be so happy too soon. The ventriloquist turned his head suddenly. He fell to the ground with a plop in fear. It's you, Brainiac. He pointed at the small Brainiac that suddenly appeared in the room with trembling hands. The other party had a big green head like the organic body created by Brainiac, but the body was as small as an underdeveloped baby. Yes, it's me. He heard the other party say, "Batman thinks that letting Bane guard outside can stop me?" He stared at the frightened ventriloquist with malicious eyes. "He is totally wrong. Your body has no fighting power at all." The ventriloquist raised his gun and pointed it at him tremblingly. "I can defeat you." "Correct." Brainiac said. "That's true, but it doesn't prevent me from defeating you." His eyes lit up white. "In terms of telepathic ability, you and I are not on the same level at all. So, how long do we have to stay in this damn red of all living things?" Lois Lane kicked the red sand under his feet boredly. "We have been here for at least more than 10 hours. The big green crocodile snorted. "Nonsense, we've only been here for at least 4 hours. Not even a day." "Don't worry, Miss Ryan." Superman's mother Martha smiled happily and stuffed a game console into Ryan's hand. "Look, this is the game console Batman prepared for us. He's so thoughtful, isn't he a good boy?" The smiling old lady put her arm around Louis' waist. "Come and play with me for a while, just for a while." "Oh, Martha." Louis held his forehead. "I really don't want to play anymore. We've been playing for so long. Let me go." "You finished the manuscript anyway," Martha said. But he didn't force Louis, who didn't want to play. He said, "Then I'll play by myself." He said, "You really should get used to being Superman's mother or wife." Louis covered her face shyly at this time. "All the things you should experience. We are Clark's weak spot. Batman should protect us. He was very polite to invite us here this time. Do you remember the last time that guy named Mudface came out of the soil and swallowed me in one gulp, and then, boom." A loud noise interrupted their conversation. Louis and Martha looked at each other, and Killer Croc stood up. At the edge of the red desert, they saw a huge robot flying towards them. "It's Brainiac's robot." Killer Croc's expression changed. "Damn it." He turned his head to Louis and Martha and said, "Run, I'll stop him." "It's so comfortable to listen to the wailing before death, isn't it?" Silence. There was also a slight trance. Chen Tao only felt that he was wandering in the dark. He heard a voice. "I think we all know a trick or two to deal with the Blue Boy Scout, but we didn't think we would actually use it until it was too late." Who was talking? Chen Tao blinked. He grabbed the pale man in front of him with his hands full of cuticles and bone spurs. His eyes stayed on the other's upturned mouth. The Ravager. Chen Tao said, "The clown. I thought I sizzle." A burst of electric sound came from the sky, blurring the Ravager's words. Blurring I into the third person. "No, I killed the clown. I killed more than one." Chen Tao thought. "I put them in the crystal coffin, safely and harmlessly eliminated." He vaguely remembered what he had done. "He killed you. And now the situation is." Chen Tao began to be dazed again. "Warning. Warning." Chen Tao heard a voice coming from the extremely distant horizon. "Warning. Warning. Nightmare Batman Devastator is too powerful, which will seriously damage Batman's morality and completely destroy Batman's sanity." "Oh, no. You misunderstood. We are of the same type, understand? We are both extremely twisted Bruce Wayne. From a broken planet that should not exist. Warning. Warning. Batman's danger level detected is E, but I'm not Bruce Wayne. I'm Chen Tao." Chen Tao thought. He felt dizzy, like he was drunk, but his brain was clear. This is really contradictory. With the current Batman level, he is not able to withstand the pollution of Batman with SS level danger level. Chen Tao clearly heard the voice coming from the sky. He stared at the scene in front of him in a trance, but his eyes suddenly became sharp. "I'm Chen Tao. I'm not Bruce. This is not right. Damn, this is not my memory. This is a Devastator. Get out of my mind." The protocol is starting to enforce mandatory protection, overcharge protection, but I want to give you a second chance. Chen Tao stared coldly at the laughing bat in front of him. The other party seemed to be completely unaware of his gaze and continued to talk. "This whole place, he will be reduced to cosmic dust in the next few minutes. But what if I tell you that there is a world where everyone trusts and loves Superman? Batman number 52. The protocol will automatically protect your sanity from being damaged. At your current danger level, you can only synchronize with the Ravager for a maximum of 0.1283 seconds. Whoosh. At the moment this sound came, the world seemed to be covered with a thin film. The Batman who laughs voice began to become unclear. A world where people still feel that no matter what happens, Superman will save the tide. And what if I say that our big plan is to show everyone his true face? Chen Tao felt that he was gradually being dragged away from the dark world by the membrane, and he heard himself say, "Take me there." And he heard the Batman who laughs response, "Ha ha ha. Of course. My new friend. Welcome to the Dark Knights. But hey, it's a bit strange. Do you feel like someone is spying on us? There's no one here except us. There is no living person on the entire planet. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Of course, I know." Chen Tao heard the Bat who laughs say, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The low gloomy malicious laughter, like ripples falling on a calm lake, repeated in Chen Tao's ears layer by layer. For some reason, he also began to laugh. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Although he laughed subconsciously, the laughter was still so crazy, chaotic, and full of indescribable distortion, like a night owl, like a dark river, and just listening to it made people's backs cold. Since he crossed over, in order to better scare others, he spent an unusually large amount of time carefully studying how to laugh the most frightening and terrifying. Ha ha ha, ha ha, what are you doing, Ravager? I warn you, don't learn my laughter. This was the last sentence Chen Tao heard. Boom. 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 Whoosh. Chen Tao opened his eyes suddenly, and in front of him appeared Brainiac with a one-eyed look of horror. One-eyed. Chen Tao blinked, and half of the other's head was almost flattened, and his body was torn apart by something like a Barbie doll. Chen Tao could almost imagine a burly little giant grabbing Brainiac in his hand, and tearing him in half from the shoulders down like a burrito. However, such injuries were nothing to Brainiac. In less than half a breath, his body had healed rapidly in front of Chen Tao, as if the miserable appearance just now was just an illusion. Not far away, several Doomsdays transformed by Brainiac collapsed on the ground with twisted bodies. Their bodies were severely damaged, as if they were hit by a train, although with the physical fitness of these Doomsdays, they would be unscathed, even if they were hit by a real train. Obviously, they were in a car accident, while trying to stop something. Chen Tao lowered his head, and looked at himself. He didn't know when he had completely shown his true body. Here, true body means that he now looks like a green dinosaur, just like the E-Class Batman, Bat Dragon, he was carrying. His feet were replaced by 2 tires, and the onboard computer appeared on his chest, which was the characteristic of the F-Class Batman Batmobile. 2 black membrane wings stretched out from his back, which was the transformation of him by the human Bat Serum agent. Chen Tao stretched out his hand, stretched out his dinosaur claw. The green on the palm of his left hand and the rotten flesh on the palm of his right hand were the fusion transformation that Poison Ivy and Lucius had made for him after analyzing Bane. Unbelievable. He heard Brainiac's voice. He stumbled to his feet and squeezed his flattened head hard to restore it to normal. Too unbelievable. Brainiac returned to his indifferent state. You can never use that kind of power for a long time. I have read your trump card. What else do you have? The state that transforms into the physical constitution of a Kryptonian for a short time. He can't last more than 10 minutes. The anti-Superman state that you call Bizarro? I have also studied it. You can't maintain this state for more than 3 minutes. Chen Tao listened to Brainiac's words expressionlessly. Maybe you can knock down 1 Doomsday, but there are 20 here. Chen Tao sighed. He looked down at his stomach. There lay a Doomsday virus quietly, but using this potion was not without cost. Even if there was an injectable antidote, this potion would bring a heavy burden, and it was very likely that he would temporarily lose his ability to resist after the effect of the drug ended. In other words, once the Doomsday virus potion was injected, if Brainiac was still not completely defeated, he would be greeted with the same complete failure. Chen Tao knew that even the synchronized Batman could not refresh his status. So, is this the final time? Is this the right time? Has Brainiac really played all his cards and been pushed to the limit? He turned his head and looked at Superman, who was still under control. He suddenly smiled. Under the vast starry sky, Chen Tao's smile and Brainiac's cold face complemented each other. Tell me, Brainiac, he said. Did your little tricks work? What are you talking about, Batman? He said. You're looking for Louis, right? You're even hiding it from me, trying to use the Joker's mind to invade me, Chen Tao said. You know you won't succeed, right? Brainiac looked at the little old man in front of him. The guy named Bane left by Batman outside was indeed not to be underestimated, so he could only quietly send this weak body in. But it was enough. With his mental power, it could connect here. Do you know who I am? Do you know my skills? I know. Help. He heard the little old man's frightened voice. You are Brainiac. You can control everyone you see with your mind. Indeed. Brainiac said. He stretched out a hand to the ventriloquist. It's all over. Well, is it? That's impressive. Brainiac heard the ventriloquist whisper to himself, but my master said I must catch you, so I must catch you. You think you can catch me? No, no, no. You can't catch me, and do you know why? I don't know. Because you're scared. Brainiac said. He was determined to defeat the old man in front of him in the simplest way. He didn't plan to enter the other's brain again. He would not suffer a loss again. He planned to directly impose emotions on the other party. You are very scared. Woohoo, you guys are so fast. Finally the minor revision is finished. The full-time guardian almost didn't keep it today. I added 300 words at the end. If you find that it is repeated, please download it again. Wow, sorry. Chapter 174 Chen Tao, I can't calculate everything. I'm scared. Chen Tao told Brainiac, I'm really scared. He babbled on and on about things Brainiac didn't understand. You know, you often see stories like this in novels, those third-rate toilet paper novels. The righteous hero defeated the evil demon king and returned home with his lover and friends, and the prince and princess lived happily together forever, or something like that. But stories are always stories. Chen Tao concluded, stories always show us the best side of the world and never mention the terrible dangers in it. He looked at his palms in a daze. Can I really do this? I know I'm not the real Batman after all. Even if he knew the memories of those Batmans, the scenes of Batman's training day after day were vivid in his mind, and the Batmobile's understanding of computer hacking technology was imprinted in his mind. Even those Batmans who were only synchronized and not yet loaded, such as Bane Bat, Claw Bat, Broken Bat, and even Joker. He could easily read their memories. But even though he knew so much, even though he told himself countless times that he was Bat, there was a fear that still lingered in Chen Tao's heart. He had always been a fake, and all his seemingly thorough planning was just his understanding of comics as a time traveler. What if one day the development of things has gone beyond the scope of comics? What if one day he has run out of ideas and can no longer find a solution to the problem in comics? Batman will always win. Batman is so cool and awesome, but that's Batman. What does it have to do with Chen Tao, who pretends to be Batman? Batman will never fail, but Chen Tao, who calls himself Batman, is not necessarily the case. He stared at Brainiac. I have imagined the scene. After being defeated by you countless times. So I always force myself to calculate everything, force myself to guess everything. Doomsday, Superman, Wonder Woman. He said, I'm always afraid of failure, so I always want to hold everything in my hands, but I know that this is impossible. Chen Tao was reflected in Brainiac's eyes. He heard him say, so the more you know, the more anxious you are, and the more you can't do it, the more afraid you are. No. Brainiac thought. Batman said fear on his lips. He claimed that he couldn't calculate everything. He claimed that he was afraid. But in fact, this was a lie. His face gradually overlapped with the ventriloquist in the Batcave. Brainiac heard the ventriloquist and Chen Tao say in unison, I'm scared to death. Brainiac's face gradually changed. He looked at the short and fat old man in front of him from his perspective in the Batcave. He was bald. He was old. He wore glasses, wore a perverted maid costume, and held a stupid Batman baby toy in his hand. He should have been just an operator of Zombie Blake and the Joker, not the last line of defense. Brainiac saw him holding the Bat baby puppet, as if nothing had happened, closing his mouth tightly and ventriloquizing. Alright, enough, enough. Brainiac was sure that the voice came from him, not the doll. In order to let you concentrate on your work, Arnold, I have remained silent. But now, this is too much. The voice was low and gloomy like Batman with throat cancer. And then it was babyish, like him singing happily in the Batcave. During the time he stayed with Batman, Arnold met many new friends. Yes. I'm sorry, Batman. I'm really scared. He is Brainiac. He is so powerful. You have to protect me, Batman. Hey, it's not your fault, Arnold. What can you, a useless little cookie, do? Brainiac's green big-headed doll clone had white light in his eyes. You are scared. You are very scared. Veins bulged on his huge green head, and his small body began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. The few muscles he had started to atrophy, as if the last drop of blood had been sucked out. But it was no use. With such a close distance and such a strong telepathic ability, it was of no use at all. You too, and Bane too, he said. Damn Batman. Coincidentally, he had just tried to control Bane, but after invading his brain, he found that his brain was long gone. Literally, Bane's skull was empty, so clean that it could make a mouse cry. Not to mention a normal person, even a robot would stop working if the parts in its head were taken out, but not Bane's mother. Brainiac had never imagined in his life that someone would resist his telepathic ability in this way. The power of the Black of Decay made him immortal, and at the same time it completely filled his body. This connection not only allowed him to remove his head, but also did not prevent him from using his body after the removal. The Black of Decay controlled every piece of rotten meat. That is to say, every piece of rotten meat could be precisely manipulated. It was nothing more than changing the command to control the body from nerve conduction to the Black of Decay conduction. Not only that, the green of all things also gave Bane the ability to heal himself. Even if he took off his head, he could put it back in like Uchiha replaced his eyes. When it was over, he would lift up his skull, pick up his brain, and reconnect it, and it would be usable again. On the other hand, this green frog, the Bat Baby doll in the ventriloquist's hand, was still talking. Brainiac was still trying to invade the ventriloquist's brain. He didn't give up. Unlike Bane, at least the ventriloquist in front of him had a brain. He could clearly feel that the pink thing was lying quietly in the other's skull. This was a breakthrough. As long as I mobilize enough psychic power. Then Brainiac heard someone say, but you know. He divided some of his attention back to his spaceship, focusing his eyes on Chen Tao in front of him. He heard the other party say, Batman shouldn't be afraid. You're scared. You're scared. In the Batcave, Big Head Brainiac kept repeating. The white light in his eyes almost gushed out like a searchlight, facing the ventriloquist. One after another, thick blood vessels burst out from his head, and then were forcibly burst by the green blood. This is a sign that the body can no longer withstand the large amount of mental energy infusion. This body has begun to collapse due to excessive power, but the price paid for the collapse of the body is worth it. The powerful mental power, with the big-headed doll as the center, began to infuse into the ventriloquist. No one can resist Brainiac's mental control at such a close distance. It is rogue to talk about toxicity without mentioning the dosage. Under such a huge impact of mental energy, everything impossible will become possible. Even if the opponent has a little ordinary resistance, it will melt away in the face of such a torrent. I'm Brainiac. You will be afraid of me. Afraid of what I do. Brainiac was slapped in the face before he finished speaking. No one can control the ventriloquist. No one. The ventriloquist swung the Bat Baby and hit Big Head Brainiac on the head. Only I can control the ventriloquist. I'm the ventriloquist's master. That's right. Bat Boss is invincible, and Bat Master is the best in the world. He saw that the ventriloquist had changed his voice and was shouting behind him. Batman beat Brainiac. Batman will defeat all enemies. You lunatic. The Big Head Brainiac doll drew too much spiritual energy to strengthen his brain. At this time, his body was as weak as a chicken. He shouted, this is just a toy doll. He said, and Batman is not here. He is on my spaceship. Are you stupid enough to regard a doll as the master? Batman, bite him. But what he got in return was the ventriloquist's unhesitating attack. He shouted Batman justice kick and a key plus X key plus Y key and other incomprehensible words, and then rushed up like a whirlwind, swinging the doll, and hitting Brainiac's big head again and again, like a little monk knocking on a wooden fish, and knocked a dent in Brainiac's head. The big-headed doll Brainiac fell to the ground with a thud, and then fell into darkness. I still have a chance. Brainiac's eyes rolled. He quickly turned his sight to another battlefield. In the red of all creatures, Brainiac's consciousness took over his robots. He scattered hundreds of different robots in the red of all creatures to search for the traces of Killer Croc, Louis and others in the vast land. Batman hid Superman's two important relatives very well. He knew that, if he hid them on Earth, they would be discovered by Brainiac. So he stuffed them into the Kingdom of Life, hoping to rely on the red of all creatures, this alien space, to block Brainiac's sight. But this is impossible. Although the red of all creatures is a creation of magic, it still needs to abide by the laws of physics. As long as he is a space, he can be invaded by Brainiac. There has never been something in this world that cannot be invaded. Just a few dozen minutes ago, Brainiac's robot army had just destroyed a place called the Totem Council. There were many winged monsters such as dog-headed men and bear-headed men who could resurrect and wanted to besiege Brainiac's army. And Brainiac taught them what scientific beating magic was. If he wasn't in a hurry to find the two targets, he would actually be happy to play with these strange guys. These little monsters will resurrect in the land, even if they are killed. He has never felt or seen this strange biological form. It seems that death can't interfere with them at all. Never mind. Brainiac shook his head in his heart. None of this is important. What's important is what's in front of him. Lois Lane and Martha Kent are the keys. He has already sensed Batman's trump card. He must get these two people to be able to counter Batman, otherwise things will be completely out of control, and he, Brainiac, will also encounter a situation for the first time in centuries, where he is no longer fully prepared and can only rely on pure brute force to win. But fortunately, he found it. A deer-horned monster they called Totem couldn't stand the beating and became a rare. With his guidance, even though he was completely unfamiliar with the internal structure of the red of all creatures, Brainiac finally found Killer Croc and the other two women after a carpet search. Ha 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 ha, a mere robot can't stop me at all. Killer Croc laughed wildly towards the sky. After being strengthened by the red totems of all creatures, his strength has increased a lot, and now he is in the red of all creatures, which further aggravates his strength increase. A mere robot of Brainiac cannot be compared with him at all. He held up the robot that had been smashed into pieces and then tore it in half with force. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why do you think Batman let me bring the two of them here? My strength is already. Then he saw hundreds of robots appear in the red sand sky. Oh. Killer Croc smiled shyly. Sorry to bother you. Then he turned around and jumped directly into the space door he had opened, leaving Martha and Louise on the spot, and jumped without a trace. Brainiac's heart sank when he saw the other party's performance. Sure enough, when he ran to the front, the two women turned into mud in an instant. Damn it. Looking at the two mud monsters in front of him who were jumping and laughing, Brainiac commanded the robots to press the deer antler totem in front of him. Asshole, tell me where Batman and Killer Croc hid those two women? What two women? The deer antler monster had a head full of question marks, and before he could react, he was picked up from the ground by the robot like a chicken and beaten on the ground. The fists of the two robots fell like raindrops, as if they were hitting sandbags, and as if the demons of apocalypse were beating Green Lantern. Still not honest, still not honest. Bang 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 bang. The deer antler totem was beaten and crawled on the ground in pain. I don't know Batman's plan at all. Can you locate the location where Killer Croc escaped? Brainiac asked. Where exactly did he jump to? No. Antler totem just opened his mouth to say half a sentence and saw the expression on Brainiac's face and immediately became timid. Yes, I can. He was afraid that the other party would not believe it, so he quickly lied again. As long as you pay a certain price. Antler totem felt bitter. In fact, after the red of all creatures gave the power to Killer Croc, they could not interfere at all unless they caught him and then operated on him. Just like if they wanted to take back the power of Animal Man Buddy Baker, they also needed to fish out his intestines again and tidy them up, and they could not take them away remotely. But facing the ferocious Brainiac, how dare he say no? Help, Batman. Help, compatriots. Help, Buddy Baker. He began to think sadly in his heart about Batman and all the people who could save him, and began to talk nonsense to Brainiac. The principle of this space jump is roughly, unlike science, we use magic. In this way, the anxious Brainiac once again wasted his time. This was an absolutely fatal mistake. Chapter 175. Brainiac is determined to survive the final minutes. Anyone who has played poker should have imagined such a situation. One card after another has been played, and the two people have come to the final showdown. But you can't see the other party's cards, and don't know whether the cards on the other side can knock you into the abyss, or be swallowed by you calmly. Therefore, for thousands of years, humans have invented various cheating methods. Cheating, lead dice, polarized magic, all of which are aimed at obtaining information about the enemy's hand cards outside the field, so as to achieve a dimensionality reduction attack on the card game. In the past, Brainiac never needed such means, because he was essentially an AI, not a creature, and his life was not trapped in a weak body. The victory or defeat of the game of cards has no meaning to him at all. Even if a body is destroyed, he can always create another new one. He is always the dealer sitting on the diorite, because he will never really die. Since he will not die, how can he lose? But now it is different. He was defeated in the previous confrontation, although he was unwilling to admit it. But Brainiac is an AI robot. He will not appear to deceive himself and himself. That was the truth. He was roughly stripped from his warm shell by his opponent, and forced to face the cold and cruel world. He was really pulled into the game. Batman laid the foundation for his victory, and Brainiac was no longer invulnerable. He slowly retreated. No good news came from either the Red of all creatures or the Batcave. This meant that the last trick was probably ineffective. However, there was still some hope at the Red of all creatures. He found a coward there to guide him, but it was impossible to determine what the final result would be. Brainiac felt that his heart, the heart of the crew, was beating very fast. Unlike the Earthlings, the organ that was beating desperately in his chest and abdomen at this time was not so much a heart as it was the engine that supplied the whole body to the crew, and it played a much more important role than the heart of the Earthlings. It was time to start gambling. There was no more precious time to delay. He saw Batman take a step forward. Damn, he needed more time. As long as his robot can find Superman and Batman's family and the Red of all living things, he can use these hostages to force Batman's actions, thereby directly bypassing this gambling game and winning directly. His mind constantly receives the latest news from the Red of all living things. When he first saw Batman using the Red of all living things to teleport directly past his spaceship's defense shield and space transmission limiter and directly appear on his spaceship, he quickly cracked the transmission coordinates of this space. He found that this so-called Red of all living things is everywhere, and it is a huge space that exists directly in the material universe like the other world. So it is not Red of all living things ignored the space transmission limiter and directly invaded his spaceship, but his spaceship has entered the area covered by Red of all living things. So this means that with his technology, it is not difficult to break through the space and force his way into the Red of all living things, and it is even very easy. But the problem is that the Red of all living things is too big, and finding people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. He doesn't know where Batman hides those targets who can be taken as hostages by him. From just now till now, he has found two groups of people. One group is the old butler named Alfred and the third generation Robin Tim Drake he found, and Lucius. All three of them are Clayface in disguise. The other group is Martha Kent and Lois Lane, together with Killer Croc. This configuration makes him almost think that he has found the real one, but in addition to Killer Croc, there is Clayface again. Brainiac can recall the disgusting scene of the two lumps of mud jumping and taunting there when the robot sent back his eyes. But fortunately, things are not without progress. At least Killer Croc is real, and he has a traitor who knows the way and leads him. Although the traitor can only jump up and down, command randomly, micromanage locally, and drag his teammates down when he leads the group of dog-headed and bare-headed guards to besiege his mechanical army, he is still very straightforward in surrendering. As long as he can be given more time, I believe that the guide will definitely help him find those hostages who can reverse the situation. Brainiac looked at Batman in front of him, but unfortunately, he probably didn't have time for that. The other party obviously knew his advantage very well, and didn't want to waste time talking to him. He saw Batman screaming in pain, and fell to his knees with a plop, shaking all over. With each tremor, his body grew bigger, like an inflated balloon. Brainiac rushed towards his army of doomsday. Although the opponent's transformation was not yet complete, Brainiac had no intention of manipulating these Doomsdays to besiege the screaming Batman. Instead, he directly covered the face of a Doomsday with his hand, and then a door behind him opened, revealing an infinite chaotic and distorted space. Phantom Zone. He had just rescued these Doomsdays from the disordered space of the Phantom Zone, but now he had to stuff them back again. Damn it. Brainiac's eyes lingered on the countless tiny Doomsday viruses in the air. He could see these tiny spores. After learning Kryptonian technology, he was an expert in making Doomsday. He could see that the Doomsday virus in front of him was much more aggressive than the Doomsdays he mass-produced. This was not just a Doomsday virus. Someone had mixed some strange things into it and finally achieved the effect in front of him. He could see the traces at a glance. Yes, that Bane. The special power mixed into the Doomsday virus was very similar to the two powers in Bane. But obviously, Brainiac felt that the person who made this virus did not understand the power in Bane at all. According to Brainiac's inference, this drug was most likely made by two people, Poison Ivy and the scientist named Lucius under Batman. In Luthor's memory, Lucius's scientific research ability was not that strong. Brainiac's face darkened, and he realized the reason. For an arrogant guy like Luthor, no matter how extraordinary the scientist was, he was only worthy of carrying his shoes. Brainiac preconceived Luthor's impression of Lucius and made a completely wrong judgment without knowing anything. Brainiac observed the Doomsday virus released by Batman as he transformed. He knew he didn't have time to study it here, but his innate scientific instinct made him unable to resist. He observed carefully, and the more he observed, the more confused he felt. It was very crude, and the integration was very crude. It was like tying a submachine gun to a spear and forcing the trigger to be pulled remotely with a rope. But it was actually very effective. What kind of science is this? Is this reasonable? Is the science on Earth so messed up? Isn't this something that was made up out of nothing? How can it be successful? I thought this thing could be combined. So it was combined? Brainiac, a scientific research boss who was a little bit over the top, was once again confused by the endless mess of black technology on Earth, but he quickly gathered his divergent thoughts back. Although there is no experiment, it is only theoretical inference, but he estimates that if his Doomsdays receive these viruses, they will probably just. He manipulated the Doomsday in front of him to jump into the Phantom Zone on his own initiative, but the other party ignored him and still stood there like a clay statue. He really began to lose control of these Doomsdays. Brainiac's face was gloomy. This is why he didn't control those Doomsdays, to interrupt their transformation directly. At that time, he already felt that many Doomsdays were resisting to attack the half-Doomsday Batman. They were afraid and wailing, although Doomsday didn't have such emotions. When Batman hadn't completed his transformation yet, these Doomsdays were so timid. Brainiac couldn't believe what would happen if Batman completed his transformation. Will everyone defect? In fact, Brainiac has another choice, that is himself. He has strengthened his body of the crew many times. If he can't command those Doomsdays, he can attack Batman who is transforming himself. He can attack him directly, and maybe he can interrupt his transformation. But when he wanted to do that, he immediately felt the malice coming from those Doomsdays. At that moment, he knew that, if he really tried to do that, the result would be like trying to attack the queen ant in an ant nest, completely speeding up the process of these Doomsdays being controlled by Batman. So that's what he is doing now. He exiled all his helpers back to the Phantom space. He didn't believe that Batman's transformation into Doomsday was infinite. In this world, no one knew Doomsday better than him. This Kryptonian humanoid weapon was invented for the purpose of destruction and destruction. This is the underlying logic engraved in the genes. Weapons do not need reason. This is the result that has been determined at the beginning of forging. Just like Batman's brief transformation into Doomsday before he broke free from the chains. Unless Batman is willing to become a brainless monster. Otherwise, if he becomes Doomsday for too long, this body will completely and permanently devour his reason. He will never be able to use the power of Doomsday infinitely. No matter how powerful the black technology is, it is impossible to ignore the most basic underlying logic. So he just needs to exile as many Doomsdays as possible back to the Phantom Zone before Batman can control them, even if there is only one or two. When Batman can no longer maintain Doomsday's transformation, or is completely devoured by the Doomsday virus, and loses the ability to control other Doomsdays, he can recruit them back again, and the victory will be immediately secured. Brainiac lifted one of the Doomsdays high above his head without any reaction, and then threw it into the Phantom Zone. Now his men are not obedient. With Brainiac's current ability to control these Doomsdays, he can only control them, not to resist. As for throwing them into the Phantom Zone, he has to do it himself. Brainiac walked in front of Doomsday Superman. This is the most powerful one among them, and he must be. He stretched out his hand to Superman, and then saw Superman's body tilted, and directly avoided his grasp. Brainiac tried to catch Superman again, and then saw that the other party dodged left and right, but he didn't let him catch him. This guy, is he still conscious? Brainiac suddenly turned his head to look at Batman. What kind of medicine did you use on him? Pharmacy has been subverted. Brainiac turned his head without a word. He didn't have time to continue with Superman. Instead of playing a cat and mouse game with him, he might as well throw a few more Doomsdays back to the Phantom Zone. The Phantom Zone is a place where Krypton is used to exile serious criminals. There is a complete chaos without time, space, up and down, left and right. Only he, Brainiac, the creator of Doomsday, can accurately find the place in this chaos. Only he and the former Kryptonians have such spatial ability to enter and exit the Phantom Zone at will. Only he can recall or release Doomsday at will in the Phantom Zone. As long as he can last Batman's last few minutes, he can kill him when he loses Doomsday's ability. Brainiac kept stuffing Doomsday back into the Phantom space. Batman's transformation has become stronger and stronger. He has less and less time. He could not help but once again put some of his energy into the mechanical army in the red space of all beings. As long as the mechanical army could find Batman's hostages, why would he need to go through so much trouble? Then Brainiac saw his mechanical army fighting with a large group of monsters. Those monsters were rotten all over, had fly heads, long fly wings, and exuded a foul smell. That's right, Masters, as long as you defeat this island of decay, you can find Batman's relatives and friends. They are all hostages. The antler totem was responsible for cheering for the mechanical army on the side. Come on. Come on. Batman has hidden all the hostages on the island of decay. With a bang, a robot was beaten back by the monster of the black decay. The antler totem flexibly dodged while continuing to shout while looking at the robots that were beaten and sparked, twitching on the ground for a while and then scrapped. The island of decay is the pustules left in the red of all beings by the black of decay when it invaded the red of all beings. It is equivalent to the frontier positions left before a war begins. Those are the most elite troops of the black of decay. How can they not be powerful? He is now leading Brainiac's mechanical army to attack the island of decay. In essence, he is taking advantage of Brainiac's combat power for free to eliminate the invading tumor for the red of all beings. If he is discovered, he will definitely die an ugly death. As long as this place is destroyed, can we find Batman's relatives and friends? He suddenly heard a robot ask him this. Yes, Master, absolutely. The antler totem immediately shuddered, absolutely sure, and said decisively, let's deal with the current situation first. Great, everyone. After a few days, I finally found Pi again, covering his bleeding butt. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.